governors of various states here present, the chairman of this great occasion, our Royal Majesties here present, all other people, an educationalist to the core, a disciplinarian, a feminine gender who is an embodiment of dynamics and diligence. She is Iyalobe Alaba Oluwaseun Blessed MFI. We give glory and honor to God. We give glory and honor to God Almighty, who has made our journey through 7 decades a fruitful and successful one despite the challenges. Your Excellency, our Royal Majesties, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our amiable proprietress, Iyalobe Alaba Oluwaseun Blessed MFI, I welcome you all to this great occasion. Thank you.
To some, she is the Yalodi of Eba, but to late Ambassador Segun Olushola, she is the Yalodi of Africa and the entire universe.
What I said. No, I know how to have my anything on appointment. This paved way for us to find the ladder to successfully hold my I know her as chairman of the finance bank. I know her as past president of the private company. I know her as contact member of Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce. I know her as member and council member of the director. I know her as the past chairman of the Council as well as the Campaign. I know her as president of the position of the Council of I know her as president and very senior national president of the National Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Science and Agriculture. What do you know about her? Do you know this woman I'm about to describe? Well, I know her as a well-documented kind of work. I've been taking her spread across the nation, not especially to be widows, orphans, less privileged, and child. I know her as a woman of good morale and successful cultivated as an everything that happens to us in the body. Testimony as a woman who believes discipline as a driving tool to achieve an academic excellence. What do you know about her? How the secretariat, how the Jubilee family, how the Lawful family, how the Yaloti about Oluwa showing us on the side, how Lawful people space, on behalf of the students and parents of Lawful people space, I would like to say I would like to wish you a happy 70th birthday. Happy birthday, ma'am.
Thank Kabesi for accepting to play the role of chairman for this occasion. I consulted with the celebrant and he agreed with my conspiracy, so we succeeded in conspiring to draft Kabesi as the chair. Kabesi Adeapelori Adapelese. Tí ẹ fi ń wọn ọmọ aráyé Ọlọ́run ní ìgbà lọ́wọ́ yín. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín tí ẹ wá pàápàá jùlọ. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn spiritual leaders. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. When Alaba was contemplating this celebration, she came to me and said, well, people are pressurizing her to celebrate 70th birthday, and she wasn't thinking of really celebrating. And I said, if you are not thinking of celebrating, then you are wrong. Because celebration is giving thanks to God. And Yoruba bọ̀ wọ́n ní ẹni tí ò mọ̀ ń rò ní òní mọ̀ pẹ́ dá. And if God has kept you alive, God has provided for you, God has strengthened you, God has given you grace, which is unmerited favor for 70 years, then it is imperative that you should thank God for all His mercy, all His kindness, and all that He has endowed you with. And in the case of Alaba, I have had to be interviewed for a book to be written on her, for video to be made on her, and I believe what was announced 8:30 to 9:30, or 9:30 to 10:30 tonight will be one of the videos that have been produced from those, as a result of those of us who have been interviewed. Now, here is a woman of extraordinary achievement for a woman of her caliber at this particular time in our history. He has not gone into politics, well, or should I say, he has not gone into active politics. But all she has achieved by dint of hard labor, doggedness. And if anybody can be regarded as ferociously dynamic, Alaba Lawson can be described as ferociously dynamic. I always say to people when they come to ask me to interview me, I say, look, if you stand in the way of Alaba for anything, and Alaba decides to crush you, you will be crushed. If you stand in the way of Alaba, and Alaba decides to crush you, you will be crushed. I won't stand in your way, because I don't want to be crushed. Now, and here we are. Alaba is celebrating 70 years of God's favor, 70 years of God's grace. 70 years of beating all odds against her. And what I normally say is this: when people are looking at others from their success point of view, they don't think of what they have gone through. And sometimes when people say, oh, I want to be like Obasanjo, I will say, you want to go to prison. Abacha will also send you to prison like Obasanjo. They say, no, we don't want that prison. Well, part of being an Obasanjo is also going to prison. Part of Alaba achieving what he has achieved was also being rejected. Alaba was rejected when she should not have been rejected. but she did not take no for an answer. I think it was the master of ceremony that when you should say yes, is it when you should say yes, you should not say no. Wherever you go, wherever you be, when you say no. Alaba never agreed for anything as impossible. Alaba has no impossibility in her dictionary. And even me, I learned a lesson from Alaba that when you have an obstacle, regard it as a halt, not a stop. Alaba never regards any obstacle as a stop. And those things, whatever he has achieved, you go through the history of his of our achievement, whatever he has achieved. Even becoming the president of Nasima, there were obstacles. Those who thought that she should not be there, and she fought the obstacle. She removed the obstacle. My is that God will give Alaba many more years of service to God and service to humanity. And what she has also done is that she has blended it very well. Service to God and service to humanity. And of course, if you cannot serve humanity, you cannot serve God. Alaba, many, many happy returns. Many, many happy returns. 70 ṣojú tèmi, 80 ó ṣojú mi, 90 ó ṣojú mi. Mi ò mọ kábíyèsí wọn ò pé 100 ó ṣojú àwọn. Mi náà mi ò ní pé 100 ó ṣojú mi, ṣùgbọ́n 80 ó ṣojú mi. Màá gbàdúrà kí 90 ó ṣojú mi. Kábíyèsí ní ọdún kan la fi lura wa lọ. Lẹ́yìn 90 yẹn, èmi ò wí pé mo bá o, màá wá gba tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì láti máa gba boarding pass. Tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì ti wà lápò mi, boarding pass mi ò tí gbà. Èmi àwa gba boarding pass, mo sì lè fi kábíyèsí lẹ̀ táwọn odò kan wà ní departure lounge. Ẹ̀rù tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ bá wà láyé gbà yẹn, ẹ mọ̀ táyé ṣe. Táwa bá ṣe tó bá kú díẹ̀ kí a tó, Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kéèyàn lè ṣe better jù wá lọ. Once again, many happy returns. All felicitate with you. And I thank all of you that are here. And you can take a lesson from Alaba's life. Indefatigably committed to whatever she wants to do. And that is what do you call it? The reason for our success. Indefatigably committed. There's no failure in our dictionary. And you can achieve whatever you want to achieve if you put your heart and your mind to it. May all of you be successful in life. Those of you who are 70, may you be 80. Those of you who are not 70, may you be 70 and beyond. And those of us who are 80, may we be 90. And if there's anybody here who is 90, may he be 100. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate the mysterious deity of Africa. Baba, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Aremu Obasanjo, as he takes his leave, we want to thank God for those words of wisdom. In the entourage of Mama Ikumama Yeye, we have High Chief Alhaji Lamidi Oyewale, the Ibasamu for your empire. You are most welcome, sir.
I am strong. Let that prayer say, I am weak because of what the Lord has done for us. Give thanks. Yalode Lawson, MFR, FIOD, JP, born on a beautiful Thursday morning, 18th January 1951, as a woman of many parts, a daughter, sister, aunt, mother, grandmother, an educator for excellence, an illustrious entrepreneur, a community leader, the first female king of Yoruba women within and outside Nigeria, and the pride of Egba land. She was born in Abeokuta to Papa Emmanuel Abiono and Mrs. Ruth Jiboku. Her father was the late Jiboku, aka Jiboku Tonotono of the defunct Electricity Corporation of Nigeria, ECN. And her mother was the daughter of Adeuboko Koko fame of Itesi Abeokuta. She had her primary education at St. James's African Primary School, Idiape, Abeokuta, between 1957 to 1962. From there, she proceeded to Abeokuta Girls Grammar School, also known as Anglican Girls Grammar School, where she obtained the West African School Certificate from 1963 to 1967. She started her teaching career in 1969 and later left for St. Nicholas Montessori Teachers Training College at Prince's Gate, England in 1973 for further studies, where she obtained a first-class diploma in education with distinction. The first African student to be so rated at the institution. A testimonial issued and signed by the co-principals in 1975 attested to this. It reads, and I quote, Mrs. Lawson was outstanding in her ability to master her academic studies. She worked with enthusiasm and intelligence. Therefore, we are sure Mrs. Lawson will make good use of these gifts for the benefits of the children and young people in Nigeria. We shall miss her in the college, but we look forward with confidence to hearing about the work she will accomplish. End of quote. Mama, as she is formally called, is the proprietress of Alaba Lawson Group of Schools, established in 1977. The school has a creche, pre-nursery, nursery, primary, junior college, and college. It has recently embarked on a continuing education program for those who have difficulties in getting into the university as a result of poor grades. The motto of Alaba Lawson Group of Schools is grooming a truly unique generation. This is indeed true. For over 40 years, the school has churned out excellent individuals doing well in various fields. The school is not all about academics, but discipline, sound moral behavior, and exposing the students to extracurricular activities that will help develop their minds and interests. Iyalode Alaba Lawson was the first female national president of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA. Was also the first female president, Federation of West African Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FUACHI. She was the immediate past chairman, Board of Government Council, Moshood Abiola Polytechnic, Ogun State, Mapulu. Past president, Abeokuta Chamber of Commerce. Past president, Odua Chambers of Commerce. Global convener, Nasima Business Women Group, NAWOJ. Fellow and council member, Institute of Directors, IOD. First chairperson, IOD Abeokuta Branch. Member, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI. Council member, Nigerian British Chambers of Commerce, NBCC. Chairman, Board of Trustees, Nigerian Quality Infrastructure Forum. Matron, Women in Logistics and Transport, WILAT. Chairperson, Addison Microfinance Bank, Connors House, Ibara, Abeokuta. Fourth Iyalode of Egba land, conferred on her by His Royal Majesty Oba Oyebode Lipede, the ninth Alake of Egba land. For me now to see 70 years, when others have already fallen by the roadside, I will fall by my power and my mind, but by the grace of Jehovah God, I must celebrate Him. I'm not celebrating myself, I am celebrating my Creator Jehovah, who has made it possible for me to reach that age of 70. You don't see looking the way I am, and still giving me that strength to live.
Would you like to be a kind person,
You know how to be a very hardworking person. You know how to be a philanthropist. You know how to be a leader.
Nice to celebrate it. We thank God that He has preserved their life for so long. Through thick and thin, she's still up and good. She's still strong. If you see her, you won't even know she's 70. She's reality to everybody. I call her mommy. She's my mom. Wonderful mother. She's going to be 70. Thank you for her life.
I want to wish mommy a very glorious, happy 70th birthday. And I pray that the hand of Jehovah will be upon her for good and that she remains relevant all the days of her life.
Lawson is very supportive in lending a helping hand to anyone in need, especially those in the grassroots, which led her in establishing the Egbalawa Association in a bid to empower those in the grassroots.
I'm a grassroots person. I was born in Abeokuta. I never lived my life in Abeokuta. I schooled in Abeokuta. I got married in Abeokuta. I started my business in Abeokuta. So, you know what that means. From my childhood of a day old till 70 years. They are my grassroots people. The market, different associations, the women, the elders, the artisans, all of them. Different Christian Association of Nigeria, Christian chiefs, people from different 4 angles of Ogun State. We always train them. Let them know. Like this COVID now, the first thing I did was to call them and distribute the face masks to them. Tell them the reasons why they need to wash their hands, but all these ideas I have been leveling on them. We have trainings for them, empowerment programs for them. And even we have whenever they needed help, like those that into cassava, we let them have the machines and they pay back. They pay instrumentally, but we stand in for them. And it was because of them I started the microfinance bank, at the same microfinance bank. We are helping our community. Some of these women need only 20, 25, maximum of 50,000 to boost their trade. And that is what I call taking them out of poverty level. When they can run their trade very well. They are informal. And we are trying to move some informal to formal. So these are the areas that, because of my experience in the Chamber of Commerce level, yes, I'm able to move them into groups of cooperatives, different cooperatives of 10 and maximum of 30, so that they can access the finance they need to run their business.
She understands the place of culture and tradition as a Yalode, considering the fact that she has made giant strides within and outside Egbaland as a result of the support and love from the women as well as the men in Egbaland.
Yalode is, to us, is a quintessential way of doing the to the institution of your life. But all women also acknowledge us as one of the best in that office. Mo lè ṣogún, mo lè ṣọgbọ̀n, mo lè ṣubú, kò ní báyọ̀ ló jẹ́ obìnrin dáadáa ni. Ìgbẹ́ni ìgbẹ́ ti máa ń bá mi lọ́wọ́ àbájá. And she studies our resources. Prime Minister of Prime Minister, that's an apart lesson for you. A woman who is ready to suffer for others to enjoy.
Aside from being a traditional community and grassroots leader, Yalode Alaba Lawson is the first chairperson, Institute of Directors Abeokuta branch, which also serves as the Southwest Zonal Office, making her the first zonal chairperson of the Southwest Zone, with the mandate of ensuring that chief executive officers, directors in organizations and parastatals are corporate governance compliant, meeting international standards, thereby giving them a place to network, train and develop.
When it comes to being loyal to people, she's quite a loyal human being to whoever is a friend.
If she doesn't like anything that she sees. She will right there scold you, try to correct you, and it's not for you to take it. She's been a mentor, she's been a mother, she's been a friend, she's been an encourager. She is a woman person.
Mama is indeed a phenomenal woman of different parts, but to everyone who loves an is a mother with a pure heart of gold.
She comes to school very, even before the teacher resumes, and she's already at the gate entrance to the school, controlling both the traffic and trying to organize day-to-day activity, especially the parents dropping their children in school.
Yalode is somebody who has a very large heart. And like in this educational setup, if I tell you about 60% of the population here are on scholarship, you may not believe. Why? Because you want those less privileged to also have the opportunity, to learn.
Great is thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me. Great is his faithfulness. I cannot thank him enough. You can see when they say morning by morning, new mercy we see. As always say, second by second, new mercy I see. And all that I needed, his hands provides for me every second of my life.
I want to meet her a good health, long life, and so that she can still continue to do that selfless service to the community.
We pray long life and prosperity to her. Àgbàdúrà fún pé kẹ́ẹ̀mí ẹ̀dùn tó ṣọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọdún láyé nínú pé kéèyàn wà láyé pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà ara òun ló máa ń jẹ́ kí ó lè sin ìlú bó ṣe fẹ́. Bí wọ́n ṣe ń sìn ìlú Ẹ̀gbá yìí ọlá pé ẹ̀mí wọn gbà wọ́n dẹ̀ tún wà ní àlàáfíà, mo tọrọ àlàáfíà fún wọn. Her health will not fail her. She will not grow weary and she will not fail. We wish her so many happy returns, long life and prosperity.
On behalf of the entire staff of the Secretariat of the Institute of Directors in Nigeria, I say a big congratulations. I wish you a very, very wonderful and successful celebration.
On behalf of AMWPA, our own Yalode Alabarosa, we want to wish you happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mama. Long life and prosperity. For Harvest Home Microfinance Bank.
Mama, happy birthday. Many happy returns. The best is yet to come. Journey long. We'll continue to tap from her experience. That's my wish for her.
I want to thank everyone that is celebrating me at 70, both at home and abroad. And I want to say thank you so much for saying so many nice words about me. I want to say, with Jehovah God, all things are possible. I will not prevent in my efforts to help humanity. And I will continue to do it and bring out the best of our children, to be self-disciplined, to have good morals, because their characters will be better than their books. And so, thank you so much. God bless you all. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to you!
Happy birthday, Mama. Long life and Jehovah's blessings always. We love you.
70 years of Amazing Grace. The book 70 Years of Amazing Grace is a compendium of action and activities of Yalode Alabarosa. It is a 140-page full-color print of pictures that tells stories of Yalode Alabarosa, especially in the last 30 years since she turned 40. It is a high-quality print with a cover coming on 210 grams of pelican cover, while the inner pages are printed on glossy paper. Despite the fact that most of the pictures used are second-generation pictures, the authors still managed to inject life to the pictures to give them meaning. The book is in landscape format and the size is 9 by 11 inches. The book is an expose on the amazing life of Iyalode Alaba as a woman of many parts, including her parentage, her life as a mother, a grandmother, an academic, her accomplishments in the world of commerce, and her exploits as a Nigerian of Yoruba descent are all captured in the book. It's a conscious portrayal of the joyous moments of which can still be achieved. In all, the book is a highly commendable effort. One special credit to the book is its ability to effortlessly tell Iyalode's story to one of our most important constituencies, the mass of our people in the grassroots, who may not be able to read nor write, and perhaps the busy ones who may not have the luxury of time to read volumes of wordings. My Lord, spiritual and temporal, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to recommend to you the book, 70 Years of Amazing Grace, for pleasurable reading. I thank you very much.
And also to greet our eminent obas and other dignitaries, highly distinguished dignitaries present today. The book that I'm here to review is titled The Quintessential Iyalode, The Untold Story of Alaba Oluwaseun Lawson. This book, the documentary stole away aspects of the book, and because it's the written form of the book is what is contained there. So I will just highlight, because I've been constrained with a bit of time, I will highlight aspects that we make this book something that everyone should read and perhaps give it to the younger generations as well. Based on the facts presented in the book, it can be implied that Mama Iyalode imbibed hook, line, and sinker the virtues and parental upbringing, which, coupled with our own personal qualities of genuine love for people, kindness, confidence, and ingenuity expressed during our educational pursuits within and outside this country, has enabled her and provided the platform for her to be so given the coveted title of Iyalode of Yoruba land and, by extension, the universe. I will also highlight another aspect which has to do with the book provides an understanding of the institution of Iyalode within the Yoruba mythology and cultural system. It is quite apt, considering the gradual erosion of the rich cultural heritage that we so much endow by modernization. The book traced the genealogy of the title shifting, what it takes, which includes bravery, selflessness, astute grassroots leadership, ingenuity, and talents beyond measure. This emboldened and provided her relevance and functions of which she now provides with ease to all sectors of the society. We have been told, I've had concepts on grassroots leadership, doggedness. Some people have mentioned that. The book, let me just mention the authors. The book is authored by Dr. Kayode Bowale and Emmanuel Upong. Now, lastly, let me say that the book is very useful from my own perception for posterity like I mentioned, the erosion of the Yoruba cultural heritage is encroached because of modernization and other openness to outside influences. For youth, it's very crucial for the generations to come. It will prepare them to aspire for better life because of our history. And they will have to be convinced from this book that sky is the limit. It's not the limit. Sky is not the limit. The book should be provided by the government and recommended for reading in secondary and tertiary institutions in the Western region and other institutions in Nigeria in a bid to preserve our heritage, which we so much cherish. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate
your own time to be a blessing to her. Okay, Mama Obasanjo, please, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's celebrate Mama Obasanjo now. Please now, let that applause be bigger. Thank you, Mama. And standing beside her is the woman whom the book is written. Okay, Mama Elekoto is also rising. Iku Mama Yeye. By the way, Mama, wọ́n láwọn bèbí yèyé náà ẹnìkan náà mi sí pé lẹ́yìn àwọn màmá yèyé pé àwọn bèbí yèyé pé kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wọn o. Àlàáfíà náà wà. Okay, Mama Obasanjo ma.
Thank you. Praise the Lord. I stand on existing protocols. Our royal fathers, the Owu chiefs, and the whole house, I unveil this book in the name of the Father, Amen, of the Son, Amen, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless you all. God bless you all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the books are up. Join with me to welcome Iyaloja General of the Federation, Chief Mrs. Fola Shade. Please, let's celebrate Iyaloja General.
Mo kọ́kọ́ dúpẹ́ pé mo jẹ́ kan lára àwọn olóríire tó wà nílé mi. Inú mi dẹ̀ dùn pé mo wá ṣojú bàbá mi tí wọ́n jókòó sórí àpèrè Odùduwà. Mo tún ní ìdùnnú kan spẹ́ṣíálì tí mo rí bàbá mi Ebenezer mi lórí ìjókòó. Bàbá yìí fẹ́ yàwó fún mi o. Wọ́n àmọ́ ìdí tó fi jẹ́ pé àwọn fẹ́ yàwó fún mi o. Bàbá ṣe orin kan, orin yẹn nígbà tí wọ́n kọ wọ́n lo èdè Ẹ̀gbá, wọ́n fi kọ orin yẹn gbà yẹn. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀tẹ̀ mi lọ́rùn máa má rògbò bí n kò rówó, wọ́n ṣàkọrin yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀. Nígbà tí mo gbórin yẹn, ó kú mi lórí púpọ̀. Mo wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ pé mo máa láìkè èdè Ẹ̀gbá o, ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta ni máa fẹ́. Also, mo wá mú ọmọ kábíyèsí láti Gbàgùrà, ibẹ̀ ni mo ti níyàwó. So bàbá Ebenezer, ẹ ṣe gan o, ẹ fẹ́ yàwó fún mi. Lẹ́yìn o, thank you sir. So ohun bàbá ni mo wá gbà sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́nu. We want to launch this book with a particular amount here. It may not be enough to do because Iyalode is very important to Baba. Baba fẹ́ràn wọn bí ẹyin ojú ni. Wọ́n dẹ̀ fún wọn ní a lot of respect. We were together in Ibadan on 27th of November. When we were celebrating Baba, ọdún karùn-ún tí wọ́n lò lórí àpèrè. Màmá yìí dúró tì wá títí di alẹ́. So since yesterday, Kábíyèsí said, Soko Kẹ́mádé Lúgbàjú, ó yá Abẹ́òkúta ló gbọ́dọ̀ sùn lénìí because you must be part of every program that will come up tomorrow. I said yes, I must set out because tí màmá yìí ò bá wá important sí bàbá ò ní sọ pé kí n gbéra kí n máa bọ̀ nígbà tí program gan ó sì kọ̀la. And I thank God I was able to make it. Èmi máa sọ fún bàbá àwọn ní wọ́n máa launch ìwé yìí bàbá ni wọ́n máa launch ìwé yìí in a big form because there has never been anything tí bàbá ṣe tí màmá wa Ìyálóde Àlàbá lọ́sìn tí wọ́n lọ́wọ́ sí. I am not going to mention any amount here, but I will get back to her immediately I get to Ife. I will call her and give that phone to Kabesi. Kabesi will speak with her and tell her what to launch the books with. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, we bless this book. Everybody that buys it will enjoy it and gain by it, and it shall profit all of us.
And then he makes his donation. Everyone like one now, please let's make it snappy.
Thank you very much. Kabi is the chairman of this occasion, and my father. The celebrant, the Yoruba land of Ukiono. Congratulations. Mama Obasanjo, Chief Commander, my father, àti àwọn olóyè wa tó wà níbí, àwọn màmá wa, àwọn bàbá wa, all protocols duly observed. Kábíyèsí ti ṣàlàyé pé àwọn ni bàbá celebrant ní òkè òní, the traditional circle, but wọ́n tún wá jẹ́ àbúrò kábíyèsí torí pé ìyá kan náà ló bí wọn. Wọ́n ti ṣàlàyé ẹ̀dí ìwádìí tí ìgbò kó lọ tẹlifíṣàn lágbo mẹ́sàn-án. Wọ́n á ṣàlàyé bó ṣe jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Àbágo mẹ́sàn-án yìí ni. Ìyálóde is very special to me because she was with my grandmother throughout my growing up, and she was like my guardian, my sister, my auntie, everything put together. We all love her, my family, and we are very happy to do even exceedingly abundantly more than she asks for, just the way God gives us. So today I will launch this with a little sum of 250,000. Thank you very much.
And you know the reason why I don't want Kabiyesi to be troubled? This whole concert you are watching of these Lawson school children was sponsored by His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Adedapo Adewale Tegbosho, and of course the two musketeers, Baba, the first Agoro of Ibadan, Chief Georgia Adewolu. The concert runs into millions, not just ordinary money. So, Kabiyesi, we are grateful to you today. And Baba Adewolu, the first Agoro of Ibadan, we are grateful to you. And so, you can see my darling prince that has come out again to launch. God bless you, sir. Today.
Our dear mother, the Iyalode of Egbaland, Iyalode of Yoruba land. May you live long and may you never bury any of your children. Amen. And health is the most important thing. You will continue to dwell in good health and sound mind. You've always been a teacher, an educationist. I don't have the time to expatiate on what I mean by she's a teacher and educationist. Ọjọ́ yín adalẹ̀ nínú ọlá ńlá àti àlàáfíà ara. As you are celebrating 70th today, so.
Once they finish taking,
we have seen about her is that she's always ready to help and support other women. and to elevate other women. Mama, a shame. The Lord will continue to keep you. You don't look 70 at all. Indeed and in truth, you look very young. And just like someone said, you can compete with the 40s. You can compete with the 50s. The Lord will keep you and continue to keep you in the mighty name of Jesus. On behalf of ANWBN, we will launch this and we will transfer with our launch from all the coalition, but we will not want to announce the amount as well. Thank you so much. Don't worry, we are powerful women. We will do justice. All right.
Lagos Chamber of Commerce.
I'm so privileged and honored to be celebrating this day. She has so many things in common with us. Our founder, High Chief Dr. Mrs. Winifred Awoshika, started the Christian Group of Schools in 1977. So those schools are as old as the Lawson Group of Schools. And she has already sent her message to her this morning. And Mama is a friend of Christian University. I'm sure Mary will be honoring her. So we rejoice with you today. The first day I took a tour of her school, I was breathless because of the neatness, because of the way those children are trained. So I still have a lot to share with them. So on behalf of High Chief Dr. Mrs. Awoshika, we will launch these books, as well as on behalf of Chrisland University. Congratulations.
WEPDN, Mrs. Afiongo.
The Abbas are proud of you and of Kiona and your place of path. We are proud of all your achievements, particularly to the children's educational system. And also to make sure that the fourth yellow day of Egaland, the four corners, has completed. Congratulations. Many happy returns of today. Thank you.
Holy Spirit. Of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Congratulations.
And I want to hear our voices loud and clear. Timothy saw 3. Okay, àṣẹ̀ṣe rìhásà ni ẹ̀jẹ̀ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra wa rìhásà là ń ṣe yẹn ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra yín your turn.
Back. káàbọ̀ sórí ètò yìí. Honorable Jomoye, continue máa àwọn ìnáwó ọlọ́wọ́ àjọ ọ̀tún máa dára mọ́lá ọba alábọ̀ ọba marisa mo dúpẹ́ bàbá àkọlẹ̀ bàbá kọ́ládé bàbá dọ́là pọ̀ mí o.
Prince B.C. Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, ON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Parents of the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince B.C. Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince B.C. Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukwola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince B.C. Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
Hello and welcome to Clearview News Desk. We're reaching you live from Nigeria's capital city, Abuja. First, the headlines.
Pro-Ariwa Group and Coalition of Northern Groups allege grand scheming to depopulate northern Nigeria following Kaduna drone bombing as Army maintains sober mood in its defense. Investigative report reveals zero allocation for Mambila Power Project in 2024 budget in the face of high energy demands in the country.
I am Florence Joshua with these and more. A coalition of northern groups has accused the Nigerian military of being part of an agenda to decimate the numerical superiority of the North. This allegation is coming on the heels of a recent airstrike carried out in Tudunbirni village in Igabi local government area of Kaduna State, which left scores of civilians dead and several others injured. At a news conference on Wednesday in Abuja, the national coordinator of the group, Jamilu Aliyu Chiranchi, condemned the way the military has been handling the unfortunate incident, describing its action as unethical, unprofessional, and a violation of international human rights.
The recurrent incident of civilian casualties resulting from military operations in northern Nigeria have raised serious concerns about the effectiveness and ethical implication of the country's counter-terrorism efforts. The lack of responsibility, apology, and urgent, genuine step for compensation from the government following the bombing in Kaduna raises serious concerns about government accountability. The current incident of bombing lives out of more than 100 people in northern Nigeria without a single arrest made by the federal government raises questions about the disparities in response if similar incidents were to occur in southern part of the country. It is saddening to recall that just a while ago, a lady was shot dead by a policeman and he was quickly arrested and put to trial. But more than 75 hours after the bombing of a whole community in the north, no arrest has been made of either the soldiers that operated the drone or the commanding officer or any accomplice to the dastardly act.
The group, however, called for greater community participation and better intelligence gathering, a central command system, and improvement in counterterrorism operations in the country to forestall a reoccurrence of such casualty in the future.
The CNG condemns the killing of innocent civilians in the Igabi local government area of Kaduna State. The CNG strongly rejects the explanation put forth by the military that the Kaduna attack was accidental. The CNG condemns the lack of coordination in the operation of the Nigerian armed forces. We call on President Tinubu to prioritize the establishment of a centralized command structure within the security forces. The structure should clearly define the roles and responsibilities of each arm, ensuring effective coordination and collaboration. We call on the government to invest in modern communication systems that enable real-time information sharing and enhance intra-agency cooperation. The CNG calls for a comprehensive, transparent, independent investigation into the Kaduna incident to ensure that all those responsible are identified and brought to justice. The CNG demands adequate compensation for the victims of the Kaduna killings, not only a means of providing financial support to the affected families, but also a gesture of acknowledgement and empathy.
Since the ill-fated bombing which led to the death of over 85 people, according to the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, the Nigerian military has issued several statements and dispatched a high-level delegation to convey heartfelt condolences to the government and people of Kaduna State. In a sober reflection, the Defense Headquarters has debunked the allegations by the coalition of northern groups, accusing the Nigerian military of being part of a grand scheme to reduce the numerical strength of the North following the recent accidental airstrike on Tudunbirni village in Igabi local government area of Kaduna State. Speaking during its bi-weekly press conference this Thursday in Abuja, the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Buba, said the Kaduna incident was accidental as the Army embarks on operations across the country geared towards supporting the national security interest and creating a safe and secure environment for citizens. Let's now join Clearview News' Gloria Atta for details.
Over the last few days, residents of Tudunbiri village in Igabi local government area of Kaduna State and the nation in general were thrown into mourning following an accidental drone strike by troops of the Nigerian army, which claimed the lives of over 80 people and injured several others while attending a religious event in the village, according to reports from the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA. Since the ill-fated bombing, the Nigerian military has issued several statements and dispatched high-level delegations to convey heartfelt condolences to the government and people of Kaduna State amidst rumors and allegations by pro-northern and civil society groups questioning the professional and ethical integrity of the revered security institutions. In a swift reaction at the Defense Headquarters bi-weekly press conference this Thursday in Abuja, the Director Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Buba, said while the action remains regrettable, the Nigerian Armed Forces maintains its apolitical status in its mandate of flushing out terrorists and other criminal elements in the country, as well as ensuring a safe and peaceful environment for citizens, irrespective of religious, cultural or ethnic affiliations.
The Armed Forces of Nigeria is a professional force. And within our ranks and file, we have members from every part of this country. So whatever group is coming up and saying whatever calculations that they have imagined in their minds, I can tell you that it is faulty, it is in error, and it is unpatriotic. At this time, when we are in war, it is not just the military that is at war. The whole country is at war. And that is why I have severally said on this platform that there are more people that know something than those that see. And therefore, know something, say something, and let us, the military, do something about it.
Speaking on ongoing counter-terrorism operations across different parts of the country in the last 1 week, the defense spokesman said troops neutralized 80 terrorists, while 304 of them were arrested.
Our operations resulted in 80 neutralized terrorists, while 304 of them were arrested. Troops also arrested 152 perpetrators of oil theft, while rescuing 44 kidnapped hostages. In the South-South, troops denied the oil theft of an estimated sum of over 345 million naira. Furthermore, troops recovered 112 assorted weapons, over 898 assorted ammunition.
Major General Edward Buba added that troops in the Niger Delta area destroyed 8 dugout pits, 11 boats, 46 storage tanks, among others. The briefing also touched on the arrest of a Boko Haram terrorist with a suicide belt in Niger State, the arrest of 2 kidnappers in the FCT, and an air interdiction on terrorist leader Alhaji Labi's enclave in Giwa local government area of Kaduna State, among others. Gloria Atta, reporting for Clearview News.
There is no allocation in the 2024 budget proposal for the construction of the multi-billion naira Mambila hydropower plant at Gembu in Taraba State. This is just as the Ministry of Power will spend 400 million naira on conferences in the 2024 fiscal year. Investigations reveal that the Mambila Power Project, which has been subject of controversies during the former administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, is considered to be the largest hydropower plant in the country, with the potential to generate over 3,050 megawatts of electricity. The Federal Executive Council, FEC, had in August 2017 approved $5.792 billion for the project. The contract was awarded to Chinese civil engineering company for the engineering and turnkey contracts, including civil and electromechanical works. The then Minister of Power, Babatunde Fashola, who had recalled that Nigeria started talking about the Mambila Power Project in 1972, said its construction should take about 72 months, amounting to 6 years. The former minister has said the project will be jointly financed by the federal government and the China Export-Import Bank. He had said Exim Bank would provide 85% of the cost, while the federal government would provide 15%. The Senate Committee on Power said it will also ask the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, to explain why there is no allocation for the Mambila Power Project and why the ministry wants to spend 400 million naira on conferences when he comes for the budget defense. The chairman of the committee, Senator Abaribe, stated this when he contacted to comment on the issue. The Association of Freight Forwarding Practitioners of Nigeria says at least 13 billion naira is lost weekly as a result of the border closure by the federal government of Nigeria. The president, Afpon Miftayahu, made this known while addressing newsmen at the Freight Forwarders and Importers Joint Stakeholders Forum, where they appealed to the federal government for the opening of the Lolo border in Kebbi State, linking Nigeria and Benin Republic. He added that the appeal is as a result of complaints from the freight forwarders operating at the borders, as well as importers over the federal government policy of the closure of all Nigeria and Nigerian border to enforce the ECOWAS embargo on the Niger Republic after the military takeover in the neighboring country. In this ever-changing technology-driven world, it is important for individuals and organizations to stay abreast with current trends and realities in the digital age to remain relevant in their day-to-day activities. To this end, a body of social media analysts known as the Nigerian Institute of Social Media Analysts on Wednesday carried out its maiden induction ceremony for new members in Abuja, the Nigerian capital. Clevis Gloria Atta was there and now tells us more.
Over the last few decades, technology has greatly evolved in its scope and abilities of uniting the world and making it a global village. It started from the simple radio to now having cell phones which can surf the web. It is therefore no surprise that humans are currently living in a digital era, and only those who embrace it can remain relevant. The most used aspect of this digital life has become social media. Social media plays an important role in helping people stay connected and share ideas, thoughts, and opinions with others in a safe and secured environment. In line with its vision to advance education in social media management and its regulation, and help Nigerian social media managers keep up with latest trends in the industry, the Nigeria Institute of Social Media Analysts held its inaugural induction ceremony for new members in Abuja, the nation's capital.
Today is very significant as it marks the beginning of this great institute and its inductees' inseparable relationship in the highly trending social media profession in Nigeria. Let it be noted that the very method training you successfully partook, it was designed strategically to position you not only for the professional certification process, but also for mastering your career around social media in the globally competitive market as a professional handler.
NISMA prides itself as an advocate of sound social media management institutes in Nigeria. This is reflected in the institute's programs, management team, and members who are dedicated and well positioned to always manifest an uncommon ability to direct and ensure that they adhere to global social media best practices.
ISMA and Career Path, another organization in the United States, will be having our first international conference at the second quarter of next year.
Earlier, participants at the occasion were exposed to a panel discussion on social media detoxification, maximizing time wastage, addiction, and bullying.
It is the latest poison that we consume willingly, happily. Like Doc said in our presentation earlier, I don't know how many of us are addicted to social media that is not suffering from insomnia. Because it gets to a time you will not be able to sleep any longer. You are so used to it, you are so accustomed to, there are people now, the level of addiction to social media is not here.
If you check from the available statistics that we have,
so that over 60% of children all over the world are being bullied with the use of electronic devices on a daily basis. And over 40% of adults face some problem. So I can tell you clearly that we're in a pandemic of cyberbullying. It's a big issue, it's a big problem, and the major thing is that most of these problems are not reported. Those that have been bullied, we've lost a whole lot of people all over the world. Children are being victimized. Children are being bullied with the use of these electronic devices.
Parents have a great role to play. They feel that it is a status symbol for them to buy the latest phones for their children, not knowing that they are damaging their children's ability to reason by themselves. Now, children are addicted to devices. In fact, I have a particular father who tells me that anytime he withdraws the device from his child, the child has withdrawal syndrome. The child starts throwing tantrum. I'm telling the father, you own this child, you bought this device. Take it and help the child while the child is young.
Highlights of the event was the oath taken and conferment of professional membership and fellowship to members. Gloria Atta, reporting for Clearview News.
If you're just joining us, you're watching the news on Clearview News Desk. And when we come back, we'll bring you stories on women and children. Stay with us.
The news continues now with stories from our area of specialization, women and children. After the main transmission of our news, we rebroadcast on our YouTube page, Clearview TV. Do you operate a women or children's NGO? Are you at the helm of affairs of a government establishment or a corporate organization involved in the affairs of women and children? Then you are our partners in progress. We have a mission to better the lot of our women and children. Join us to celebrate womanhood and work assiduously to better the lot of the Nigerian child. This is our mission.
Welcome back. To promote the United Nations Convention Against Torture, the Avos Sans Frontières France, also known as Lawyers Without Borders, in collaboration with the Australian High Commission in Algeria and United Nations, have organized a 2-day capacity building training for members of the National Committee Against Torture on the legal framework on torture and effective implementation of the Anti-Torture Act 2017. Addressing the media, Country Director of ASF France, Angela Uzoma-Ukuchukwu, said the second series of training aims at supporting members of UNCAT to ensure effective delivery of their mandate to curb torture in Nigeria. Clearview News' Imofon Okon was there and now tells us more.
The country director of Avos Sans Frontières France, also known as Lawyers Without Borders, Angela Uzoma-Ukuchukwu, said since torture is commonly used by law enforcement agencies, engaging with the very security agencies who themselves also have nominations within the committee, show that it is not going to be business as usual, as perpetrators of torture will be held accountable. On his part, the Deputy High Commissioner of Australia in Nigeria, Matthew Mekan, acknowledged the existence of Nigeria's Anti-Torture Act 2017, but noted some challenges in its full enforcement.
And we also know that here in Nigeria we have our national legislation against torture, which is the Anti-Torture Act of 2017. Part of the mandate of the committee is to ensure implementation of this legislation, and we hope that we will be leading the committee through various aspects and strategies to ensure that on one hand we bring about accountability for perpetration of torture in Nigeria, to ensure that perpetrators of torture are held accountable, are brought to book, and also on the other hand to ensure that there is access to justice for victims of torture. We know that torture is commonly used by law enforcement agencies, but the strong message that we're bringing from the the Committee Against Torture, CAT Nigeria, is to ensure that officers act within the ambit of the law and do not act in excess of their powers, which we know that torture is prohibited on all fronts. It is criminalized, and there are no exceptional circumstances, according to the Anti-Torture Act, on which torture may be used by law enforcement agencies.
I think that the issue there is around spreading the word, making sure that people realize that this is a change, this is different. Practices of the past that may have been acceptable, you know, under the previous not quite as focused on human rights periods of time, they're not acceptable anymore. I think we all now acknowledge as, you know, humans that torture is not acceptable. And the responsibility is now being pushed very rightly by the government onto the people who are there on the ground, as well as their supervisors. I've heard it said by ministers, and indeed the president himself, how important human rights are. So that level of accountability starts from the top, but it goes all the way down. And that's a good change that we have witnessed. And I think this is going to result in real change on the ground, because everyone will be held accountable for their actions.
Meanwhile, the Assistant Controller General of Operations, Nigerian Correctional Service, Emmanuel Nwakeze, has denied allegations of employing torture techniques on inmates within its facilities, emphasizing that such actions are strictly against its operational guidelines.
To the site. So I think we're in the forefront. It is already in our law. The part of the law, there's a section in our law that says that no inmate should be tortured. Even if working for using inmate to work for staff or for no, it's not allowed under the new disposition of Nigerian Correctional Service Act 2019. Therefore, I think we can raise our head, shoulder. You cannot see torture anywhere in our custody. Honestly, the only problem we may have, maybe there may be congestion of facilities, which we are working assiduously to address. The CGP is very much opposed to any torture, and any torture which is very difficult and very rare this time will be punished.
Meanwhile, the Australian High Commission has expressed optimism that with the commitment of the present government to rectify past mistakes and prioritize human rights, torture will be reduced among the security agencies. Imefonu Kun, reporting for Clever News.
The Minister for Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Betta Edu, says public buildings across the nation lacking proper accessibility for persons with disabilities are set to face closure in 2024. The minister disclosed this Thursday during the commemoration of the 2023 International Day for Persons with Disabilities. Edu, who emphasized the need for public buildings to provide proper access for persons with disabilities, stated that a task force would soon be constituted to ensure compliance with accessibility standards. She also decried a low allocation to the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities in the proposed 2024 budget. On her part, Country Advocacy Coordinator for Sight Savers Nigeria, Esther Bature, said it is committed to have a world where no one goes blind due to avoidable causes and where persons with disabilities have equal opportunities and rights as people with disabilities. The Chairman House Committee on Disability, Honorable Bashir Daudu, said a lot will be heard about the amendments of the PW bill in the year 2024, noting that one recognizable challenge is that people are still not aware of it despite taking 2 decades for it to be signed in 2018 and became effective in 2019. And that's the news, but before we go, a recap of the top stories.
A coalition of northern groups has accused the Nigerian military of complicity and being part of an agenda to decimate the numerical superiority of northern Nigeria following the recent airstrike that killed scores of worshippers in Tudunbirni village in Igabi local government area of Kaduna State, as army subtly debunks claims. Media report has revealed zero allocation in the 2024 budget proposal for the construction of the multi-billion-naira Mambila hydropower plant in Taraba State, despite increasing energy demand by Nigerians.
You can follow up on latest events and happenings around you via our social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube at Clearview News Text or via our handle on X, formerly known as Twitter at Clearview Online. Many thanks for watching. I am Florence Joshua.
Prince B.C. Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Parents of the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince B.C. Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince B.C. Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince B.C. Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
Hello and welcome to Biscon Television Foreign News Today. I'm Stella Opara. Coming up in the news, Indonesia rescuers evacuate all climbers from Merapi to Kano after eruption killed 23. Former Prime Minister Boris Johnson apologizes for pain and suffering during pandemic. Israel forces fired Hamas in southern Gaza as civilians seek shelter. And Switzerland returns 2,000-year-old Libyan sculpture. We'll bring you details of these and more after the short break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon Television Foreign News. Now the news in full. Rescuers have evacuated all of the climbers who were trapped on Indonesia's Merapi volcano, a spokesperson for the Search and Rescue Agency has said on Wednesday, after it erupted this week, killing 23 people. There were 75 climbers at the time on 2,891-meter high Merapi, one of Sumatra's most active volcanoes, when it began spewing grey clouds of ash as high as 3 kilometers into the sky on Sunday. All the climbers were accounted for, following the rescue earlier of dozens, many of whom were wounded or burnt by the eruption. On Wednesday, a funeral was held for 20-year-old climber Esali Amri in the village of Turawan in West Sumatra's Tanah Datar region. Sunday's eruption of Merapi was the deadliest since 1979, when an eruption killed 60 people. Now rescuers used boats to reach people stranded in their homes amid widespread flooding in the Indian's Chennai after Cyclone Mitrang barreled into the southern coast, bringing in heavy rain and winds that uprooted trees and damaged roads. An estimated 13 people, most of them in the manufacturing hub of Tamil Nadu, have died in the flooding that was triggered by the torrential rains that preceded the cyclone, which made landfall in Andhra Pradesh state. Rescuers used inflatable rafts and ropes to bring people out of their homes in Chennai, a city of more than 6 million people and a major automobile and technology manufacturing hub. In Andhra Pradesh, which bore the brunt of the cyclone, the damage was relatively contained, with roads damaged and trees uprooted as big waves crashed into the coast. The flood in Chennai brought about memories of the extensive damage caused by floods 8 years ago, which killed around 290 people. Now, former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said he was deeply sorry for the loss of life during the COVID-19 pandemic and accepted he had made mistakes, but struggled to say specifically what he could have done differently. Johnson said he took personal responsibility for all decisions that were made, and he understood the public's anger after the inquiry heard testimony of government incompetence, backstabbing and misogyny as it battles the biggest health crisis in decades. Johnson, Prime Minister for 3 years between 2019 and 2022, resigned in disgrace after a series of scandals, including reports that he and other officials had been present at alcohol-fueled gatherings in Downing Street during the 2020 and 2021, when most people in Britain were forced to stay at home. Johnson faces 2 days of questioning in what are likely to be the most emotionally charged sessions of the official investigation so far into why Britain ended up with one of the world's highest death tolls during the pandemic. COVID-19 killed more than 230 people in Britain and infected many millions more. Now, away from that, launched on November 25, Chad's referendum campaign is dividing the political class as voters prepare to decide on the new constitution. Chad's 8 million registered voters will be called to place their votes on December 17, after 20 days of campaigning by both sides. Most opposition parties are calling for a boycott of the vote, saying the outcome is a foregone conclusion. Those calling for a no vote are in favor of the country's transition to a federal state, saying that a federation could help the territories develop autonomously. For those calling on citizens to vote yes, Chad should be a decentralized unitary state, arguing that a federation could further divide the country. However, the referendum has been criticized by the opposition, NGOs, and political parties. We'll take a short break now to come back with the rest of the news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now moving on to Israel and Hamas war. Israeli troops fought fierce battles with Hamas in southern Gaza on Wednesday after reaching the heart of the city of Khan Yunis, forcing Palestinian civilians to seek refuge elsewhere as the number of safe areas decreases. Israeli warplanes also bombarded targets across the densely populated coastal territory in one of the heaviest phases of fighting in the 2 months since Israel began its military campaign to eliminate the Palestinian militant group. Palestinian medics have said hospitals were overflowing with dead and wounded, many of them women and children, and supplies were running out. Hundreds of thousands of displaced people driven out of the north were seeking shelter in the dwindling number of places designated as safe areas by Israel. After largely gaining control of northern Gaza, Israeli troops and tanks pushed further south and encircled Khan Yunis in the south after a week-long truce collapsed last week. Hamas media office reports that at least 16,248 people, including 7,112 children and 4,885 women, have been killed in Gaza since the start of the war. In another development, the military governments of Mali and Niger have announced plans to end their decades-long tax agreements with France within the next 3 months. The ruling juntas of the two countries said in a joint statement that they were ending the tax pacts due to France's persistent hostile attitude towards their countries and the unbalanced nature of these agreements, which result in a considerable loss of revenue for Mali and Niger, newsmen reported. Mali's tax agreement with France has been in place since 1972, while Niger's deal with the European country has existed since 1965. The deals were created to prevent Malian and Nigerian nationals who live in France from paying tax in two countries. They also prevent French nationals in the two African countries from paying twice. The tax agreements aim to facilitate cooperation in other financial matters too. The move follows a similar decision by the military government of Burkina Faso earlier this year. It is also the latest in a series of actions by the military governments of the three countries to sever ties with France, the former power, since they took power in recent coups. Now in Switzerland, the Switzerland's government has handed over a prehistoric Libyan marble sculpture, believed to be more than 2,000 years old, to Libya's embassy in the Swiss capital, Bern. The sculpture of a young woman's head measures 19 centimeters high and dates to the period between the 1st century BC and 1st century AD, Switzerland's Federal Office of Cultural Affairs said in a statement. The sculpture was found in a customs warehouse in Geneva in 2013 and legally confiscated by Swiss authorities in 2016. The office added that there was sufficient reason to believe that it had been acquired as part of an illegal excavation, but were unable to determine how the sculpture ended up in Switzerland. Libya and Switzerland are both party to a 1970 UNESCO treaty that seeks to prevent the illegal trade of cultural property. The office echoed previous warnings by the UN and other organizations about the widespread looting and destruction of Libya's ancient artifacts. And that's it on Biscon Television for News. Compiled and produced by Tumiloba Aboland. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Prince B.C. Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, ON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Parents of the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukwola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former Vice President. Royal Fathers of the Day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
Communication is fundamental to the existence and survival of humans, organizations, and structures. In our daily life, communication helps us build relationships by allowing us to share our experiences and needs, and helps us connect with others. Communication ensures the smooth running of any organization, thereby achieving its set goals. It is the essence of life, allowing us to express feelings, pass on information, share thoughts, and understand each other better. We all need to communicate. In simple terms, communication is the act of transferring information from one person to another. It is a process of creating and sharing ideas, information, views, and feelings from one place, person, or group to another. Typically, communication should involve the sender, the message, and the recipient. The sender or the communicator generates the message and conveys it to the receiver. He is the source and the one who starts the communication. The message generated by the sender is encoded symbolically, such as in the form of words, pictures, gestures, and so on, before it is being conveyed. The message is the idea, information, view, fact, feeling, and so on that is generated by the sender and is then intended to be communicated further. The receiver is the person who is last in the chain and for whom the message was sent by the sender. Once the receiver receives the message and decodes or understands it in proper perspective and acts according to the message, only then is the purpose of communication successful. Hence, communication can be said to be effective when and if the receiver understands the message. In other words, communication is complete when feedback is initiated. This happens when the recipient informs the sender that the message has been received and understood. The feedback can be provided through verbal and non-verbal means. The words we use to communicate are important, but so is non-verbal communication. Non-verbal cues such as signals, movements, and expressions in our social and business life all help to deliver a specific message. Handshakes, eye contact, and touching all help to show how we feel. Sometimes non-verbal communication is even more effective than verbal communication in some situations. Communication is a key in a relationship, and it's a crucial ingredient that keeps a relationship healthy. If there is no communication in relationships, it is likely to fail. The importance of communication cannot be overemphasized. After all, there can't be culture, society, or civilization without the ability of people to communicate with one another. Good communication prevents conflicts and misunderstandings, helps us to meet our needs, and establishes rules and laws that aid in the structuring of society, helps people find and keep employment, provides information and guidance to people, and passes down cultural traditions, norms, and values.
2 truths to know or keep in mind about communication are: 1. Communication is inevitable. We are always communicating, even subconsciously. 2. Be careful about how and what is being communicated. The effect of what you've communicated can't be undone. Effective communication can be achieved by being clear and concise while communicating. When communicating, be clear about the objective and purpose of your message. Make sure your message is easily understood by keeping it succinct. People prefer short, sharp messages, so it's better to stick to the point and be clear about your intentions. Don't let them rely on assumptions to work out your message. 2. Don't make any assumptions. Assumptions are formed when information is incomplete. It lacks evidence or facts, and it's quite easy to form assumptions if the right questions are not asked. The more questions asked, the less assumptions are made. 3. Listen with empathy. Empathic listening is the practice of being attentive and responsive to others during a conversation. By listening with empathy, one can make an emotional connection with other person and provide a more heartfelt personal response. We can truly learn to understand the emotions and perspectives of others with this process. 4. Learn the basics of nonverbal communication. It's said that nonverbal communication accounts for 55% of how an audience perceives a presenter. That means most communication is not through words, but through physical cues. Developing the ability to understand and use nonverbal communication can help in connecting with others, express intentions and thoughts, and build better relationships at home and at work. Why is communication important? Building trust and relationships. One of the primary reasons why communication is imperative is because it helps foster stronger relationships and builds trust between people. It takes time to build trust in a relationship, and one way to achieve this is through communication. When people or partners are always willing to have honest and open communication, trust is built over time. Friends, families, and spouses who are comfortable communicating with one another enjoy more fruitful relationships. A key thing to note here is that communication is not a one-way process. That is, while speaking is an essential component of communication, listening is also an indispensable one. So, to forge stronger relationships with people, we don't just talk to them, we also listen to them. 2. Communication is important because it helps solve conflicts. Communication is the best way to solve any conflict that might arise in life or in relationships. More importantly, communicating is an excellent way to avoid any conflict from arising in the first place. Communication also helps in gaining more knowledge about a person and better understanding them. It helps in passing across our points and views clearly, thereby avoiding or mitigating any misunderstanding that might arise. Indeed, effective, honest, and regular communication is the basis of any successful and long-term relationship.
Even in business, communication is important. So in relationship, friendship, it is paramount. So yeah, because it is in communication that you find out the do's and don'ts, as in the ons and offs of your partner or your friends. So definitely you have to communicate.
Another important reason why communication is so important in life is rooted in the basic definition of communication itself. It helps clearly tell others what you want and express any ideas you might wish to share with them. The inability to express our ideas and wants means they can't be achieved.
From marital to social, academic work and everything, communication is important, because it is only through communication we can share interests of views and what have you. But if you want to keep it to yourself, I think you are not ready for growth, certainly. Yeah. If you want to If you want to hold communication, if you want to be yourself, if you want to just be within your circle, you don't want to communicate, meaning you are not ready for growth.
Also, communication helps foster respect. What might sound disrespectful to one party might not be to the other. Effective communication helps parties involved to know the preferences of each other and respect one another's views, as well as know when and where to draw the line. Also, it allows support for each other. One of the exciting parts about having a partner is that you always have someone to rely on when facing challenges. When you encounter challenges, it will be a disservice to yourself if you decide not to share with anyone, especially your partner. It is important to mention that going through challenges alone can be difficult, but a problem shared is a problem half solved. There are so many barriers to communicating effectively, and until they are identified and properly managed or dealt with, effective communication cannot be achieved. Some of these hindrances include emotional barriers. The emotional IQ of a person determines the ease and comfort with which they can communicate. A person who is emotionally mature will be able to communicate effectively. On the other hand, people who let their emotions take over will face certain difficulties. A perfect mixture of emotions and facts is necessary for effective communication. Emotions like anger, frustration, humor can blur the decision-making capacity of a person and thus limit the effectiveness of their communication. Communication is perception barriers. Different people perceive the same thing differently. This is a fact which we must consider during the communication process. Knowledge of the perception levels of the other person is crucial to effective communication. All the messages that communicate must be easy and clear. Not listening attentively. The biggest problem of communication is not listening. Many of our communication problems would go away if we intently listen to one another. Speaking before thinking. So many times we say things as a reaction, and those times it usually doesn't go well. Take your time and think before speaking or responding. Raising your voice. Thinking before speaking, as mentioned above, will help to deal with this problem. Taking a breather will also help in putting yourself together. Non-verbal communication like facial expressions, gestures, and so on impact our conversations. You may not have said anything wrong, but you sure did say something wrong with your negative body language, which can be received worse. Speaking in superlatives. We need to be careful of using extreme words like you always, you never, every single time, among others. There are no doubt that there are things we always do, never do, or do every single time. Using superlatives can be harmful to any relationship. Playing the blame game. Learn to take responsibility when you err. Don't let your first instinct be to blame others. The blame game or pointing fingers doesn't work. Seeking to be understood first rather than to understand. Strive to know what the other person is thinking, what they're feeling, or what they may be dealing with. Before you try to get them to understand you, first understand their point of view. It just may change your point of view before you even share it. When we strive to eliminate all the barriers to communication, we'll have a better, stronger, and lasting relationships, achieve goals faster, and enjoy more peace. And even when misunderstandings do occur, which is inevitable, it will be faster and better resolved. It cannot be overemphasized that communication is fundamental to the existence and survival of humans, organizations, and structures. Through good and effective communication, barriers of misconception are broken, relationships are built and sustained, conflicts are resolved, peace, respect, and unity are engendered. There is no gainsaying, therefore, that we all need to communicate.
Prince BC Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, ON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Parents of the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former Vice President. Royal Fathers of the Day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief Host, Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously. Prince Bisi Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, ON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Parents of the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former Vice President. Royal Fathers of the Day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief Host, Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
Hello, welcome to the news. I am Gloria Anozie Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, the House of Reps promised to ensure safe airspace. Nigeria committed to ensure security, peace in West Africa, says Senate President Akpabio. Business. Federal government to spend 100 billion naira on auto gas, CNG buses, EVs. Foreign, Iran President Raisi tells Putin in Moscow that West backs Gaza genocide. Sports, Osimhen Oshoala make final shortlist of CAF awards. And now the news in full. The House of Representatives Committee on Aviation Technology has promised to put in place measures to prevent air crashes in Nigeria. The chairman of the committee, Abiodun Akinlade, said this at the inaugural meeting of the committee in Abuja on Thursday. He said the committee was concerned about frequent air crashes in the country, adding that it would do everything within its power to curb it. He assured that there would be no failure in meeting the expectations of the House, Nigerians, and stakeholders. Akinlade said the committee would engage with relevant stakeholders to ensure the evolution of a highly innovative and productive aviation industry in Nigeria. The chief whip to the Senate, Alim Dume, has asked the federal government to abolish tax credits given to companies operating in Nigeria. Ndume, a member of the Senate Committee on Appropriation, made this known during an interactive session between the committee and the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun. In September, the chairman of the Presidential Tax Reform Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, said tax incentives gulped 6 trillion naira annually. According to the lawmaker representing Borno South Senatorial District in the 10th National Assembly, the President Bola Tinubu's administration must take bold decisions, including yanking away tax credits given to big companies in the name of pioneer status. Also, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriation, Adeola Olamilekun, said the Senate has also agreed on the issue of waivers that all monies be paid to the government and people can now apply for rebate. The President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has restated Nigeria's commitment to ensuring peace and security in West Africa. Akpabio said this on Thursday in Abuja at the opening of the International Roundtable on Parliamentary Security Sector Governance. The roundtable was organized by National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies in collaboration with Conrad Adenauer Stiftung. The roundtable drew lawmakers from Sierra Leone, Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Ghana. Represented by the Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy, Senator Gbenga Daniel, Akpabio recommends synergy among countries in the sub-region to address insecurity. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, said the security sector plays a pivotal role in ensuring peace, stability, and development within any nation. Represented by the Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, Abbas said effective governance and reform of the security sector were essential for upholding the rule of law, protecting human rights, and safeguarding democratic principles. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has dissociated itself from coalition or merger talks with other opposition parties. The National Publicity Secretary of the PDP, Honorable Debo Ologunagba, said this in an interview with Newsmen. When asked if the party was involved in talks of forming a coalition or merger with other opposition political parties, Ologunagba said the PDP is the most organized and democratic party to exist in Nigeria to this day. He said most other parties originated from the PDP, adding that the party has not entered into any negotiations nor had any talks for a coalition or merger, so-called, with any political party. He further added that if there is to be any such discussion, it is beyond the powers of the National Working Committee to do so without the express consent of the National Executive Committee, NEC, in the party. The Lagos High Court, sitting in Ikeja, has sentenced Wahab Ahmed, a ward leader of the All Progressives Congress, APC, in the Surulere local government area of the state, to a 1-year jail term or, in the alternative, a fine of 1 million naira. Justice Ishmael Ijelu sentenced the defendant after convicting him on a 2-count charge of conspiracy and bribery. At his arraignment, the EFCC prosecutor, Samuel Daji, told the court that on February 25, 2023, the defendant conspired with one Segun Ijitola to corruptly pay bribe to voters during the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. Daji said that the defendant committed the offense at Unit 28 Gbaja Girls Junior High School in Surulere. The offenses contravene the provision of Section 1211 and 5, 1211 and 1(3) of the Electoral Act 2022. 85 people were earlier reported to have lost their lives in an airstrike by the Nigerian Army at Tudumbiri village in Igabi local government area of Kaduna State, and 66 other victims were also injured in Sunday's bombing. According to reports, the death toll has hit 127 as of today, as villagers allege military bombed twice. Some Nigerians have expressed their views concerning this sad incident, and here is what they have to say.
What I think about it is that we heard that the bombing was as a result of mistake. That the army thought the community is like a Boko Haram, what is it called? Boko Haram community. So they mistakenly bombed it. So, and they apologized to the community that it was a mistake. So that's what I heard about it.
Okay, do you blame the military, the army for this event, for this occurrence? Do you blame them for what happened?
Yes, I'll blame them for that, because I think as it is today now, there are a lot of technology, advanced technology that can give them a clearance picture of what is happening from the helicopter, for them to see the community down there. There should be a kind of technology that can give them the clearer vision of what the community is all about, and for them to know that it's a community full of civilians, not the Boko Haram's members.
Commander who is there, the chief of army staff, came out and said it's a mistake. How can that be mistake? You bomb them first time, you go, come back second time. That plane no get a camera. I think they said it's drum. Drum has camera. That's why I want to be anonymous. I don't want to mention my name. That drum has camera. You view where you want to bomb. You look at it very well before you bomb the place. Inside the town, you say you are after terrorists. Inside the town, Boko Haram, they for Sabisa Forest, they cannot bomb Boko Haram this thing. They just want to spoil this man government. The government, the country is already damaged. Yes, the country is already damaged before this man came in. He never knew it was going to be like this. Although it's his own party that were in power. They are supposed to know where to go. How can you bomb people? People that are doing party, you just go there, bomb them first time, you come back again second time. Is your camera not working?
Actually, that thing that happened in Kaduna, if you look at it, this government what do I say? It's a very deceptive government. So now this thing that happened in Kaduna, if you look at it, the army are they supposed to bomb the civilians? They are there to go to Boko Haram area and deal with them. But they're not. They are killing the civilians. That shows how deceitful and how insincerity the government we have today. So it's a sort of what do I call it? For me, it's very painful to me. Killing human beings, killing Nigeria for that matter. So it is a time that Nigeria has to sit up and tell the world that this government we're having is not sincere of what we are doing, of what they are doing, because they are supposed to go to them and defend the country and not to kill the civilians.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative says 100 billion naira has been earmarked to facilitate the deployment of CNG buses across the nation. The initiative noted that part of the fund would be used to fund the adoption of autogas and electric vehicles, paving the way for a more sustainable and economical future in mass transit and transportation. Part of the statement reads, "Indeed, the Presidential CNG Initiative is being seeded with 100 billion naira under the palliative program and designed to catalyze an auto gas and EV revolution in the mass transit and transportation sector. The plan includes leveraging over 11,500 CNG and electric fueled vehicles, as well as the deployment of 55,000 conversion kits to ultimately reduce the cost of transportation for Nigerians and alleviate the rising cost of living. The statement further noted that in line with the renewed hope agenda, the PCNGI is committed to delivering on the President's vision without any distraction under the able leadership of its steering committee led by FIRS Chairman Zach Adedeji and his colleagues. The federal government, through the Central Bank of Nigeria, has raised the exchange rate for cargo clearance from 783 naira per dollar to 952 naira per dollar. This is coming barely 3 weeks after the rate was increased from 757 naira per dollar to 783 naira per dollar. Newsmen reported in November that the exchange rate for cargo clearance was raised from 757 naira per dollar to 783 naira per dollar, representing a 3.4% increase. However, newsmen observed on Thursday that the new rate has reflected on the portal of the Nigeria Customs Service. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Up next, foreign news. Join us again, please. Welcome back. This is still Biscon TV News, and now for the foreign segment. Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi accused the West on Thursday of supporting genocide by Israel against Palestinians in Gaza at the start of talks in Moscow with President Vladimir Putin. As part of a burst of meetings focused on the Middle East, Putin greeted Raisi in the Kremlin a day after visiting the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, where he discussed the wars in Gaza and Ukraine and efforts by Russia and OPEC to boost oil prices. In televised opening remarks, neither leader referred to their country's growing military cooperation, a source of concern to the United States, which says Iran is supplying Russia with weapons to use against Ukraine. Putin said it was very important to discuss the situation in the Middle East, especially in the Palestinian territories. Iran backs the Palestinian militant group Hamas, the ruling authority in Gaza, in its war with Israel. Russia has relations with all the key players in the region, including Hamas and Israel, which is angered by hosting a Hamas delegation in Moscow in October. Up next is sports news. Please stay tuned. Nigeria's Victor Osimhen and Asisat Oshoala have been named in the CAF Player of the Year final three-man list for the men and women categories respectively. Osimhen, who finished as the top scorer in the 2023 African Cup Nations qualifiers, will battle Egypt's Mohamed Salah, Morocco's Achraf Hakimi, and Algeria's Riyad Mahrez for the top gong. The Nigerian was also instrumental in Napoli's Scudetto success last season, winning the Golden Boot after scoring 26 goals. Oshoala, the reigning African Women's Player of the Year, has pitched with South Africa's Thembi Glantana and Zambia's Barbara Banda for the top prize. At the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand, she made history as the first Nigerian and first female African player to score at 3 different editions of the FIFA World Cup. The award ceremony will take place on 11th December 2023 in Marrakesh, Morocco. And now let's stay tuned for entertainment news, please.
Hello and welcome to Showbiz News. Popular skit maker Bukumi Adeaga Ilori, best known as Kiki, has penned a public message of appreciation following her daughter's birthday. Kiki posted a video of her daughter's birthday celebration on Instagram, where many famous people including Shafi Bello, Toby Bakri, Kate Henshaw, Brother Shaggy, and Simi were present. She added that her daughter's birthday was stunned and declared that she would never pass the chance to honor God's goodness in her life. The skit maker was grateful for her daughter's friends, her uncles, aunts, and most importantly, her grandparents to name a few. Yunedoche, a controversial actor, has stated that he is the reason why a lot of people have turned into bloggers and cashing out. Yunedoche made these very remarks on his social media page, adding that he is the most talked about man in Nigeria. He claims to have converted numerous people into bloggers and is responsible for traffic to their websites. The father of five further stated that he had made many people wealthy by capitalizing on rumors about him. Yunedoche, who claimed it was in God's favor, expressed gratitude to the Lord he penned. And that's all for today on Showbiz News. Welcome to Movie Trailer. Love in a Pandemic. When the world comes to a halt due to COVID-19 pandemic, in his article sparks off a relationship between two strangers, Bolanle and Alex. However, they soon start to face unavoidable problems. Paying hustlers. After losing her job, a woman who's struggling to raise her daughter takes a job out of desperation. She begins to work at a falling pharmaceutical startup, but what she doesn't anticipate is the dangerous racketeering scheme she suddenly entered. And that's all for today on Movie Trailer.
And that's it for the news. But before we go, let's take the headlines again. On the national scene, House of Reps promised to ensure safe airspace. Nigeria committed to ensure security, peace in West Africa, says Senate President Akpabio. On the business scene, federal government to spend 100 billion naira on autogas, CNG buses, EVs. On the foreign scene, Iran President Raisi tells Putin in Moscow that West backs Gaza a genocide. Sports, Osimhen Oshoala make final shortlist of CAF awards. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thanks for watching. Please stay with us.
Prince BC Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Parents of the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrants, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief Host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Biscon Tv, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
Government House in Uyo, the Akwa Ibom State capital. Of course, the first citizen has been playing host to the whole world, because we have entertainers, we have those in the entertainment industry, and you know that whatever they say, the whole world gets to hear. And here we are trying to keep the world abreast with what's going on in the state. We have gone through majorly the state capital, Uyo, some parts of it. But it's good to also ask the man who's at the helm of affairs to tell us how things are working since his brand new, how do you put it now, victory at the polls, giving him another 4 years. Your Excellency, sir.
Thank you.
Now let's take it from the commencement of the second term. How have things been since, you got in the saddle?
I would say almost the same, but just that we are on a more familiar terrain than we were in 2007. Because when we came in 2007, the whole state and the entire world did not know what was going to become of the administration, what the people should expect, even though we made a lot of promises during the elections. But today, 4 years after, the people have now known that yes, indeed, government can work. So even I go around the state as a citizen of the state, not just as a governor. And I go around and I say, so government can work. I used to be a great critic of government because I come from a community that we found it difficult to have lights. We had to contribute money to even bring electricity to our community. And then for about 29 years, we had no single taxi passing through the federal road that crisscrosses my community. My village is sedentary on the road that goes from Umahia all the way to Port Harcourt. And so because we couldn't go, you can't go home. Even Okada people will refuse to carry you because of the poor road. But today, I can drive to my community now in less than 20 minutes. And the same thing is happening to all parts of the state. And so I go around, even I go around myself and I say, so government can work. So I believe that starting a new term, 4 years after, with the kind of numerous achievements on ground, very visible ones for people to see. I'm not talking about newspaper projects. I'm not talking about internet projects. I'm talking about visible ones for people to see. I think it's a delight that, yes, indeed, the people have rewarded the efforts of the last 4 years by resoundingly voting us back into office. Well, that what is happening in your state is akin to what happened in the Bible. When the world heard that there was a man called Jesus Christ who was going around making the blind to see, making the lame to walk, and then one day there was this young man, I've forgotten his name, and he stood there and said, can any good thing come from Nazareth? And I think Phillips, who later became a disciple of Christ, said, come and see. So your presence in the state with the icons of the entertainment industry is something that pleases me and the good people of Akwa Ibom because you have come to see. And it's very important for other Nigerians to come and see. And that is all I can answer, because this is like a small Jerusalem. New things are happening here.
Your Excellency,
yes.
I've always said that apart from the fact that you're blessed with very, very great leadership skills, you're also very blessed in terms of how you communicate. Because even if you have the best of ideas and you cannot communicate them, you have a problem. But you are very blessed in both ways. You're handling it very well.
Thank you.
Let me say this: we had some fallout to the elections. You can't say that. I mean, every election has its lows and high moments. But how would you describe the aftermath of the elections after having started your new term?
Well, frankly speaking, it wasn't unexpected, because of the do-or-die politics of Nigerians. I would say that, until we can create employment opportunities and industrialize the entire country, bring up manufacturing sectors, and of course make a lot of unemployed youth to have things to do, Until we do that, we will still continue to have this problem of security infractions here and there. And of course, it was expected that some people will blindly pay some youths to foment trouble, to create the impression that the elections were not accepted or they were not free and fair. But this is a totally different fallout of the election compared to what happened in 2007. Already it is reflected in the number of court cases. In 2007, by this time, we had over 5,000 cases all over the country. Today, I don't think we have up to 1,000 cases. I even doubt if we have up to 600. And then you have seen that a lot of people who lost elections came out and congratulated the winners, because for the first time, every vote counted. And this is where we must commend President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, because at the risk of losing his own election, he insisted and decided to give Nigerians free and fair election. Of course, we rewarded him by also supporting him and voting him massively back into office. So before the election, even my state was regarded as a flashpoint, because the opposition here knew that because of the gigantic strides of this administration, there was nothing to campaign with. So outside sponsoring pockets of insecurity here and there, and then shouting that there was no security, even when security is on the exclusive list of the federal legislature. You know, security belongs to the federal government. The governor is only a chief security officer in name. It's like a general without troops, because the commissioner of police does not report to you, the director of SSS does not report to you, the commanding officer of the army and the other armed forces are not your appointees. You cannot sack, you cannot discipline, so whether they are efficient or inefficient is not their business. You know, you just have to try to manage what is sent to you. And therefore, you cannot hit your chest and say, I will secure my state. I will ensure the security of lives and properties, because you don't have the apparatus. That's why we are shouting that at a point in time, we must consider state police in order to deepen democracy. So even when they attempted to sponsor a lot of insecurity, to create the impression that the state was not safe, or even to look for a state of emergency, you know, and we had over 10,000 monitors who came into Akwa Ibom, thinking it was a flashpoint. We had a very peaceful election. The security agencies were alive to their responsibilities, and we had a peaceful election. And of course, what was the fallout of the election? Jubilation all over the streets of Akwa Ibom State. In fact, people wept and cried, some with leaves everywhere. I was received like Jesus Christ, the triumphant entry into Jerusalem. And I stood here with thousands and thousands of my people. And you know, you need to see the video clips and you'll be amazed. So what can I say? I will say that for Akwa Ibom State and other Nigerians, the outcome of the elections of 2011 was nothing but joy all the way. Joy and jubilation, because the will of the people was reflected in the outcome of those elections. So I'm very hopeful that, yes, indeed, the expectations of the people will be met before the next 3 years.
All right. I mean, the elections are over. Government is working. It should be development on your upper mind and your least, upper mind and your most. What would you be saying in terms of development and what you've done? Let's take them bit by bit.
Yes.
I've seen the roads in Rio, and I know that it traverses all parts
of the state.
Then education, electricity, and other things that align with them.
Well, you know, at the risk of sounding immodest, I must tell you that I'm very delighted to see that government can work. I want you to know that government is working. You know, I made a joke the other day to my brother, the governor of Lagos, when they had so much flood in Lagos. I said, Lagos is working while the citizens are swimming. so in Akwa Ibom said, Akwa Ibom is working and the citizens are not swimming, because the government is able to look at all the sectors holistically. From the educational point of view, it has never been this good in my state. Some of us almost did not go to school because of common 10 naira to pay and be day students. Like myself, I lost my father when I was 6 months old. So I had to stay back from school for over a year because I didn't have 10 naira to be a day student. And so I vowed that whenever I have an opportunity in life, I will not deny children education, because I know how much I needed education, how much I crave for education. Well, that is a story for another day. Therefore, I declared free and compulsory education up to senior secondary school level. And I went ahead to revamp the existing school facilities. I did not bother about UBE or SUBEB. I decided to put government funds and spend over 40 billion in revamping and rehabilitating the existing school facilities. We have built over 2,500 new classroom blocks. We have tripled school enrollment in the last 2.5 years. the educational policy of free and compulsory education is codified, and then we sign a child rights protection law and enshrine a provision that makes it compulsory for every child to have access to education. And therefore, it becomes a punishable offense for a guardian who has a child of school age that does not allow that child to go to school. And so we also appointed education monitors for the 3 senatorial districts who go around the state to ensure that no child is hawking in Akwa Ibom State during school hours. And where such a child is seen, the child will be apprehended. Then we'll look for the guardian or the parents. And it is working. It is working. Today, you have people who are over 30 years who are back in secondary school in class 1. And I tell them continue, because education has no age limit. So in terms of education, we are even giving free textbooks. We are paying subvention, 100 naira per child per term in the primary school, and 300 naira per child per term in the secondary school, for the school heads to provide logistics to these children. So there will nothing like, underground or backhand charges here and there that will impede the ability of my people to have education. Like I said, here was a state that was used as an industry for many years because of our honesty, industry for houseboys and house helps. So if you go to Lagos or Abuja, people will tell you, Kaite, bring water for your brother. Where is my driver, Akpan? So I made up my mind that as governor, I must reverse the trend. I must hand over that industry to other Nigerians. And what I'm trying to produce in Akwa Ibom is a reservoir of managers, so that when people are talking, they will say, oh, if you want a computer manager, why don't you go to Akwa Ibom State? If you are looking for skilled manpower, if you are looking for a professional, if you are looking for a consultant in any area of medicine, go to Akwa Ibom State. And then when somebody is talking, you say, oh, I want a specialist in the petroleum industry. Say, have you gone to Akwa Ibom State? Not when you are looking for a houseboy. Anybody, you go and introduce yourself. Somebody will say, oh, Akpabio, how are you? Please, I need a houseboy. I want to send somebody to your state. That was a trend. Of course, never again shall we be depicted in a village headmaster or in Gringori depicting us as a houseboy, house girl. That was what was happening in the entertainment industry. So I decided that must stop, because the difference between the car seat owner and the driver is education. So I'm taking that very seriously, and I believe strongly that when you open the door of education, you've closed the door to prison. And so my people today have embraced that. A lot of our children are back. I have a set of over 600 children there that were doing child prostitution in Gabon and other places who are back in Akwa Ibom State today. I have a lot of children who were in Lagos and Abuja who are back in school, and I'm encouraging them, and I'm ensuring that we are funding education seriously. That will continue in this second term. You mentioned something about roads. Well, you may not see much potholes here, because we launched an Operation Zero Pothole program in 2007. As I speak with you now, we have done over 211 brand new urban roads. A place like Eked, you will see over 49 new roads. In Uyo here, over 38. In the Ikanabere area, over 30. So we can about over 18. In Orodo, over 34. It's all over across the state. We have intervened even in federal roads. We've done 5 federal highways, and 3 of them we have dualized them in order to give the aesthetics to the town. So as I'm speaking to you now, over 5 to 10 bridges have been completed and commissioned. We have done in the health sector, we have produced 5 brand new general hospitals. One of them is in Ibuno, where Mobile is operating, the headquarters of Exxon Mobil, and you have another one in Isinobolo. Those are very bad terrains, swampy terrains, but today the people can boast of healthcare. My intention is to bring healthcare closer to Akwa Ibom people, and we have rehabilitated over 80 existing primary healthcare centers, and of course, we enhance emoluments for people in the healthcare sector. There is no single medical doctor employed in the government of Akwa Ibom State today that does not have a brand new car, courtesy of this administration, because I take their welfare very seriously. I've also started a lot of residency training programs, both in Ghana and in Canada and United States of America. I'm sending a lot of our graduates outside Nigeria for training in to go and acquire different skills, because I want to produce a reservoir of skilled manpower for Nigeria in due course. So for me, the educational sector remains key. The health sector remains key. The infrastructure will continue. And at the same time, maybe you may need to see also in the entertainment industry and tourism. We are doing a lot of things here. We have the 5-star hotel we completed, the Le Meridian Hotel, with the best golf course. I brought in IMG, international golf managers from United Kingdom, to manage the golf course, to put it in international, at the international standard level. And of course, we are also building what we call Tropicana Entertainment Center. And that center already, as I speak now, the Cinemaplex is functioning. The shopping malls will be ready before December. We have a second 5-star hotel there, which the government is building, and of course 16 stories at least, that can accommodate up to 300 and above guests. Then we have wet and dry pack We are trying to produce a place where, and then we also have international conference center, which can sit up to 8,000 people. The intention is that you come in for the PMAN annual general meeting, and then you stay in the 5-star hotel because you came with your wife. I know you're a good family man. Your wife will go to the shopping malls to go and shop, to go and prepare something for you. Then your adult children will go to the cinema place to watch Nigerian movie. And then the little kids will go to the International Conference Center, a one-stop center that you wouldn't need any car. You just come in there and relax with your family. It will save Nigeria a lot of capital flights. You don't need to go to Dubai again when I'm through here. We are trying to produce a state that I believe should be a major resort for Nigerians. And therefore, security is uppermost in my mind. And we are working very hard to ensure the security of lives and properties here. So we are revamping the security situation. Because I want a small tourist state where you go, people say, oh, where are you going to? Say, I'm going to Akwa Ibom. It's okay, we were there last week. Oh my God, a beautiful place. There's no single pothole on the road. Oh, that governor. Oh, Ezigbo Madu. God Ezigbo Madu. God Ezigbo Madu. Oh, you understand? That's the kind of thing we are looking for. And you know, we are doing a lot of firsts here. We are the first government in Nigeria to partner with the private sector to complete a gas processing plant to stop gas flaring on the shoreline. So we have built a $556 billion gas processing plant in Esireket. And we laid pipes about 62 kilometers to our independent power plant, started by the last administration, which have completed. The power we are enjoying today is from our own independent power plant. We are producing 191 megawatts of electricity right now. And of course, it's above what the state needs, so it goes into the national grid. Then, of course, PSCN is already paying us. And so we realize that the problem of Nigeria in future would not be the idea of building turbines because of the emergence of the NIPPs. So the problem will be, where do you get the gas to turn the turbines? And that was already happening with Aluminium Smelter Company, where Rosal is managing. And therefore, I decided to search for a group to come and invest and pick up the gas reservoir, a byproduct of the crude production, you know, and then domesticate it for the use of Nigerians. And that's what we've completed. The first private sector involvement with government in that, of course, is about to be commissioned by this September. And it's a wonderful thing. And of course, other people could come in and also take advantage of that gas. It will create employment opportunities for our children. And outside that, that's another first. We moved into the drainage system. And we brought in a system from Copenhagen in Denmark, which they call underground drainage system, because Uyo is already built up. And to be able to capture the section we call Itam roundabout, it used to be heavily flooded. And we have dualized the road that comes from Calabar about 39 kilometers, complete with street light. If you move on it, you would think you are going into heaven. And so the problem then would have been the flood that would have destroyed the road. So we brought a system of underground drainage system, where from one central reservoir, major pipes that you can drive a car through, drive your bikes through, are going round and passing through buildings 40 feet below houses without the knowledge of the owners of those houses. And immediately after the rain, the whole area is deflooded. So that has already been commissioned. It was commissioned about 2 weeks ago by the vice president, and it is working. And at the end of the discharge drain, you will now see that you can put a turbine and it will produce electricity because of the force of the water that comes out in a controlled fashion. It's such a technology that is the first in Africa. They call it pipe jacking system. It costs us a lot of money, over 14 billion, but it's completed, and you need to see it working. And so I made a joke to my colleague. I said, while Lagos is working, the citizens are swimming. Come to Akwa Ibom said, and see a system that can assist Lagos and assist other areas that have flood problems.
So, all these projects, gigantic, they need so much in terms of revenue to drive. I don't know what your resources are in terms of internally generated revenue and the major things that bring the economy as buoyant as it should be.
Yes. You know, Akwa Ibom is one of the derivation states in the Federation. And of course, in the past, before I became a governor, the Nigerians used to complain that so much money is going into the Niger Delta, but so little is seen on the ground. So I thank God that in 4 years I've reversed that trend. And people are saying the government is taking on so much, where will they get the money to pay? We'll manage with the resources we have at hand. It is important for people to see the value of their money. I can tell you what has happened in the last 4 years. In the last 4 years, my capital expenditure in the budget is had been about 80% on the average. and then recurrent expenditure 20%. How many governments can achieve that? So we are putting more in capital expenditure than in recurrent expenditure. So I can't be a good friend of old politicians because things are no longer the way they used to be. You know, that question of sharing and all that will not be there. So if you hear people complaining in Akwa Ibom, it's not the small people on the street, because they're excited about the fact that 1,400 communities now have light that never had light. I met 2,700 villages on the ground. Only 1,062 were connected to the national grid. In 4 years, we have given light to 1,400 communities, and I have less than 205 communities left. And I've challenged my people that by 2012 ending, all communities in Akwa Ibom would have been connected to the national grid. And that will be the first state in the federation to do so. And I tell people the statistics. The statistics are very clear. The average electricity coverage in Nigeria is 19%. Then in Africa, it's 5%. That's why they call Africa the dark continent. But in Akwa Ibom, I've raised it to 85%. And I'm shooting for 100% before I leave office. So a lot of the things we are doing here, we are managing according to the resources that come in. And we're also trying to improve the internally generated revenue. It's not, it's a civil service state. We don't have a lot of industries yet. We used to receive about 300 to 400 million a month when I came from internally generated revenue, but IGR now gives us about 1.5 billion. And we sometimes 1.7, we are shooting for at least 2 billion before the end of this month, or before the end of this year. So we believe that we'll go hand in hand with the internally generated revenue. We'll manage what comes from the center. But the beauty of it all is that in some communities, you don't need as much as 10 million naira to change their lives. You know, if you go into a community that have been drinking water from the stream, and you do a small borehole of 5 million naira, it will stop waterborne diseases. It will change the lives of those children. It will prolong lives. But this is what people did not know. And so what we have done in that respect is that we've done about 3,000 projects in the state. There is no community, there is no single local government in Akwa Ibom that does not have at least 75 completed projects from this administration. And that is where human empowerment comes in. We farm out those projects and, of course, share them to politicians so that people can also have a taste of government. Why the big jobs are given to first-class construction companies. And the first time they are working in Akwa Ibom since 1960, companies like Jula Bega, this is the first time they are coming here. Because I believe if you want to build a five-star infrastructure, you must go with a five-star construction company. The entire government lodge you are seeing, I stayed in my house for the first 2 years, brought down the old government lodge that was dilapidated and in a very terrible condition, and we erected all you are seeing here, brand new in 1 year, 4 months. We are finishing a brand new banquet hall, a state banquet hall of international standard, right there in front there for people to come and see. There's a lot of things in Akwa Ibom that you need to look at. And I don't like to boast. We just built and completed a secondary school and handed over to the Nigerian police because I believe in the unity of this country. And I went to a federal government college, and I think we should encourage unity colleges because that will make you to have a destabilized disposition towards life and also make Nigerians to come together. If you listen to me on AIT a few weeks ago, I said something that a lot of Nigerians have been calling me to ask me whether it is true. I said, if you study northern Nigeria, and then study the evolution of all the riots and religious riots and all the quarrels, you realize that it could happen in Kano, it could happen in Kaduna, it could happen in many cities of the north, but it will not happen in Katsina. The reason is that it was only in Katsina that the Emirate Council did not allow the building of Sabongari. When you go and build Sabongari, like they have in Kano, they have in Kaduna and some other places, and segregate Muslims from Christians, automatically, when there is an attack, they know where to go and attack. But in Katsina, people live together. There was no Sabongari in Katsina. And therefore, you've never had a religious uprising in Katsina. That has engendered unity. And I went to a federal government college, and I know that my friends are across the whole country. We must encourage our youths, our children, to intermingle, to live together, marry together. And then we must not have segregation. A Sabongari here and a Muslim community there and non-indigenous that. And that's the problem now, even in Jos, non-indigenous Palava and all those things. So for us to bring true unity to Nigeria, we must encourage unity colleges. So I built and completed a police secondary school, handed over to the Nigerian police, which is fully boarding. And of course, we also invest a lot in other security agencies. We built and finished a barracks and handed over. And then recently, we just handed over a brand new prison, which has been termed the first correctional center in the whole of West Africa. It's prison with skill acquisition center, with classrooms, and a place where you have the maximum, the minimum, the VIPs. If you are in the Ikorobere prison, you are a VIP. If you don't take time, you grow fatter, because it's a place that if they want to release you, you will say, no, let me stay for a little longer. So that's the kind of thing that we are doing, trying to turn around the entire state. So the development is holistic. I can tell you that. And 4 years down the line, my people are saying, oh, God's will has been done. Because when I came in 2007, my campaign was called God's Will 2007 with a rider, let God's will be done. And therefore, in every project that we completed, they say God's will has been done. And therefore, in 2011, when I was going out to campaign, I asked them, if you believe truly that God's will had been done and was done in 2007, let God's will be done again. And therefore, when I was voted into office, people shouted that God's will had been done again. And when they judicially confirmed my victory, they said God's will had been done again. And you are now saying again and again and again.
Now, Your Excellency, we will have to round up now. I have to allow you to set out.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you do not get the opposition on the same page with you, it will be creating a lot of distractions, and that will impede development. And your eyes are set on the ball to develop Akwa Ibom State. How much effort have you put in place to bring them on the same page with you? And what is the situation on ground?
Well, the problem is opposition without ideology. For me, is a display of hatred. It's not opposition. Because if you are saying I belong to the PDP, and that the PDP is an elitist party, and that you want to belong to a welfarist party, and then you say Labour Party, then one will understand that it's based on ideology, that you are in opposition. But a situation whereby you are a PDP man, and because you suddenly realize that you cannot win primaries, and you jump into the other political party and you call yourself opposition, no. I would just think that is a PDP man on a war. That's the word. So I don't think that is opposition for me. I think that the people are pursuing their personal ambition. And I describe such things as unbridled ambition. And when you are so blinded by the ambition that you now you now imagine that power belongs to you and not to God. And then you become egoistic and you think, oh, because you think you have the stature. It is not by might, it's not by power. It is by the grace of Almighty God that we are where we are. So opposition without reasoning, for me, it's not something you go down to negotiate, because it's almost like negotiating with the demon. But in Akwa Ibom said, I've opened my arms, and a lot of political parties have embraced the government. The chairman of ACN in Akwa Ibom said, immediately after the election, he went on air and congratulated me for, I congratulated the government for returning, and said, yes, that he has accepted the result, was a free and fair exercise. But quite unfortunately, the ACN headquarters said they have suspended him for daring to accept the result or for daring to congratulate the governor. And meanwhile, the PDP in Lagos State congratulated Fashola when he won. So if you think that Fashola has done well in Lagos and then he should be returned to office, what did Akwa Ibom say with superlative performance? Why do you think he should not be returned? Or you think that the people of Akwa Ibom said do not have sense? Nobody likes good things. So you expect them to vote out the government that has met their aspirations. So these are some of the discussions. But really, the government is open to discussions. And I believe strongly that all hands should be on deck. And then we should focus on moving the state forward. Now the elections are over, we should face governance. So I'm reaching out to the opposition, in quote, if there is opposition. And I'll be glad if they come back to discuss with me and then join us to move the state forward. Because I believe power belongs to God, and God gives it to whom he pleases.
Now, finally, I just would like to know what your message is to Akwa Ibom citizens at home and abroad.
Message to them is to continue to hold on to God. Akwa Ibom is a state that is named after God. Akwa Abasibom said. Literally speaking, it simply means God's own state. And I think that is the only state that is named after God. And I believe that if we continue to hold on to God and we put God in everything we do, success will remain our portion in all our endeavors. That is why this administration, right from 2007, continues to do solemn assembly. We start every year with a solemn assembly to put all our petitions and all our intentions before God Almighty. And then we hold solemn assembly every month with interdenominational service in a way that we continue to pray for the intention of government and the intention of Akwa Ibom people. So wherever you are, and you are an Akwa Ibom child, in the diaspora, wherever you are, realize that without God, you cannot succeed. But with God, you will succeed. Hold on to God and continue to pray for us. Don't believe all the rumors and all the blackmail and all the slander, all the libelous publications you are hearing. Your government is very focused and it's achieving a lot for you, and you ain't seen nothing yet. But come to Akwa Ibom and see the massive transformation. They call it uncommon transformation. I ascribe all our achievements to God Almighty. I make a joke most times, and I tell you the story of 3 young children who were going to the beach to go and enjoy themselves. When they jumped into the car with hot drinks and all that, the mother of one of them got worried and went and tapped on the car. I said, "My children, may God go with you." And the children giggled and laughed. I said, "Mommy, the car is full. Where will God sit?" And on the road, they had an accident and they all perished. And the only part of the car that remained was the boot of the car. When they opened the boot of the car, they found a crate of eggs, fresh eggs, and none was broken. It simply means when the children giggled and mocked God and said, "The car is full, where will God sit?" God went into the boot of the car. And when the accident occurred, God was only able to protect the eggs, the fresh eggs in the boot of the car. That story simply means that with God, all things are possible. Your protection, your success in life, hold on to God. Don't mock God. Don't believe in those people who are hypocritic and will shout God with this. Have a personal relationship with God. And know because you come from Akwa Ibom, you already have a link with God. We are like the Israelites. The sky is the limit once we hold on to God.
That's a very appropriate place to rest it for the very first series that will be coming your way on the BC Olatilo show, the Biscon World 24-hour TV channel, which is also affiliated to many global networks. And that's the very first one in our enterprise of relationship with Akwa Ibom State. We'll have the first citizen of the state bringing us up to the speed with development of the state. And I'm sure the more, like Onyeka said jokingly, the more you look, the more you see.
The more you see.
Less you see, because development is staring you in the face everywhere you visit. Congratulations again, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Very happy to see you. Please keep up the good work.
Prince BC Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Parents of the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrants, Prince BC Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince BC Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince BC Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The Chairman of Vanguard National Economic Discourse 2023, Mrs. Ibukun Awushika. Madam, they have never added this chief to this name. Our keynote speaker, every panelists and discussants, Uncle Sam, Chairman Vanguard Newspapers, our special guests and invitees, including the young ones, tomorrow belongs to you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the 2023 edition of the annual Vanguard National Economic Discourse, the 6th the sixth in the series since 2017, themed Taming Inflation and Stimulating Growth, the place of fiscal and monetary policies. The annual Vanguard Economic Discourse has gained traction over the years as a major public-private sector platform for public economic policy reviews and interrogations of policy outcomes, as well as cross-fertilization of ideas for socio-economic development. Essentially, the platform seeks to profile solutions while making recommendations for alternative policy strategies that could best achieve the nation's desired economic objectives while inspiring inclusive growth across economic sectors and segments of our society. Ladies and gentlemen, since our last edition in April 2022, several macroeconomic developments have taken place, almost all in the negative directions, and more to the consternation of most people across all strata of our society. Needless to say, that the population at the bottom of the pyramid have borne most of the brunt. A few of these adverse developments are worth mentioning in this brief address. They include the sluggish GDP figures, spiraling inflation numbers, especially food inflation, external sector pressures resulting in external reserves decline, and foreign exchange supply and rate crisis, just to mention a few. These were coming at the backdrop of legacy issues bedeviling the operating environment, which includes infrastructure decay, energy crisis, security nightmare, among others. Now that Nigeria is on the verge of a transition to yet another political dispensation, almost all these economic albatross may become the hallmark of the handover notes. Our core task at the national economic discourse over the years is to assemble subject matter experts to shed light on all the issues involved and give informed positions for the attention of public policy executives. Consequently, in the 2023 edition of the discourse, we have invited the fiscal and monetary policy authorities, as well as private sector counterparts, to do justice to the subject of taming inflation and stimulating growth, the place of fiscal and monetary policies. The Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, together with the Monetary Policy Authority, the Central Bank of Nigeria, we are slated to headline this policy discourse. Unfortunately, the minister had excused herself due to the Federal Executive Council meeting holding today, while our representative couldn't make it at the last minute. However, the governor of CBN also will be fully represented by the CBN branch controller, Lagos, Mr. Koyo. I think he's on his way. While Mr. Ben Akaboise, the DG Budget Office of the Federation, who is out of the country, is joining us virtually. The late content will be presented by Mr. Niyi Yusuf as the keynote speaker for this year's discourse. Mr. Yusuf, a person of repute in Nigeria's development discourse, is also the chairman of the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, a non-profit, non-partisan private sector organization with a mandate to promote and champion the reform of the Nigerian economy into an open, private sector-led, globally competitive economy. Mr. Yusuf, as the managing partner at Veraki Partners, lead the firm in its mission to transform African enterprises and government via smart, future-focused solutions and business insights. He has served as the country managing director for Accenture in Nigeria and was responsible for all aspects of the firm's strategy, team, and operations. Prior to Veraki, he had worked at Arthur Andersen and JKK in a career spanning over 30 years. Mr. Yusuf has played critical roles in the establishment of infrastructure for the Nigerian banking industry, including the establishment of InterSwitch, CRC Credit Bureau, and shared services platforms. Distinguished participants, we also have an array of discussants and panelists that are well experienced in the private sector, playing lead roles in the very important organized private sector entities in Nigeria. One of them is Engineer Shola Obadimu, the DG, Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA. Before NASIMA, Mr. Obadimu had a rich background in the management of membership-based institutions as the Director General of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, NACC. He had also served previously as the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. He was Director General of Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce, founding Executive Secretary of the Nigerian South African Chamber of Commerce, and Acting Director General with the Institute of Nigerian Directors of Nigeria, IOD. He is a fellow of IOD, Nigerian Institute of Management, Nigerian Society of Engineers, and Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, among others. We also have in the team of discussants Otumba Francis Meshioye, who was elected as the 11th president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, in the year 2022. Experience in the industries and finance, Otumba Meshioye served as chairman, MAN Ikeja branch, chairman, Finance and Establishment Committee, and vice chairman, Lagos Zone of the association, and is currently a council member, Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria. He has so many other things I think I should abridge, otherwise that will be the lecture for the day. We also have in the team Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sani, an African investment banker, lawyer, chartered secretary, and stockbroker, and author. She's the group chief executive at the leading investment banking house, the United Capital PLC. And later became the founder and group chief executive of Emerging African Capital. So I was told. She's the chairperson of Women in Finance in Nigeria, a non-for-profit organization focused on advocacy for Nigerian women in the finance sector. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now proceed to introduce the chairperson who will shepherd the team and indeed the entire proceedings of today. She's no other person other than Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika. The chairman and founder, the Chair Center Group, and a director in several companies and institutions. A woman of excellence, she's passionate about building the nation and her people. Mrs. Awoshika is an alumna of world's major business schools. Through her projects, she inspires young entrepreneurs to create jobs for the large unemployed youthful population. This team, you will agree with me, is the best we can assemble as of today, especially in view of what is going to happen in the next few weeks when we appoint new political economy managers for Nigeria. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to a stimulating session, a session I hope we all remember. Thank you and good night.
the founder and the publisher of Vanguard, for all the work over God knows how many decades now, we need to count. And to all the men and women in the house who have come. I am looking forward to an interesting session because the pedigree of the discussants in terms of the panelists, I know. Toyi, I know I'm absolutely confident of what she would talk about. One of the reasons I decided to do this was because I know that Nii will tell you the truth and nothing but the truth. And from the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, as a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, I know that these matters are real and we will say it as it is. And I trust that when you have the DG of NASIMA, all the members of NASIMA, which my company group is part, we leave the problems of Nigeria every day in the course of running our organizations. And the manufacturing sector, more than any other group, has borne the brunt of what is going on within the economy in terms of resources, materials, cost of everything, labor, capital market cost, everything and anything is affecting what we're doing. And you have flight of labor because so many younger people are discouraged as to where we are. So every day you're looking, you know you're going to get one more request for a meeting with you, asking to explain to you why they are migrating. You know, yesterday I had a phone call from a young man that in my time as chairman at First Bank, I had worked, because he deserved it, to ensure that he got his rightful appointment to be managing director of one of our African subsidiaries. Brilliant, young, simple guy. And he obviously served there for 5 years and did an amazing job. I had left. And yesterday he sent me a message, just a thank you for all your support for the years kind of message. And I thought, okay, let me just call him and check on him. And I did. I'm like, how are you? Where are you now? Are you back from Gambia, back to Nigeria? You know, what's your new posting? And he smiled behind the phone and said, I'm sorry, ma, but I'm in Canada. And I thought, how are you in Canada? Did you abandon the bank? He said, well, once I finished my 5 years, I looked at my wife, I looked at my children, and I decided, you know, for them and for the future, I will make the sacrifice. And for someone even at that level, he chose to make that move. And I cannot count how many of those conversations, the jackpot conversation, as the young people call it, we're having. It sounds like good news for people that had never traveled before. Apart from what you know will be the mental, the economic, the psychological impact on the citizens who are migrating, you also realize that it will have its own impact on our ability to have the right kind of manpower for the development that we need. There's a second leg to that. I looked at some numbers in the last few days as I had to facilitate a session at the retreat of one of the major agencies of government for our investment activities. And I saw that if you ask the central bank to give you numbers, that in just a few months of a year, we have over $200 and something million that's been requested for school fees payment in other countries. Now, if we had that money retained within our economy, being driven in multiple cycles through our productive sector, what we will achieve will be unimaginable. But you know, if we consider it as an investment in the education of our citizens, that might be a good thing. Like our parents went to England. They all went to school in their early days. They got good education, and they came back to try and build a country. But the sad part for us right now is we all work so hard to raise money here, to send our children to have a good education because they deserve it. And every parent deserves to have that kind of aspiration for their children because our system, educational system, is failing in many ways. The sad part is after we have used our money to pay the countries for the education of our children, we then leave our children behind to serve them to build their own economy, even though we paid for that education. So I want you to dimension the impact of that. It means every penny we pay for education, for every child that chooses not to come back, it was not an investment for our nation. It was a total export of resources for which we might never get any return on capital investment. And then I think about, I have been in manufacturing for about 33, going to 34 years. And I know, starting from my 20s, what it costs to build a manufacturing company in Nigeria. And I watch my factories and I see the pain. And I see the people. And I wonder why I need to bid endlessly. And when I say endlessly, it means bid endlessly for months, weeks on end, trying to meet the need for one LC in order to get raw material for the factory to work. I tell my workers, I said, this is not for me anymore, this is for you. Because I can shut down the factory, sell everything and go home and I will eat. But in reality, there are real people at the end of every system that does not allow our efforts to produce the right result. And there's a lot of discouragement in the land in terms of asking, what's the point? Because you can't sustain any quotation for any length of time because of changes that are going on. And customers do not have endless pockets, so they cannot afford everything into perpetuity. So there's a point at which you are just taking the hit, and there's a point at which you're going to decide if it's worth it or not. And there's so many people across the land dealing with those things. Oh, there are new opportunities as well. So let's not just look at the sad parts of it. There are also new kinds of industries that are thriving, especially the service sector, in the midst of all of this. But no matter how we're thriving, there are many factors that impact every industry, no matter where we come from and what we do. So will these conversations end? No. Can we stop discussing them? No. Are we tired of talking? Yes, I am. But can we sincerely just stop talking? No. Because we have to keep at it so that hopefully somewhere in the midst of the political system and the leadership system, they will hear the cry of the people and realize at the end of every policy, at the end of every action, at the end of every inaction, at the end of every selfish agenda or people agenda, there are real people that suffer for it. At the end of every truth told, and at the end of every lie told, there are real people that suffer for it. And I challenge the vanguards of this world as media houses. Your responsibility is beyond publishing a paper. You are the conscience and the voice of the people, and that should never be for sale. Your paper can be for sale, but your conscience and your responsibility to tell the people the truth always cannot be tradable, because it's really important in building a society that the trust that is given to the media, that is handled as such trust. Why? Because everything that you write, there are many that believe it, whether it's true or not. And you must have a sense of responsibility that there are consequences for the things that you do. And therefore, at this point, what can anyone do to you if you do what is right? I know there's a price for doing what is right in this country. But until we all get to the point where we decide we can pay that price no matter what, we will not have the country that we want. And there must be enough of us that are willing to pay the price to do what is right so we can change the country. For this generation of young people in the room, and the generation of our children to have a hope. Many countries can go wrong, but 220 million people in one country cannot afford to go wrong. A country that is the largest black nation in the world and that God has given everything that it needs has no excuse for going wrong. I hope we all have our conversation today, but that when we're done, we all go home and make up our mind that no matter how little your part is in this, we cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. We will be of all men foolish. But we, the people, can make the choice to do things differently. And don't worry about your neighbor, worry about you as an individual, whether in the office you occupy, on the power you have, or no matter how small. Just make up your mind, I will use this to do what I can in the space that I occupy to make Nigeria better. Just do your bit. I'm a firm believer in doing your bit and watch the system follow you at whatever point they wake up to it. There's a cost, but there's also a lot of joy that money cannot buy when you know you're standing for the right things. I know the speakers will do their job, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. Welcome to this discussion.
And thank you for the opportunity. Madam Chairperson, His Royal Highness, the publisher, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the organizers can load my presentation. All right, good. All right, thanks. So it's an interesting topic, and I think the opening remarks of Mrs. Awoshika has laid the essence of what we are here today. So I'll be speaking to how we can stimulate growth, how we can tame inflation from both a fiscal and monetary policy point of view. If you move to the next slide. So 4 areas I'll delve into quickly within the 20 or 25 minutes that have been allotted. First is really just to understand the macroeconomic objectives that most authorities are focused on. And second, it's what's happening globally and, of course, within our own country. And thirdly, we look at how fiscal and monetary policies could be used to stimulate growth to tame inflation. And we then share a few recommendations in terms of way forward for us to consider as different actors in the economy. Next slide. And so for most officials, there are few objectives in terms of macroeconomic objectives that we all focus on. First is really around low inflation, price stability, or if you take the US Fed, it's about jobs and low unemployment. And for us in Nigeria, it's also around maintaining the FX reserves and maintaining the stability of the currency rate. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, to drive economic growth in a sustainable, stable manner that can then cater for the different needs of the actors. So these are the 4, I'll call it 4 main essence of any macroeconomic official or observer. And so the question we'll ask ourselves is, how are we doing? Next slide. And I think we all know how we are doing. So if you look at 2022, from the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, we think there are 6 major themes that characterize the way the Nigerian economy performed last year. Global supply disruptions from the Ukraine war has led to global inflation, but we also have our own local inflation. So inflation was a big issue. And because of inflation, the Monetary Authority, the CBN, increased the MPR, the monetary policy rate, at 4 times last year, and was increased again yesterday to 17.5%. So trying to use interest rate to tame inflation. And what that has done is increase in the prices of goods and, of course, of services. As a nation, we have a huge debt burden, and some say we are now at the cliff of a debt crisis. So The Ministry of Finance believes it's a revenue issue, but a state where we spend over 80% of our revenue to service debt is really not sustainable. And so that was what happened last year. Low economic growth, we probably will land at 3%, which is almost the same as population growth. Population is about 2.8. So the economy is growing, but at a very slow pace, and we're a nation in a hurry. To feed 220 million, we need to be having double-digit growth in the economy. Next slide. And so that's 2022. But 2023 will not be any different if you don't make drastic changes, if you don't take tough decisions. Most authorities have projected a 3% economic growth. At the Economic Summit Group, we think it will be slightly below 3%. But whether it's 3% or 2.9 or 3.2, that's not where we need to be. Because inflation this year is also projected to remain double digits. And so it's clear that we need to find ways to reduce inflation and also find ways to propel growth. And of course, that speaks to the essence of the topic for today. Next slide. And the CBN itself has recognized that inflation below 12%, sorry, higher than 12% is not good for economic growth. So I think all authorities are aligned on the need to reduce inflation rate to single digits. Because if we don't do that, the prices of goods and services will continue to get out of hand. And so inflation eats everything, including eating profits. And that is quite concerning. Next slide. So a bit of inflation is needed, but we don't need double-digit inflation growth. So I'll spend some minutes talking about what's happening globally. If you move to the next slide. There are, beyond economic issues, there are also political issues to worry about. And that's why some economists talk about the political economy. Because the economy operates within certain political factors. And so there are areas of high risk, of which Africa, Asia are smartly in the middle of those high risks, whether it's political risk, economic risk, or it's just the Russia-Ukraine war. And so those risks will also affect the choices that we need to make, and will also affect the economic decisions that our authorities need to make this year. Next slide. So the global risk will affect where people will invest their capital, where talents will migrate to, as we're seeing now in Nigeria. And if you look at the structure of the economy last year, in the last 2-3 years, it's been a bit tough globally. We've all had COVID-19, and just as we thought we were getting out of it, there's a new one happening in China. We hope that won't be exported to the world. But COVID-19, the Russian-Ukraine war, those two factors have impacted the global economy severely. And last year, we've seen close to $1 trillion impact of Omicron COVID-19, and we've also seen more than 1.2 trillion. That's the impact of the Russian-Ukraine war. If that war continues to extend, it's going to be another 0.6 trillion in terms of its impact on the economy. And so those are external factors that we need to be mindful of, in addition to the internal factors that Nigeria as a nation also needs to worry about. Next slide. Next slide. So from a Nigerian point of view, first, it's around food inflation. Food inflation continues to be high. And for us, we are affected by a number of factors. It's flood last year, and there's prediction of flood again this year. And last year, we had flood in over 33 of the 36 states. And there's prediction there will be flood again this year. Of course, we have the insecurity that has affected farmers, and of course, herdsmen, those in animal production and crop production. Now, if you look at the growth of sectors of the economy, we realize that the big sectors, the sectors that are big, that employ people, are the ones that are recording very slow growth. So take agriculture. Agricultural growth less than 3% in the first 3 quarters of last year. And so increasingly we're getting more growth from services and less from agriculture, less from manufacturing. But a nation that can't feed itself, a nation that can't produce basic things, and we will not live on services alone. And so inflation needs to be tamed to allow good growth. And what we've seen in 2022 is that growth came from sectors that are of less job impact, and there are also smaller sectors of the economy. Next slide. And inflation, if you had 1,000 naira by the beginning of last year, you end up with less than 900, less than 850 naira, purely from an inflationary point of view. The average food basket increased from 17 to 18.8% last year. And so the average person is directly impacted by the inflation, whether it is cost push or is demand pull. Next slide. And so wherever you look, things have gone up. Imported foods went up by 17.8%, non-alcoholic beverages by 20.1%, recreation and culture 15.5%. Perhaps the only thing that didn't increase is probably the cost of data. I think beyond that, every other thing that you look at has increased, including PMS. Next slide. And so from all sectors of the economy, we are being affected. So in 2019, we increased the minimum wage to 30,000. In dollar term, that would be like $82. But if you move to 2022, or by the end of 2022, that your $82 has reduced. And of course, looking at the twin impact of inflation and FX rates, your 30K will not buy the same thing in 2019 as of today. We'll probably spend less than 20,000 worth. And of course, from a dollar point of view, moves from $82 to less than $30. So either way, things are not as good. Next slide. And what that has meant is that more Nigerians have moved into poverty, either multidimensional poverty, looking at access to health, access to education, access to capital. Last year, well over 5 million Nigerians moved into poverty, and now we have a situation where 6 out of every 10 Nigerians is facing multidimensional poverty, and over 95 million Nigerians are said to be multidimensionally poor. That's almost 40% of us. And so inflation, taming inflation, and accelerating growth are 2 important topics to ensure that more people can be lifted out of poverty. Next slide. And so, how can we use fiscal and monetary policies to promote growth and to curb inflation? Next slide. If only just to ensure that less people are in poverty, because the more impoverished people are, the less hope they have, the more jackpot we will have, the more insecurity we will have. And so for our own self-interest, it's important that we battle inflation and we seek to promote growth. So fiscal authorities will use tax, will use government spending as ways to drive growth or to reduce inflation. While the monetary authorities will use cash reserve requirements, we use monetary policy rates as ways to tame inflation and also to redistribute wealth in some form. So how are we doing? Next slide. So how well has Nigeria fared? And the fact that we're talking about it today suggests that we're not satisfied with what has been done. Inflation still double digit and rising. Next slide. So from a fiscal policy point of view, the government is not earning enough money. We always earn less than budgeted. Second, the money we spend more on recurrent, on overheads, and less on capital. And so we are not spending right. We are also not earning right anyway. And so because we are not earning enough, we are running a huge deficit. We're taking loans, including loans from what you call the ways and means by the CBN in an unsustainable manner. Next slide. And so the ways and means, the printing of money is also part of what is fueling the inflation, because when you have too much money chasing too little goods, prices will continue to go up. So what have the monetary authorities done? CBN itself keeps increasing the interest, the MPR rate. Yesterday was 17.5%, even though savings rate is quite low. And so those who save are punished, because the money you save will be eaten up by inflation. And so the incentive to save is not there. The incentive to invest is not there. And most people would better just dollarize and keep their money in dollar, knowing that it will move from 450 to whatever. Next slide. The CIR at 32% means banks need to keep almost a third of their cash sterilized with the banking authorities. And then we spend on subsidies. And subsidies is not wrong if it's spent in a targeted manner. You know, if you spend subsidy on health, if you subsidize on education, through scholarship schemes, health through the health insurance scheme for universal health coverage, that is targeted. But last year we spent well over 6 trillion or so on PMS, more than 4 trillion, 5 trillion on PMS. As opposed to spending on education, less than 1 trillion, spending on health, less than 1 trillion by the federal government. And so the spending on human development or human capital is far less than what we spend on petrol. Now, whether that is actual spending or is diverted, it's something to talk about. Next slide. And so, monetary policy says the monetary authorities keep increasing rates to curb the flow of money in the economy. And so whether you look at MPR rate keeps increasing, or you look at the prime lending rate, maximum lending rate, they keep increasing, or you look at the exchange rate, the gap between the official and the non-official now is well over 60%. And a wise man knows in which market to trade. Next slide. But again, everybody wants to maximize their investment. Last year, the average price of crude oil was well above $100, yet our FS reserves did not move materially. For several reasons, low production, etc. The times we had huge movement in the FS reserves were when the I&A window was created, or when you had the SDR drawings last year. Next slide. And so we're at that place where it's difficult to see movement in reserves, even though the price of our major product, oil and gas, has gone up, and we're not benefiting from it. So as a roundup, a few thoughts on the way forward for us to consider. Next slide. From a fiscal policy point of view, I think it's time we all agreed to remove the petrol subsidies and spend that money on health, on education, on infrastructure, on things that benefit the average person. Second is we must continue to drive efficiency in the way government spends. To remove subsidies, reduce tax waivers, reduce discretionary waivers, to ensure we provide a level playing field and we improve the efficiency of government spending. Non-oil revenue has continued to be the saving grace for the last 2 years or so, and we should continue with that. More of widening the tax net as opposed to increasing taxes. There was a suggestion by us that the education tax should move to 10%. We don't need increased tax. What we need is more tax efficiency in the way we collect our taxes to ensure that more of us pay. And that's what a value-added tax will help do. Tax from consumption, and that cuts across everyone. We also need to think of innovative ways to attract capital as opposed to borrowing. Private capital will go to where it is coveted. And Nigeria is a nation that requires huge capital to build infrastructure, to build hospitals, to build schools. And so government must think through PPP schemes, tax incentives, and other things that will encourage private capital to come into the country. But those private investors will also be assured that when they are repatriating capital or their dividend, they will have easy access to FX for them to repatriate their capital. Next slide. And when we do the hard work of inviting private capital, the government doesn't then need to tap into the ways and means of the CBN. The call for a unified exchange rate remains critical so that everybody have equal access to FX at the same rate, but more importantly, the stability of the rate. So an investor knows that if I invest today and I need to take out my dividend or my capital next year, there will not be stories, and I will not run into FX losses. We also need to have more collaboration between the fiscal and the monetary authorities. Also the trade authorities, the investment authorities, we all need to be on the same page. We cannot be promoting trade and listing some 41 items as not eligible for FX. We can't be promoting trade and shutting down our borders. Things need to work together. For years, authorities have talked about the need to reduce the number of agencies at the ports. Instead of reducing, those numbers keep increasing. So it makes it difficult for exporters or for importers. In the mid-90s, Indonesia undertook a strategic reform of its customs and trade process. And that has led to the growth that we've witnessed in Indonesia. And so the fiscal authorities need to look at how to ensure customs process, clearing, those are aligned to promote trade and not just to drive revenue. Next slide. And so that speaks to working together on the same page. Our policy development must be coordinated to ensure that policies affecting fiscal, monetary, trade, investment are all aligned and working in the same direction. But beyond policy development is also the policy implementation. We also must then ensure that what we've said we'll do, those things are done. An example is the number of agencies in the port that I mentioned about earlier. We must have clear, measurable, and quantifiable targets in terms of increasing productivity, in terms of increasing job creation or reducing unemployment, such that whatever growth we have is inclusive and not just focus on a few sectors of the economy. As we're having growth in Lagos, we must have growth in other geographical locations in the country. We also must ensure we build and we promote competition. Competition is what leads to price reduction, is what leads to excellent customer service that we are seeing today in the telecoms industry and probably in the banking industry. And so when we drive competition, either through fintechs that are eating and also competing with the big banks, or the telecom players that are competing with the OTP players, the customer ultimately benefits. And so in different sectors of the economy, we must find ways to drive true competition that will lead to high productivity and ultimately reduce costs. And lastly, power, energy, security. Legacy issues, but those issues must be resolved such that the cost of production reduces for the average manufacturer, and of course, productivity overall can increase. And so, taming inflation and boosting growth will require new ideas, bold decisions, and coordination between the fiscal, monetary authorities, the trade authorities, investment, and different sectors of the economy. It's possible. We've seen that in the Asian economies, Malaysia, Indonesia, and so Nigeria too can do it. I look forward to the discussions, and I'm sure we'll tease out a few more things. Thank you.
Honor our invitation. So in 10 minutes, we're talking about taming inflation. You know, let's look at it from the perspective of a regulator. You know, what are the steps you've taken? What should we expect for the next quarter? We're in the first quarter of 2023. For the remaining 4 quarters of the year. We have elections coming. Will that impact? We have census coming too. Will that impact? So we have like about 4 major activities in 2023. So what will be the impact on the economy? So you have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, the moderator, panelists, and esteemed guests, media, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. Like the moderator has said, the governor of the central bank is expected to be here this afternoon, but due to other engagements with the presidency, he couldn't make it down to this center at this time. And so he has asked that I honor the invitation on his behalf to represent the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the regulatory institution in the banking sector. Yeah, so for that reason, we're here to brainstorm and to see what we can do to provide the necessary response and to work together to make a better Nigeria for every one of us and the generations to come. Talking about the terms of the monetary authority, which is led and regulated by the central bank, we're keeping our eyes on the indices as they're going, and as our responsibility is to bring in the necessary controls and the regulations that we believe will be able to address all the issues. Inflation, like we know, at the moment is, it's a little bit on the high side, but we are taking policies and stands to moderate it. So, be it the election, we are already taking actions that will help in the money supply, and we believe that with the cooperation of Nigerians, we will be able to regulate the money supply. Like we know that the inflation depends on the quantum of money pursuing the goods and services and the dollars and the rest of it all. So we have noted that there are a lot of funds that are outside the banking system, which, if it is made available, it will give banks the ability to be able to lend to the needy sector, so that we will have a kind of balance in the circulation and the distribution of the currency, and that's the essence of the redesigning of the currency, and to be able to address some of the issues that have to do with counterfeits that have been predominant, because some of us, we're having the nairas in our pockets, but we may not be very sure that they are genuine ones until they are brought back, and then we subject them to the necessary test and the control. So people will continue to spend money, be it for the election, be it for the census, and other activities that the government will have. But that's why we're there from the central bank side, to look at the money supply, the money distribution, and we are also looking at the indices, the data, so that affects other business activities and the inflation eventually. So I assure you that all Nigerians should have rest of mind. We're doing our best to regulate and to make sure that the inflation is stemmed to the best of our ability. So that's much we want to say now. Thank you.
Well, I will come to you on that, because there are issues of pertinent concerns to a lot of Nigerians here. Some of them got on the road this morning as early as 6 because they knew the CBN was going to be here. Because they will need clarity on these redesign issues. They need clarity on actual actions that government is, through the CBN, intending to take concerning inflation. The digits are not encouraging. And people are asking, we've been tweaking interest rates, we've been doing all manner of monetary policies and fiscal policies. The issue is, why is it that it's not having any impact? Or the desired impact that we want? We'll come to that. We're coming to that. Because I need to give room to other people who are here, who may agree or disagree with you. Industry players here, Tony is here, Nasima is here, Man is here. In fact, I don't envy Nasima and Man, in fact, because they will be speaking on behalf of different industries. Tony is going to talk about the capital market a lot more, because she deals with a lot of investors, and she's also looking at how this money is going to be moving in. We also want you to also look at the issue of the regulation in terms of Forex. Now, Nigerian banks can't do transactions with Naira-denominated cards. We've not finished that discourse. The CBN is introducing a card system again from its own self. Is the CBN now intended to become a player or a regulator? Because some policies are making the CBN look as if it's a player within the sector is supposed to regulate. So we'll come to that. But I want Tony to also make her own input in terms of taming inflation are from the paper presented so far.
Thank you. I have a handful of slides, which I will make.
Please put onto a slide.
There are very few, but let me start by saying I honor Your Royal Highness. The founder and founder, Mr. Sam Amukakono, you are honored. The chairman of the day and my sister, a wonderful and excellent leader, a global leader, Mrs. Ibuka, I honor you, editor and the rest of the team at Vanguard. Thank you for the opportunity to be there. I was trying to make room while I was waiting for my slides, but the slides are up. So I want to really appreciate Lee for that excellent presentation. Thank you so much. And I just want to highlight the points that I think are important for me to talk about on behalf of the market. Obviously, what are the causes of inflation in Nigeria? The first one is the sustained sustained reduction in the value of the naira. It has led to higher import prices, not just for the end products, and of course we know that Nigeria, unfortunately, is still a net importer of goods. And if I were to take a survey around the world now, 50% of everything that we're using that is on us, that is in this room, or perhaps 80% to 90% is imported. Now, the challenge with the cost of imported goods is not just the final goods that we use, but also with the inputs that goes into the production process, which is why, of course, Mark is here and rightly agitated in terms of what has happened with inflation. Secondly, increase in fuel and energy costs. Again, despite the fact that we produce the crude, unfortunately, the end products, the manufactured products, including the fuel that goes into our vehicles, are not produced in Nigeria, they're imported. That will drive and has been driving inflation. Now, our monetary policy choices sometimes, and I respect central bank, and I have a couple of institutions in my group that are central bank regulated, so I hope this is a safe space.
You have immunity.
To express my views.
You have immunity.
Yes, to express my views. But I guess in terms of our choices, if we, don't have a firm grip on credit growth and we continue to print money, obviously that will drive inflation up. Now, increased insecurity in certain areas of the country has affected production of food. So the agricultural industry, for example, the entire agricultural ecosystem has been affected. So we're talking about not just in terms of production, but also in terms of getting these goods to the market. Now, all that is driving the increase in food costs, and of course is driving inflation. And then other supply side factors, such as climate change itself, which is climate change-induced disasters. I mean, we had a situation in the last couple of months in which practically all the 36 states of Nigeria were flooded. What is the impact of this on our GDP? And this, I think I'm just going to skip this part, this slide, because I think an excellent job has been done by the lead speaker, and I'm trying to save time. But what I will say is that in the absence of a major reform initiative of the Nigerian economy, total overhaul, I would say, we will not be able to achieve the growth that we desire. There is an expectation of further rate hikes, and I think that expectation has already been manifested because we have the increase from 16.5% to 17.5% in the monetary policy rate. We understand, because the whole idea is, to target inflation and reduce the quantum of money in supply, but it appears to be like a vicious cycle that is further, leading to difficulties in terms of growth and output, manufacturing, and at the end of the day, we all lose. So, what are the effects of this high inflation on Nigeria's economic growth? The first one is reduced purchasing power. Now, if you interview 7 out of 10 Nigerians who are on the many times it's not It's in also the or towards sustainability, which I am a firm believer in. But we talk about a just transition because, again, the global superpowers, the countries, they have reached a stage and then they have pulled, or they are pulling the ladder from under our feet. I've been having some conversations with some internationals, and they're talking about wanting to, they're now looking at Nigeria as a very strong market for them to import, or for us to begin to import their AI solutions, because they say that since your people are leaving, you don't have enough people to do the work again. We will give you robots so that you will have 2 robots doing the job of 10 people. And my question is this: if the robots are so good, and if it is so good for your economic productivity, for all the reasons we talked about, reduce savings and by fiscal measures, and that's where I will stop here. So we need to reduce government spending. We need to widen the tax net and find a way in which government can generate more revenue by way of taxes. There's something interesting. The GDP, yes, it's estimated forecast for the next year at 3%, a reduction from 3.2%, which is where 2022 was. But
push, demand pull, or cost push. Now the CBN over the years has been working on the demand pull, thinking that Nigeria inflation rate, the increase in general price level, is from the demand, not considering the cost push. My member here has spoken about how a day for manufacturers are always been. And if you're a practical manufacturer, someone says it doesn't envy manufacturers, I agree with you. But then we must be in the business for employment to be created, for wealth to be generated. If we are not there, Nigeria will have been worse. So we thank manufacturers for still being in business. Now, if CBN will look around, yes, we have talked more about fiscal and monetary policy alignment, and that's critical. He said it in his paper. We are CBN always focusing on managing the money supply. The issue is not the money supply. The issue is the cost of production. The increase on daily basis on the cost of production, that is the critical issue. If you are able to resolve that, you bring down the cost greatly. Why do I say so? Okay, an average manufacturer, let me just use that illustration, because some people have been saying, let's increase VAT, let's do this, let's increase tax, because in other economy, other clime, VAT is 20%, this and that. I always ask them, our environment and their environment are not the same. There are hidden taxes and levies that manufacturers pay that other clime doesn't pay. They don't even know about it. It's silent. You can never talk about it where. Now, take for instance, you bring in your consignment at the port. You deal with the customs, which always hike your duty without reference to you. You have a debit note. Let's just take that apart. Taking the consignment at the port, going through the port access net route is also another hell on its own. Then you will see people taking a roadblock, stopping your consignment, and start demanding over this, over that. By the time you finish paying that and get to your factory, regulatory agencies are on your neck. NAFDAC is not there, SON is there, NESRA is there, a host of them are already on you. What are they doing? Every day they increase their rate. You are trying to solve this one, another one is coming up. And if you manage producing that and push it on the market, you discover that consumers will prefer imported products. Because your cost will be so much higher than what the importers are paying.
So you are saying we should deal with the cost component of it?
Yes.
With
the monetary aspect, let's try to see if we can do it with the cost.
Mr. Koyo, you are the receiving end today. Well, I don't envy you also.
Nasima deals with commerce. They deal with mines. They deal with agriculture. Mr. Badimu, let's share your experience on how to tackle this matter.
The lead speaker, very articulate as usual. I appreciate my co-panelists. My colleague from MAN started by saying exactly what was in my mind. It's like the CBN assumes that all Nigerians have tons of cash at home, and their primary duty is to mop up all this excess liquidity, as they might see it. And that is why they always see this interest rate, they always say demand pull at all. It's basically cost push. And that's why these measures have not worked, and they will never work the way they've been administered. One doesn't need to be a prophet to know all these things. You cannot sell below your production cost. It's better you just go out of business, as Madam Chairman said, and that's just a fact. Now, when you have this kind of situation where prices of inputs are increasing every day, every business draws out its budget. This is a new year, every responsible business must have drawn out a budget for its business late last year. That is for this year. And then you have to look at some particular costs that you expect for your inputs as against the cost of the outputs that you expect to sell. You have a target for your own margin. Maybe you are servicing some loans. So you have to take care of all these things. How do you plan in this kind of economy, for God's sake? It's difficult because prices change almost on a daily basis. And let me even start by saying that all these 21% that MBS is manufacturing, I have my doubts. I have my arguments about these inflation rates. Is it really 21%? 21% means something that costs 100 naira in January should cost 120 naira by the end of the year. That's 20% for me, except if something has changed in mathematics that I'm not aware of. But from what I can see, most things that I know of, as of January last year, that cost 100 naira, by December last year or January this year, they are around 150 or 200 naira. So I don't know where that 20% is coming from.
MBS, you are here anyway, so they will help us out.
So to start with, there are doubts about authenticity of all these figures being bandied about. But even if you take it as that, it is quite unmanageable. 20-something% for a productive facility is quite exorbitant. As Madam Chairman said, we are assuming that the consumer out there is demand capacity is inelastic. It will buy at any price. It's not in the Bible, the last time I checked. So we should be practical. We should be able to address the reality of divergent interest rates.
At decent rates, now with 5% reduction in costs, right? And so the answer to having an accelerated economic growth revolves around multiple actions, multiple actors. And so we need to have better coordination, whether it's trade, it's electricity, it's infrastructure, the roads to move things across. In most northern climes, you move goods either through trucking or through rail. Now, it was only last year that we connected the ports to the rail system in Lagos, which is good. But we need to connect it across all the ports. We need the rail line to get to all the state capitals, such that manufacturers don't have to move items only through roads. Right. So logistics is an issue. The cost of talent, affordable talent, is also an issue. And so it's going to be an holistic and integrated action that looks at different sectors and how different actors can come together to get things going.
Thank you.
Let me call now the window of survival in this matter. So, CBS, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will still want to stand on the existing protocol, and I also want to appreciate His Royal Highness for his time. Because I know I sat next to him. I sat next to him when I came, and I didn't have the opportunity to specifically give him the honor, having the privilege to sit close to him than anybody else in this room. So thank you very much. From the CBN perspective, we do not believe in blame games. We see a lot of reactions coming, trying to blame one person or the other, or one institution or the other. No, we do not believe in blame game. We believe that the economy of Nigeria is in our hands, and so all of us will have to work together. The monetary authorities, the fiscal authorities, and all of us as Nigerians. Until we begin to take steps ourselves, having faith in our own country and in our own economy, we won't be able to go too far. All the economic policies you are reading in the books, it may not work in Nigeria. We are unique people. We are created specially. Yes. I'm saying this because you are my witnesses, and you can see the effort that the CBN is making. Apart from the monetary policy, which is the traditional role of the CBN, the CBN has gone far more than that, and you can agree with me that in the recent past, the governor of the central bank, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, and his team has intervened so much more into the economy. The National Theatre have been there for a very long time, and not much attention was given to it. But through the intervention of the central bank, we have brought back the glory of the National Theatre here in Lagos. And so the road is open to those who are in that sector. You can go down and make use of the facility and develop your talent. Many of the creative people, they are earning dollars across the world, even from their form, from their music, from their performances, and all of that. A lot of people are earning surviving and making ends meet from all of those things. The end of December this year, we have come up with about a 500 billion project. We are looking at the technology village, and we are trying to get a space for maybe about 40 hectares of land. We can have it somewhere around Lagos where we can have a technology village, and so we'll be able to get the people that are into technology, because we know that most of these things are to be driven by technology. Technology is a major income in most of the advanced countries of the world. It's not the manual things we are talking about. We are looking at it here. The RT200 is another initiative that was taken to address the issue of the forest. For those who are in Nigeria, who can export and earn foreign exchange, we have done the first and the second summit about the RT200, and so they can repatriate their forests, and then they get certain percentage and plow it back. Not to talk about most of the decisions and the actions that have been taken by the
central bank into the agriculture. All of those were meant to address the issue of the cost. So we are not concentrating on the monetary, but we are also looking at the cost aspect. And we all know that the cost is not just from one side. The scarcity of petroleum and all of that outside, all of those things, we're taking steps to address it from our side based on the tools available to the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
I hope you agree with me. Mr. Koyo will speak off the record after he gets off from this stage. Approach him, he will give you the answer. He has told you what his governor wants you to hear. Right? But if you want to hear the real answers to the things you have asked, right? After we leave this place, approach him. He's a Nigerian. He's a Nigerian. He will speak to you like a Nigerian. Right? You know? So that is public service. He has no clearance to answer certain things. His boss is not here. So if his boss were here, would have gotten the actual answer to some of the questions asked. Well, I'm going to allow the recap because my chairman has some other engagements. So she's going to recap, but before she does that, my chairman, with your kind permission, some persons have been in traffic for about 2-3 hours. They came in to, let me just quickly acknowledge their efforts for making today a success. Let me recognize Development Bank of Nigeria, who mentioned.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a word in support of the central bank in terms of we would love the central bank to drive financial inclusion some more, because bottom line is this: part of the reason why your inflation targeting initiatives do not appear to be effective is also because a lot of what you seek to control is right now outside your ambit. So we need to get more of the informal sector within that system, double down on those initiatives, utilizing technology, and I still think that Kenya is a poster child. If whatever has been done there and has succeeded, we need to look at it. I think that we should have moved at a much faster pace than where we are at now. And then generally, bring more players to the table. If you want to stimulate growth and you want to increase the size of a pie, you have to bring more players to the table. Now, more players, not just operators now, but more players even into our economy. So the women and the youth, how much of their potential, now this is now beyond central bank, this is economic management, but how much of the potential that the youths and the the youths and the women represent is on the table, also working to drive this economy. So those are just my own final thoughts.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to call on my chairman.
Thank you very much. Every solution that we need to solve the problem of Nigeria is available. It's in one report or the other that as Nigeria we have produced. So it's not like we lack the ideas or we lack the people. We just lack the cohesiveness to work in a holistic manner, using the solutions that are useful and using the right people in the right places for us to solve our problems. I'll tell you one story as I wrap up. I serve on the IC of one of the global funds, and this one in particular is managed by a company set up between a Nigerian and a South African group, and all their investors are from all around the world. And they're focused on women, growing women businesses. And one of the businesses that was approved to be funded is a very successful business in the UK, set up by Nigeria, who then, using this fund, wanted to do backward integration into Nigeria to start producing for the global market from here, because she already sells across the global market. And this is for the gentleman from Central Bank to take back as part of how do we look at things holistically without destroying value. So, in paying the investment, we have to pay into the country of investing, which is Nigeria, and not to the UK part of that business. So these millions of dollars that was then released to this company as investment from this fund came into a Nigerian bank for the benefit of this company. Obviously, once you do certificate of capital importation and all of that, the money will be booked at CBN rate, which it should be. And CBN will tell you that by policy, investment for machinery and everything is priority, and you should be able to get funding for letter of credit to be able to buy the machines. All good. So money booked, money transferred, Nigerian bank takes. This is a real matter that we have to deal with on this international fund that I work with. And it came. But then, book the LC, factory is built, book the LC to book the machinery for the factory. That becomes a nightmare. And it becomes a nightmare losing 18 months on the project without any chance. And when you know the kind of process that this takes and money is involved, eventually, what did we have to do on the front? In order not to lose the millions of dollars that was already approved and invested in, which is an investment that that company would have to pay at some point in the future, we had to make a hard decision, which created a lot of problems because the Oyinbo people didn't care. They thought the African people involved were playing some games. They weren't playing any games. It was a Nigerian economic system that played the games on them. Because eventually, we had to request for additional millions of dollars to be approved to pay for that machinery. And this time, we had to give the exceptional approval for that money not to come into Nigeria, but for the money to go to the UK branch of that company so they could pay for that machinery to come into Nigeria to hope to produce. I just told you a real life story, but some of the things we talked about is foreign direct investment and how do we attract them into Nigeria. We also talked about getting our entrepreneurs to increase productivity so that we can create jobs and solve some of the problems that we seek. Our problems can be solved. We have the minds, we have the people, we have the ability to solve our problems. We just need to have the sincerity of purpose, the commitment, and the courage to be able to speak the truth, put the right people in place to do the right thing, and when they do the wrong thing, say they are doing the wrong thing. And stop, all of us stop playing games and stop playing politics around it. And the media stop being a partner in destroying our country by misuse of the media for the same time. I salute Vanguard for the courage to have an honest conversation like this today. Hopefully, we haven't just had a talk shop. Hopefully, the words will get back somewhere and something will change. But remember, elections are coming. Use your card. Use it well. Thank you.
Given the fact that in the last 2 years that, okay, my name is Biscon Ekong from Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. Given the fact that in the last 2 years that we've had serious economic downturn in the country, 2020, when we went into recession due to COVID, and
wrap up.
The capital market has been the sole bright spark in the economy. Will it make sense if the Central Bank of Nigeria begins to focus a lot more, or even a little bit more, on the capital market in your MPC meetings? Thank you very much.
And the fiscal authority is embarking on expansionary fiscal policy through deficit budgeting. Isn't there a conflict arising from this mismatch in policies? Thank you.
All right. Number 4, the lady.
Play. Good for those who understand technology, which is why the youths are pushing crypto. So my view is there will be possibilities for crypto, but there are certain factors we first need to address. And second, let's focus on broad access to financial markets and also the underlying technology, DLT. What else can we do with DLT? So for instance, I know the CBN is about doing a project where they will do KYC, know your customer, using DLT, digital ledger technology. So everything doesn't have to be about crypto. Should MPC include a focus on capital market? And the capital market is different from what's it called, banking, right? And so there is SEC. SEC is the authority, regulatory authority for the capital market, and there's a coordinating committee that involves SEC, NDIC, CBN, NICOM for insurance, where they look at all the financial markets together. All right. Yes, there's a misalignment of fiscal and monetary authorities, and I thought I made that point in my presentation. There is a misalignment, and one of the things we need to do is to find a better way to coordinate, align, and integrate not only fiscal and monetary, but also trade and investment programs, so that they are all working in sync. BDC, there's a retail market for FX, but in most markets you won't have 3,000 BDCs licensed as we have in Nigeria, right? You will have few that are licensed, but I think CBN is best positioned to really speak to why do we have BDCs.
Okay, Mrs. Sani has one or two contributions.
About CBN looking at the capital markets. What I would just say in summary is CBN is charged to look at the money market, the SEC is charged to look at the capital market, but they must not work in silos. They must work together, and one of the effects of when they work in silos is you find a situation in which you hike interest rates so high in the money market that it doesn't make sense for anybody again to invest in the capital market. Meanwhile, the capital market is a market for long-term funds which can aid development and investments for businesses. So they must sing from the same hymn book. Otherwise, in the long run, we all lose out. I think that's all I'll just say.
Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Distinguished panel, I want to thank you. I want to thank the keynote speaker, our chairman that just left. On behalf of Vanguard, management of Vanguard, I want to thank, and as a journalist, I want to thank Mr. Biodu Sobanjo for coming. Thank you, sir. Distinguished rep of Governor Emefiele, thank you very much. Thank you. This is the way we organize our events, to set the tone for our economy, or the direction of our economy. And on the verge of another election, we hope that discussions here today will give direction for the next government. Thank you very much. See you next year.
So the number one leader here today, our own Abogi, who is doing us a lot of pride. Anywhere he is, we're very happy to see him. He takes us like his own. And we have to wait for him, but we're happy that he's here. Professor Ayo Teriba, have we seen him? He's going to review the book. We also have here, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Charles Ugu, who will also be part of those who will talk to us. These are globally trained economists who have been able to come and help restructure the economy of Nigeria. And today we'll be listening to them. And I'm happy that the present administration has done a good job to have people like this at the hands. They know about it. They've demonstrated it. We've seen it. And I mean, to the glory of the present administration. They said the man has a knack for choosing the very best. When he was governor in Lagos State 24 or so years ago, he has replicated that even on the national level. And I'm happy that I'm seeing people like Wale Edu, who is also there as the Home Affairs Minister and coordinating the Minister for the Economy. These are our economy we will seek again, I beg. I would see. Don't try small now. So that is it. Sonny Iroche, I see you more on TV, trying to give us the very best in terms of economy, by the way. You break it down. I mean, I say that at times that you even go to lecturing the interviews. Those who interviewed me. You've done very well. While waiting for our discussions, let me just announce them. Professor Adeola Adenikinju will be here with us. Charles Ogu, I spoke about him. Gwen Adeola Oloke, Wale Adebayo, and Agwamogo, and Achedo Peter CON. These are names that we're all used to. And the discussion, ladies and gentlemen, will be on import substitution and export promotion and diversification. Factors militating against growth and transformation of the Nigerian economy. As I said, we've been able to put together the very best for the job. And at the end of the day, we would be saying, yes, this is a very good one. But let me just give you a snippet of what exactly we're doing. The discussion, you know, is on what I just said, but we'll unveil, and who does the unveiling of the book? Because we are launching a book today. Dr. Kalu Idika-Kalu has been in our lives almost forever in Nigeria. He's given his entire life to see that the right things are done in Nigeria. For those of us, I'd like you to please, can we say please rise for the Agbogidi? With our hands of applause, His Royal Majesty, Gwen Emeka Alfred Ugochukwu Achebe Agbogidi, Obiobonita, CFR. Thank you very much for the leadership you're giving our country through the traditional institution. Is the celebrant here? Okay. A big one for the celebrant, Dr. Kalu Idika-Kalu, ladies and gentlemen. No. I have to make her back. Please, now, please. Nigeria, follow me. So serve our Father's land. Together for Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. God bless you. Let me just say that I've been working. Please, you can be seated, please. In concert with Uri Ngozi Chukwuka. That's a name, actually. We did some prayers. Author, communication expert, CEO, April Benjamin and Dawn Communications Limited. I don't know how it was worked out, but I'm in the middle of the women here. There's Comfort Abai, broadcaster, will be occupying the podium with me from time to time. Mr. Adeyinka Oni, CEO, Standard Bearer School, Lekki, founder CEO, La Africa Cloud School. So, just me alone. Okay? Look at all my guys. 982 wine. I think you knew my life. That's what my life is all about. Let us have the opening prayers before we can go ahead at all. And I've been asked to call Mr. Denka. We need to please lead us in this prayer. And we will supplicate the Almighty God so that at the end of the day we'll have a lot to thank God for. Because the man we're celebrating is a man of the people, a man who's always there for all of us.
But I think they need to. Yes, and if you are strong, you may choose to rise. We permit those who can't rise to please sit down. Father, in the name of Jesus, we just want to thank you for the gift of life. We want to thank you for everyone that is here and for those that are on their way. We are here, Lord, to celebrate your son, Dr. George Kalu Idikakalu, his service to Nigeria, our dear nation, who we truly are believing you for the change that we know you have given us. Father, we pray that all our deliberations here will be to your praise and glory. We pray, oh God, that even as we deliberate on the topic today, we pray that your Spirit will descend and we'll have great deliberations. At the end of it all, Lord, we pray that your name will be glorified, even as you take us all home safely. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
I don't know how that's going to work. Is it workable, sir? Don't there, sir. Oh, you're fine there. Professor, the Chief Asiodu, sir. Yeah, good. We're not talking about donation, no. But to be honest with you, I'm happy that you're still looking the way you're looking at your age. I'm praying that I'll be able to look like you when I turn I'm only 70 and I've made so much noise about it. I keep talking about it every day. I say, okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the opening remarks would be the first thing to do here to properly situate the situation of today. The only thing I will advise us to begin to do for our chairman today is to remember him in your prayers. These are the people that are still making Nigeria to stand today. He brought a new light into traditional institution in Nigeria. You need to Google him up and see what he has done for himself before he decided to now give it to his people in Onitsha. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Agbogidi, the chairman of this beautiful event, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nemeka Alfred Ugochukwu Achebe Agbogidi, CFR, the Obi of Onitsha. Thank you, sir. May God bless. Okay. I'd like you to please put your hands together for him as he's coming, please.
Please permit me if I don't get the protocol order right, because I feel completely intimidated standing before this very distinguished audience. Yuzoma Ahaba, I greet you, sir. Yop, my friend from long, long ago, I greet you. Honorable Minister, please, you're welcome. I don't know where to start or to stop, but we're all distinguished here, and I'd like to welcome all of you. And as I said, it's a privilege which I don't think I deserve to be the chairman of this occasion. The launch of the book, which we all have the pamphlet on, Nigeria, tariff and non-tariff policies and impact on industrial development. And I think for me, the emphasis there is on industrial development. First of all, gratitude to Dr. K.I.K., this is what I call him, and I always refer to him as my senior, because he's my senior in more than one way, not just older than me, my senior intellectually and everything else. We have a few things in common in our upbringing, which I think people like Izoma also has. We went to the old government secondary schools. He was in King's College in Lagos, which was the metropolis, and the rest of us went to the urban version of King's College. I was at government secondary school Owerri with people like Chris Asoloka and so on. But we had a fairly common upbringing, and then thereafter he proceeded to America to study under the banner of the African Scholarship Program of American universities, which started in the early 60s. I think the aim was to take some of our bright young ones to America to get what they call good American education, to come back to counter the influence of the British education, which was prevalent at that time. I don't know if it worked, but I think we got very good education. Some of us, many of us, having got sound education, actually stayed back to even build the American dream further than their native. So people like KIK, myself, and a whole of others came back to try to build the Nigerian dream. How we succeeded, I don't know, but that was that. My remarks will be very brief, and I'll speak off the cuff because I only returned last night from a trip, or yesterday afternoon from a trip abroad. And it was my second trip out in November, all in the search for a better world and indeed a better Nigeria. A few days last week, I was in a small town on the Italian Alps, quite idyllic, with a few fellow Nigerians on a project designated as Witness to History. And Witness to History, I think, well, it's an opportunity for those who have been in a position of leadership, either in governance, politics, education, religious leadership, and all of that, to share thoughts on our experiences in office, where we got it right, where we didn't get it right, but all in the ultimate aim of fashioning a way forward for our country. In that group was a former president, a former vice president, some top religious leaders and traditional leaders, of course, and so on. So we spent time we spent far less time. We told ourselves from the beginning that the tendency for Nigerians to get together is to begin to analyze our problems and our failures. And then we stop there. We don't come up with proposals and ideas on how to go forward. So we told ourselves from the onset that whilst we have to look at what has happened, the purpose is to find answers to the challenges of nationhood and peace and development through the harnessing of our undoubted abundant portfolios. The discussion, as always, ended up that our biggest challenge in Nigeria is the dearth, the shortage of true leadership, not only in politics and governance, but across all the sectors of life and endeavors in the country. And then, of course, the big question is, how do we generate a new crop of leadership to take the country out of the situation that we're in now? It's an ongoing exercise, so there's no answer to give to anybody, and we'll continue to put our heads together. But we're gathered here today to launch a book whose origin started back in the late 1960s, when the author, KIK, was still a student, gathering data for his PhD thesis in economics. And it's amazing, to me at least, that the arguments he presented in his study remains relevant today. probably the reason why he is moved to representing those arguments, but of course with current data. But don't the current data do not invalidate in any manner the arguments he had in those days. Dr. K.I.K. is not the only one interrogating our national development. Many others, scholars, practitioners are also doing the same or have done the same. The question is, why our leadership do not heed the messages coming forth? In my language, Igbo, and I see that onye na-etili Igba ọ na-anụkwa onu Igba. Onye na-etili Igba ọ na-anụkwa onu Igba. You know the talking drum, the Yorubas, all our Nigerian communities, the north, south, east, and west. We communicate with the drum. We communicate with other musical instruments. And the question is, the person that you are communicating with the drum, is he paying attention to the message that is being delivered? And I think that's a question that all of us have to ask ourselves. Since the military coup of 1966, the country has spiraled downwards with every regime ending up worse than its predecessor. And yet, each regime comes out as a corrective regime. But I think what it has been is a spiral down. Whether it's foreign exchange, or just ordinary life in the country, development, etc. We've experienced we've experimented with various styles of government, but none has proved as effective as that was fashioned by our great founding fathers, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Bafemi Awolowo, and Ahmadu Bello at independence. To ask, why should we continue, therefore, to dig ourselves deeper and deeper into the hole? There's no better time to raise these hefty questions on our nationhood than now that we have a new regime in place. And I trust that, that the new regime will hear the messages of the talking drum. I want to commend Dr. K.I.K. for this book. Though I have not read it because I've been traveling, I have no doubt whatsoever. And I expect nothing less than clarity of thought and excellence in presentation. The reviewer, Professor Tereba, is here. I think he will take us through the highlights of the book. And I'm sure that all of us will be able to, will be moved. All of us will be moved to acquire the book for ourselves, for our various institutions, even for people in government, because of the messages it brings forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a pleasant occasion today. Thank you very much. Your hands please together for this intellectual expose of our great father. Wow. With this one, do we actually need any reviewer of this book? Thank you. Your hands please together for him again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And while he was on, I saw one of our great friends, the father too, who helped in helping us set Nigeria on the right path. A great industrialist, Chief Eze. Thank you very much for coming. A friend of the celebrant we're celebrating today. Ambassador Odogun, do good. And also, do well, actually, he calls it. Your hands please together for him. Thank you. Commodore Aneke, thank you very much, my friend from Chuma Inosike, I think he's the tallest man here. One of the sons of the man we're celebrating here today. Dr. George Kalu Di Kakalo, and as you must have heard, Abogi say, which is a catchword, K-I-K, is launching a book today on tariff and non-tariff policies and impact on industrial development at a very, very good time. But I have this woman here who will remind us of all the things we might have forgotten about, the great deeds that our father has done, the celebrant of today. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hand you over now to Uri Gozi Chukwuka. You can't doubt that. Your hands please together for her, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Your Majesty. I stand on all protocols. I'm observing them, or I'm speaking on them, but I'm very delighted to stand here this afternoon to read the citation. And it is really an honor. So I'll just go into it because there's just so much. But I'll try as much as possible to highlight the very important or the key points or finer points of the author of today. Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu, OFR, was born in Epem, Ohafia, in what is today's Abia State, in southeastern Nigeria. He had his early kindergarten education at the Epem Primary School in 1946. His family moved to Lagos thereafter, and he attended the Ladilac Institute in Yaba in 1947. He was also educated at the Colony Public School in Butemesa between 1948 and 1950. He finally concluded his primary education at the St. Jude's Anglican School, also in Ibutemesa. He was admitted to the prestigious King's College, Lagos, where he obtained the Cambridge Overseas High and School Certificate and the Cambridge Overseas Higher School Certificate in 1958 and 1960, respectively. Upon completion of his secondary education, he won a total of 6 scholarships. Did you hear that? 6 scholarships to various institutions of higher learning within and beyond the shores of Nigeria. Before taking up any of those offers, however, he had a 7-month working stint in marketing and exports between January and August 1961 and also at the St. Finbar's College. He also worked at UAC where he received training as a manager. In 1961, he left Nigeria for the United States of America, where he was enrolled at one of that country's Big Ten universities, namely the University of Wisconsin in Madison, Wisconsin, under the auspices of the African American Scholarship for American Universities. Between that year and 1966, he obtained, within the relatively short span of 5 years, I'd like to pause for this. Within a relatively short span of 5 years, a Bachelor of Arts, a Bachelor of Science in Economics degree, a Master of Arts degree in Economic Development, and a Public Finance, and a doctorate degree in Economic Development and Public Finance within 5 years. That's amazing. Upon his return, Dr. Kalu worked as a lecturer research fellow at the Economic Development Institute of the University of Nigeria, Enugu campus, from 1966 to 1970. It was during this period that he initiated the research on which this book is based. At the end of the Nigerian Civil War, he returned to the United States to serve as a research fellow at the Department of Economics of the University of Wisconsin between 1971 and 1972. Under the auspices of the Alumni Association of the University of Wisconsin, in the course of concluding his doctoral dissertation. Between 1972 and 1980, he served as the World Bank economist in the East Asia and Pacific Program Department, overseeing the economies of China, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, collectively as the Asian Tigers. Now this is where I pause to say, for all these countries that he was overseeing their economies and their policies on the economic policies and development, we can see where they are and how they are today. And so whatever happened to us with him, I continue. Later, as Nigeria's Minister of Finance, he would also serve as a member of the Development Committee of the World Bank. In February 1994, during the military administration of General Buhari, Dr. Kalu was appointed a commissioner for finance and economic planning in the old Imo State by the then military governor of the state, Colonel, later General Ike Nwachukwu, retired. He also served in that capacity till August 1985. It was in this capacity that he designed the Imo Formula, a widely acclaimed template for sound fiscal management. Dr. Kalu was named Nigeria's finance minister, a position in which he served from 1985 to 1986. Following a series of cabinet reshuffles, he was at various times the Minister of National Planning, Minister of Transport, and returning to the Ministry of Finance in 1993 during the regime of late Head of State General Sani Abacha. Dr. Kalu Idike Kalu also introduced the 5% value-added tax. During his various ministerial tenures, he also served as chairman of the ECOWAS Council of Ministers. I've just read a man that's been minister 4 times to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's amazing. Since 1989, Dr. Kalu has advised a vast array of clients in both the public and private sectors as much sought after financial and economic consultant. He was at one point Nigeria's designate as Deputy Director to the World Trade Organization, WTO, and later as Ambassador Plenipotentiary to the European Union. Dr. Kalu was the Chairman, Managing Director of Dakar Services Limited, a consultancy and financial brokerage firm, among others. He is also consultant for the number of organizations in both the public and private sectors. So right from his school days, Dr. Kalu's virtuosity and diligence have been widely recognized, and he has won a number of important awards and honors in the course of his career. Among them are the King's College Prize for Economics back in 1960. He was a recipient of the African American Scholarship for American Universities, ASPAO, and the African American Graduate Fellowship. He has also received the Senior Men's Honor Society for Delta Epsilon and Iron Cross for Leadership in Madison, USA. In 2008, in recognition of his service to his country, Dr. Kalu was invested with the prestigious National Award of Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Niger, OFR, by the late President Umaru Yar'Adua. Dr. Kalu has also been an active political player, a foundation member of the People's Democratic Party. He later co-founded the Justice Party, as well as All Progressive Grand Alliance, APGA, on the event of the current democratic dispensation. He was himself in the arena in 2003 as the presidential candidate of the New Nigerian People's Party, NNDP, in that year's election. He is currently a foundation member of the APC coalition. Dr. Kalu is married to Dr. Mrs. Imo, a pediatrician, and they are blessed with 5 grown children. Thank you.
Was that applause for her or for KIK? Your hands please together for him. Now, I'm happy that I said earlier that I should really remind us of whatever we might have forgotten about this man. There's nothing he has not done for Nigeria. Your hands please together for him again. Thank you. People like that inspire us, and we aspire to be like them, or even beat their records. I'm really happy that I've known you, sir. And let me read the message that I sent earlier to Uri when she was talking to me about this event. I actually had to be physically present to solve an emergency that cropped up this morning. The young man who does our voicing for BOS commentary suddenly decided not to show up. So if you watch BOS at 11 at AIT tonight, it's my voice that you will hear. Mondays will lock it down for production, but I cannot but come here. And I know I'm speaking the minds of so many of us. It just shows us what you're doing. Just hold on to it. And I'm happy that Dr. Ayo Teriba, a very well sought after man in this matter, is here. I'd like you to put your hands together for him. He's doing the review of this today. What could we have been doing or done without the reviewer of the book itself? So I'd like you to put your hands together, please, for him again. I think what we have just listened, to his citation, and I'm sure, that he very well means different things to the different people who are here present. I'll give you the benefit of what he means to me and our generation. Well, the book that has been published represents the research he had done for his doctorate. Which he originally completed in 1970, and it's now been published in a book form for the first time. And so that was, these ideas had germinated, if you like, more than 53 years ago. And the compelling thing about the issue, their relevance to industrialization, to our competitiveness, and to the future strengths of key sectors of our economy remain, that body of knowledge remains relevant even 50 years after. To me and my generation, I was an undergraduate at the time that Dr. Idrika Kalu became the Honorable Minister for Finance of the Federation. I enrolled to study economics in October 1985, and I graduated in 1988. Then went on to do masters at Ibadan up to 90 before I headed for Cambridge to get the MPhil and eventually to Durham for my PhD. And I came back to professional practice in Nigeria. Still met Dr. Idrika Kalu on the field. And he would recognize you as if you were his colleague. It will make you feel like indeed, you are somebody. And it has what is, his image, his exploits had not only been a source of inspiration for our generation. As undergraduates, we watched him and his life, who then were shaping, the economic reforms that the then Babangida regime was experimenting with, notably the structural adjustment program. And he would often be referred to as one of the apostles of the structural adjustment, the apostles of SAP, along with the likes of Dr. Chu Okongu, Chief Olufalai, and then Alhaji Abubakar Alhaji. They gave us a lot to aspire to, and I'm happy that quite a number of us fulfilled those aspirations. So I thank you very much for being such a role model.
and where Dr. Idika Kalu finds the energy, where he finds the energy that to this day is still unrelenting. You know, he's publishing this book and he's saying it's the first in a series of books. And may God replenish your energy. And I find in the audience, other who had also, you know, been shining stars on the economic plane, you know, the likes of Chief Philip Asiodu. And I also, so I'm glad, you know, that we are here. Perhaps what I want to dwell on, I don't want this to be, you know, I don't want to take us back to the classroom and begin to discuss, you know, the tariffs, some of the complex issues, you know, that are summed up in the book. But I want to say that trade remains a key component of a key pillar of the world economic discourse. And tariffs and their optimality remains important in the conversation. Between 1970 and now, the world's industrialization, world's progress with industrialization has come to maturity. The peak of the industrial age could well have been the turn of the new millennium, that industrial activity came to a peak, you know, that industry was perhaps the sole engine, you know, firing the world economy. Since the turn of the century, the world is no longer a single engine economy. New drivers, you know, of global transformation have emerged. And in particular, advances in 3 areas of technology have brought up new rivals to industry, new rivals to trade as countries aspire to grow. The first technological advancement is digital technological advancements that have seen the advent, for example, of the internet. You know, prior to 1990, it was unheard of. And since the 1990s, the dot-com firms came into being and rapidly grew to become dominant, to become fierce rivals to the then industrial giants, the industrial companies, the multinationals that were concentrated in America, North America, Europe, and Japan at the time. They called them the Triad. And the new tech giants has dethroned giant after giant, as services that used to be produced as goods and shipped and traded, that were the subjects of tariffs, became dematerialized, became digitalized, and can no longer be shipped, can no longer be produced as physical goods or shipped as such. So you've seen world trade peaking and flat flattening out. You've seen world's industrial output peaking and flattening out. And the next phase will be to see them steadily decline as more goods migrate from place to space. You only have to look at the computer itself, you know. Computers, when they first came, arrived as mainframe. You actually have to build a house for it, you know, and then go there and begin to punch holes, you know, in cards and the rest of it. Then they became desktops. So they arrived initially as products with no service component to them. For you to use a computer, you have to buy a hardware. You have to buy the software. Your disk operating system came in maybe 30 floppy disks or so. And your software, whether the word processor, also came in a box, you know, of floppy disks. So even the world of computers were tangible, were products. They led to the production of physical items that were shipped and exported. But increasingly, you know, the desktop is increasingly being replaced by laptops or by devices, by, you know, smaller devices, your tab or your phone. And your phone is not so much of a project, a product, but a connection device. You know, old phones, even mobile phones, you remember the communicator came with keyboard and the rest of it. Right now, it's touchless. Okay, and your phone basically connects you to maybe thousands, if not millions, of, you know, intangible digital applications. All the floppy disks are gone. You don't even now have to buy a hard drive. You know, you don't need physical wires to connect this and connect that. So that's how the world of industry is shrinking. And the world of digital services is expanding. So servitization is replacing, if you like, industrialization in significant ways. So, and one of the contributors to that servitization process is digital advancement. The second advancement is also technological, is biotechnological advancements. You know, that has compounded that deindustrialization in that its biotechnological advancement has meant that, you know, yield, farm yield, for example, can be increased without limit. You can pump up, you can genetically modify, you know, animals and pump up the yield. You can genetically modify crops and pump up the yield, creating gluts, you know, that depress prices. And even in oil, you have the shale alternative, which is a biotechnological advancement that creates a glut that leads to collapse of prices. And when prices collapse, traded values decline as well. And yeah, OPEC might struggle to collude to cut production, but the point is that can only be in the short term. And so biotech is creating gluts that is leading, taking the profits out of industrial activity. Biotechnology itself, by the way, is not an industrial activity, it's a service. So you see, that's another way which service is displaying industry. And the final technology that is bringing, you know, physical production, reducing physical production, is the ecological technological advancements, in which, you know, solar energy, for example, is now positioned to displace fossil fuel. Now, fossil fuel leads to physical production, it leads to shipping, you know, it leads to, whereas does beyond storage. You know, the solar energy does not, it dematerializes a significant fraction of the energy activity. So I'm saying that Nigeria owes a lot to the ingenuity of Dr. Kalu, Idika Kalu, and his like, men of his generation, who gave us firm handle on trade, on industrialization, on tariffs, as the book represents. And that the challenge for my generation and the generation that is coming after us is to give us the same compelling narrative, you know, as you might find in a book like this, for the digital evolution. You know, the relevance of Nigeria, how Nigeria can gain a foothold in a development, in a revolution that it can't stop. You know, the ability to benefit from the world economy today, by and large, depends on your ability to digitalize, on your ability to contribute to what's happening in the biotech space and use some of that. If, you know, the advancement in biotech continues to be foreign owned, it takes away the margins on our farms. It takes away the margins, you know, in our factories and gives it to those. So the sooner Nigeria and Nigerians engage in that space, the better for us, as we'll be able to seize as much advantage for Nigeria as the research represented by Dr. Idika Kalu's work has helped us to see the advantage from trade and from benefiting from tariffs. And finally, that our generation do a similar strand of work on the ecological advancement field. Where else do you find solar energy but in the tropics? You know, so Nigeria is not just an important oil producer. Nigeria is not just an important gas producer. Nigeria is well placed to be a dominant, you know, producer of solar energy, and could well also see itself exporting same as Saudi Arabia is already positioning to do. So industrial exports enrich Nigeria up to a point. You will need exports of intellectual, you know, breakthroughs in biotech. You will need exports of breakthroughs in the solar space, you know, to move to the next pillar. I know that the panel is going to follow, and I think I would want to rest the matter at this stage and say that I congratulate on his sterling career, and I congratulate you for still finding that reserve in your arsenal to be able to launch a book, you know, at this stage of your career. And you have assured us that this is but the first in a series of such books. I thank you very much for your attention.
Ada tuta di here n'ụzọ ogoro akwụkwọ ya. Onwere ebe ọ na-agara igoro akwụkwọ. Please your hands together for Dr. Ayo Terrible again. Took us all over the world. Dr. Ayo Terrible, to remind us, ladies and gentlemen, served as consultant to many blue chip companies, a host of federal ministries, departments, and agencies. And he received grants from Ford Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, and chaired the steering committee of Money, Macroeconomic and Finance Research Group of Money Market Association. He's a council member and chair Economic and Statistics Committee of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and a non-executive director of Greenwich Trust Group. Thank you very much. God bless you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think at this point, I think we can ask the minister to also do a few things here. Are we agreed on this, ladies and gentlemen? Because we know he won't leave us. The fear we have is that when the minister speaks, he might go back. Let's hear just a few bites from him. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to please put your hands together for Senator. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that's the man in charge of finance, and he should speak at this point, budget and national planning. So let us have him here, Senator Atiku Bagudu. Thank you very much.
Of the occasion, His Royal Highness Igwe Nameka Alfred Achebe, Obi of Onisha, my boss and the person for whom we are all gathered here today, Dr. Kadu, Idika Kadu, and I can see Chief Philip Asiodu in the audience, Publisher John Berehut, my friend, Chairman of Heritage Bank, Rajijani Ibrahim. I can see Chudi Chukwani in the, I believe that's Chudi. No, Chudi, sorry. So the book reviewer, IoT, the Masters of Ceremonies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me thank all of you for doing honor to Dr. Iluka Kadu by being here today. And I wear many hats. I'm here to participate in hosting because I was privileged to be one of his special assistants when he was Minister of Finance in 1994, together with late Ama Iwagu and Chudi Chukwani, Ama of blessed memory. So not surprisingly, when I was, last week I received a call by him that this event is taking place today. And for me it was not even an option. Even given the budget process, I am very, very honored to come and participate in this event to do honor to a very distinguished and illustrious Nigerian. Unlike Ayo Teriba, I think I did better than you, because when the structural adjustment program was announced, I was an assistant lecturer at Usman Nampodio University. So from then on, structural adjustment as personified by Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu remained a topic of discourse in all of Nigeria's academic institutions and beyond. And so it was, to me, a very rare privilege that not only was I conversant with the pros and cons, the argument, but here was I honored by Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu to be one of his special assistants, which is a reflection of his character. He didn't know me from before. He didn't know my family. He was just told about me, and he felt I should come. I just was doing an internship then at the World Bank, and Lord and behold, I'm a special assistant to the Nigeria's Minister of Finance. So here was I every day interacting with this phenomena, with this intellectual giant who was misunderstood then by society, by a big segment, and the misunderstanding was not held by his personality. He's a very strong in his view. He wins shift grounds, and he believed that, as we have heard from the recital, he has lived in countries that have made choices that led to development, and he believed that those are the child choices that his country need to make in spite of whatever anybody says. So he was not willing to shift ground. And so it, like us, then have to worry about how to balance the two worlds. I remember it's always something that Amma and I learned. What is he going to say tomorrow? And it was not helped by the fact that in cabinet was an almost opposite personality, the late popular economist Professor Sam Aluko, who is simple in his argument but very persuasive, and yet our boss is very academic, very true to statistics, but prone to being misunderstood. I remember a particular Federal Executive Council session, maybe it's a Provisional Ruling Council then, sorry, and Professor Aluko was as chairman of the National Economic Intelligence Committee, and the debate was on multiple exchange rates. And certainly those who know him, even without saying that, no, he wouldn't yield. He believed then, as he believes now, multiple exchange rates should not happen. But to somebody who is popular, who most people can follow easily, it was a Herculean service. And I don't know whether he can recall what he even said to defeat the argument. I think in frustration he said, then why don't we make it 1 naira to $1? To which Professor Aluko, respectable of blessed memory, said, of course that cannot happen. So he said, so how are you sure at any rate below that? So those are the kind of challenging moments that he dealt with. And Nigeria owes him a lot. The structural adjustment program might have its own pitfalls, but Nigeria requires then, as it still does, structural shifts in the way we do things. And our blossoming financial sector today is a product of those structural reforms. The banking sector prior to 1986 do not have Nigerian players. Today, they have not only are there, they have dominated, they are international. And I recall again, as a special assistant, he had the opportunity to yet again save that development, because a group of very influential old staff members of United Bank for Africa were in shock that a young man, Hakim Bello Osagi, was buying UBA. And they came up with the idea of golden shares decree. So I hope you can remember that. And you directed us to go and research into it. And because this group, they have access to everyone, they are very formidable, but it took the steadfastness of Dr. Idika Kalu to defeat the proposition of a golden share decree, which will have, with one share, given government control and reverse the privatization process. Thank you. And equally, he did the same thing for the insurance sector, albeit in a different way, because one day, again, himself and his late permanent secretary, Alhaji Kidado Idris, were shocked when former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, came visiting the ministry. And he came to promote a group of young Nigerians who had then formed IGI Insurance, and they want to partake in insurance of NNPC assets, which then was the monopoly of the National Insurance Company of Nigeria. So, because of the respect, of course, he has for everyone, but particularly for somebody like General Gowon, that simulated a debate as to why should the monopoly of Nikon continue. Is it valuable to our insurance sector? And that debate led to the removal of monopoly, and I believe today our insurance sector is the better for it. I can go on and on. I know I don't have time. This is somebody who, like I said, has been then judged wrongly because of his steadfast view about the choices that Nigeria need to make. But somebody who is fiercely nationalistic and loved Nigeria and make it clear to all those around him, he is not swayed by ethnicity, he's not swayed by all the fault lines, and he's not even intimidated by institutions in Spain. And he had an interaction with a team headed by somebody with a Greek name, Mr. Calamitis. And the witty patriot that he is, he came back not so happy with the meeting, and he said, "Today I met with calamities and other disasters." What a leader. So it was to me a very, very big honor when I walked into the conference room of the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, and I saw his picture there among those who have been ministers in the ministry. And here come your boy, here come his boy. And I know how much he loved Nigeria, not only in tariff and non-tariff policy. He was one of the brains behind even the National Planning Commission. From a decree in 1992, he participated in debate that saw the act amended in the decree amended in 1993. And for many, including him good self, the sanctity of national planning cannot be overemphasized. I remember attending an King's College All Boys Association meeting where Chief Philip Asiodu, then about 5 years ago, was at the occasion, and he said to me, he lamented, how is it that we have abandoned national planning? And he quickly that night sent me an email giving me his thought, and I'm glad that we had one now, which was developed under Philip Asiodu, something that both you and Dr. Idika Kalu believed. So I congratulate my boss, I thank the organizers, I thank the chairman, and for me, like I said, I am very, very honored, and to borrow from a famous scientist who say, if I'm able to see far, it was because I stood on the shoulder of giants. One of the giants of Nigeria's society is Dr. Idika Kalu, and I was happy to serve him then. I'm happy to refer to him as my boss now. And congratulations, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
The Honorable Minister, Budget and National Planning, I can confirm that by 1994, we have a group of talks, the young talks, Ama Bagudu and Chukwani. I'm from Owura. I'll join you people from time to time in your debate. Now, the book reviewer, my younger brother, Teriba, as usual, when you invite Professor Teriba, he brings along some freshness. People were expecting the usual academic, boring book review, but he gave a fresh perspective of doing a critique. And in the end, he challenged the generation next. That when Dr. K.I.K., as he's fondly called, during his time in the public policy arena, he saw tariff and non-tariff as the anchor. After discussing that, Tereba advised us on some militating factors that could reduce the importance of that focus. And now, the philosophy of this discussion is to take up the challenge thrown by Professor Tereba that in our own situation, how are we going to deal with the digitalization, the biotech, and the ecological technology advancement as being probably issues outside the direct control of state public policy instruments. That being the case, I'm delighted to have a multifaceted panel of discussants. I know that one or two may not be here, but in our midst, we're not short of very brilliant people. And we're also happy that the Honorable Minister, National Planning, we have some takeaways to influence subsequent budgets, because if you recall, we were having a debate over this last budget. So please listen. Yes, I've seen Chief Philip Asiodu Ekele. You remember in National Assembly when you were worried that some of us were becoming obstacles to your policy in 2002, 2003. He was the chief economic advisor then. Having said that, those who expected a panel to sit up here, our apology, the problem was with the institute, the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Maybe Tereba, you should tell them to think big and give us an arena that could accommodate panel discussion. When they built this, it was for chairman and the others. So, our panelists, will call you to come and give some freshness to the issue Dr. K.I.K. had explored, being a man of figures. K.I.K. challenged his contemporaries, even us, who are students of public policy. Don't debate. Come with figures, statistics, so that if you have a glimpse of K.I.K.'s book, some of you who are mathematical, you can put some Panadol close to you, because when you begin to see some figures being played here and there, you may be discouraged. Having said that, amongst our panelists, we have lawyers who are economists as well. We have economic teachers. We also have gender balance, eminent women who are accomplished in their own right. To kick off, I would want you people to welcome Dr. Charles Ugu, who is a world-renowned economist, to throw some perspectives on it.
Good afternoon, the man of the day, for whom we are gathered today. I'm privileged to also be with the Ubi of Onitsha. While I was joining Shell as a fresher he has already reached the apex of the leadership. So it's my privilege to meet you today. And I was privileged to have gotten to a level of leadership he was before he left. Thank you, sir, for laying the foundation. Today we are looking at the work done some 53 years ago. Am I right? And my joy and concern is that some of the issues he spoke to 53 years ago are still relevant today. I will share with us a portion about the conclusion he arrived at, where he said, and I quote, he said that the differential rates of effective production do not indicate relative efficiency, effective resources use across industries. I don't know if that tells you anything. In other words, the efforts at protecting the industries did not translate into effectiveness in the use of the resources. As it were, from a basically produce agricultural materials and exports had been on since the 60s. And it is after this period that it dawned on Nigeria that we just need to transform. That transformation led to a policy which I'm surprised still subsists today: import substitution industrialization. Which was a platform that enabled us to support activities, value-adding activities that could curtail our importing. We gave them taxes, tax reliefs, mild credits, without an accountability clause guaranteeing that value add. Please mark this. And I will recall where this had been a major problem and nobody looked at what was happening. This was the trend in the 60s and 70s. In the 80s, there was the need that for this to take root, there must be some form of a structural rejigging of the system. And that led to the famous, who were in the university then, we call it the infamous SAP, because I think it was even more biting than the subsidy removal we have now. I don't know how many of you here witnessed it. So very few. Following that, the imperative of that process was that unlike what was in the 60s and 70s, the state began to gradually hands off babysitting the economy. And when the state began to hand off, the thinking in the new millennium was that those areas should be allowed to get seated and find their space. Ideally, a style that would have fitted this process would have required change the structure and then move from a low productivity process to an industrialized process that will enhance the value add. I'll give you one example. The worker in the gold mines in South Africa is worth less than $5 an hour. And the blacksmith, who eventually translates it into the rings you and I are wearing, could be worth more than $80 an hour. What changed? The value add. But the import substitution methodology we adopted then was simply pamper them, provide them these without a challenge as to the extent to which they contribute to the system. The implication was that there were no real growths during the period. And you can imagine that till today, those processing firms and primary activities still accounted for about 91% of the GDP. Manufacturing is just about 9%. And if over the 50 years, this has still been the situation in Nigeria, then do we clap for the import substitution induced process? Let's see, establish the nexus between this process, how we now enable these economies to operate, the new form where we have adopted this import substitution, and what could have energized the economy to grow. Because there is no accountability, as you will say, these support bases were like, they saw themselves as as that kid that is pampered with a no credit limit in a toy department of life. They just moved on. And some of you remember when Beijing left, and that airline was sold to some people, and some people were given some things to enable them get on top and be the airline of Nigeria. All that story, you all remember them. So the challenge which I'm here to speak on strongly is that there are three forms of these, be it import substitution or export promotion, that is very germane here. The first bit is to challenge them. The challenge bit is deliver this, we will support you with tax incentives and other incentives, but you must demonstrate value add. So it is contingent on the demonstration of the value add that you will be supported. Then the other basic support, which doesn't involve challenge, will say, we just support you, believing you will deliver. And I'll share with you that the experience of China, South Korea, and all that was predicated on, we support the exports, and in supporting the exports, you must show demonstrable evidence of the value you add. So what we're saying here today is that we thank the renowned economists for reminding us, as it were, that even though these incentives by the government would have made a difference, his empirical study actually did show that the actual realization from this process wasn't as expected. And enjoying us until we change from just mere supporting to challenging and incentivizing your processes, we will remain the way we were post-independence. Thank you.
But I must pay respect to our Royal Highness, yeah, and Excellency, the Honorable Minister, and our Chairman, Dr. Idika Kalu. At 85 or so, you're still looking you're blessed, sir. Well done. I thought you'd give that a round of applause. So, I'm going to speak a little bit about something that is import substitution, which is the topic, and export. But I'll keep it very simple because I believe this session is going to go around, and people at the lower end of the pyramid want to understand what is going on. So I want to see some positives that have come out of our import substitution strategy over years, particularly from the time that Dr. Idika Kalu was a minister. We've heard a few of the things and the innovative policies that they put in place. So import substitution, we understand, is just getting our nation to be more reliant on internally generated revenues from local industries or local production. One area that has really benefited, of course we know Nigeria has been very dependent on oil and gas. And there were some deliberate efforts like Operation Feed the Nation and all of that. But one area that has really benefited is the agricultural sector. Before now, we had a lot of our industries import malts and some of their raw materials from abroad. But over time, we've seen a shift in that, and then these industries were forced to do backward integration. Even though we cannot see 100% success, but the spin-off of that was that they began to innovate a sector that was really subsistence, agriculture, because then agriculture was really in the rural areas. But because these huge industries, Nigerian breweries, Coca-Cola, and all of them were doing backward integration, that innovation kind of catalyzed that sector. And today we can see that agriculture, before now, was contributing very little to our GDP. But I think as of today, it's almost 30% of our GDP. Now, a spin-off from that, we can see that more youths are getting involved in agriculture. So the value, I'm going to dwell on agriculture because really that's about food security. I want us to see some of the benefits that we've had from import substitution. Agriculture has also catalyzed other areas of growth. You have the value chain, you have manufacturing. Then you see that a lot more women are more engaged in that sector. Today you have a lot of youth, maybe about 26 or 27% of youth in agriculture, which wasn't that some time ago. Fintech is also another area that we've seen a lot of progress coming out from import substitution. I was in banking industry in the 80s. Most of the fintech companies there were Asians, either Indians or British. But today, the fintech industry across Africa is dominated by African-grown technologies. So I think that Nigeria is a benefactor of that. And because fintech or technology is cross-cutting, you see technology, you can see, you hear of edutech, you hear of fintech, you have agri-tech, and all of that. So we see that if we can push some of these policies and be consistent in some of these policies, there will be a lot more positive outcomes coming off from this import substitution strategy. But of course, there's a downside. When you're doing import substitution, there's a tendency to have protectionist policies. And of course, that also can create another issue. Rice, for example, in agriculture, you can see I don't know how many people still eat, a lot of people now eat homegrown rice. So some specific sectors have really, really benefited. The amount of foreign exchange that we used to spend just a decade ago importing rice, all of that now is going into other more essential areas. So I think that we can have a lot, Honorable Minister, I think that we can push a lot more policies around substitution, not really around protectionism. You look at Dangote, sugar, Bois, sugar, cement, all of these were imported, some years ago. So I think we'll give a round of applause for our policies, and for that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I recognize the OB of Furniture, Your Majesty. May I recognize the Honorable Minister present, and our celebrant, Dr. Carlo Idikakalo. Thank you very much for this opportunity for Nigerians to share once more your experience and your knowledge. Quickly, they say we have to speak for 2 to 3 minutes. I would like to say that ISI, import substitution, industrialization, or even the export promotion, they are not bad policies per se, but it is how you bring it to your own context that makes a difference. We know that in the 50s and the 60s, South Korea implemented ISI, import substitution, industrialization, and they focused primarily on 3 key sectors: especially the steel and the textile. But they quickly understanding the pitfalls of ISI, they quickly moved into exportation, export promotion, and concentrating more on technology, industrial, they're concentrating so much on high intensive technology manufacturing, like we have Daewoo, Samsung, and Co. as we see today. But in our context in Nigeria, what we have seen, we can clearly say that ISI, import substitution, has been, to my own understanding, technically a failed policy because the value we should derive from it, we are not getting that. So I can say, when you do industrial substitution, the tendency of you to shortcut, right, is there. The tendency of you to, the efficiency of your industry, because of the protection, competitiveness globally is lost. So as we can see, the value of our imports in 2016 was about 8 trillion. Right now, in 2020, we've approached 19 trillion. So that means despite our struggle to reduce our import value, we're not making it. We can also see that from the Global Competitive Index, the recent one. Out of the 100 countries listed, Nigeria is not present. So we see countries like Seychelles, Botswana, South Africa in the first 100 countries. It means we are not competitive enough. And we can say clearly because of the ISI we have adopted over the decades. We can also see that from after the African Free Trade Agreement, we are not able to implement it as we speak because our industries are not competitive enough to do that. And because we have been protecting our industry for a long time. So the idea of the AFTA is supposed to increase the manufacturing sector in the continent output by $1 trillion. So where are we as a country in that? And we can say only countries like Ghana and South Africa are able to, as we speak, meet the custom requirements of infrastructure on trading. And that means we're not channeling our resources in the right place. What we should be doing as a country is to improve our ease of doing business, our cost of doing business. And that by achieving that, we can get the right growth. We also see that we can remember that we have closed our borders for a long time, especially our neighbors in Benin. And from statistics done by the Benin government recently, it shows that they have 171 border points that are not manned by custom. What that means is they have 17,000, in 10 days, they have 17,000 illegal transactions worth over $15 million. You know, this is like 3 times what the custom realized, you know, for the country. So what are we achieving with that? I think in summary, what we should be doing is balance the act. That there's a little to the left, a little to the right, then the center. The center should be, one, import substitution is right, but we have to select sectors or items that will have serious comparative advantage. 1, 2, 3 to the max, right? And pump in our resources in that. You know, anything uncoordinated will not take us to where we desire to go. We can also see that our exchange rate is not making sense as we speak because we're not generating enough foreign exchange. How do you generate enough foreign exchange when your local products are not competitive in the market by pricing? You know, too much push to support local industries, channeling those resources, usually brings inflationary pressure. And those inflationary pressure, what does it cost? It makes our domestic products not competitive for export. And if it's not complete for export, how do you attract foreign investors to come here with their skill, machinery, and talent, and even funding to generate that? I think the balance should be carefully done by the government. The middle is reduce the number of items you're subsidizing for import substitution, right? Increase your funding for infrastructure to make businesses boom. We know $14 million annually is spent on diesel alone by SMEs. $14 million, that's huge. So if you can close that gap, our demand for foreign exchange will keep dropping and our competition will increase. SMEs, they lose more than 10% of their profits only on just diesel alone. So that's the challenge we face. So summary is, it is not a bad policy, but a little to the left, a little to the right, but the center must hold. Thank you.
My big brother, Dr. Khalid Kakalu, my big brother, General Ike Omasanda Wachuku, all other protocols hereby observed. You tell from a progeny how the boss is or was. From Senator, Governor, and now Minister Atiku Bagudu, who cut his teeth under Dr. K.I.K. and my late friend Amasike Iwagu and Chukbi Chukwani. When I was in the power sector, we wrote to governors, all the governors, 36 governors in Nigeria State. Only 4 governors showed up. Bagudu was one of them. Followed by Dave Umahi, Obaseki, who was trained in the same institution as myself, the Great International Merchant Bank, and El-Rufai. So you wonder where we got it wrong. When you call governors to come to the transmission company for you to help them upgrade their transmission facilities, and only 4 out of 36 showed up. It is very pathetic. So Dr. Keake, you did a good job on my friend Atiku Bagudu. I was co-opted like a spare tire, but having gone to Government College Umuahia, we were taught to rise up to any occasion. I'm glad Abogidi is leading the government colleges here, because Dr. K.I.K. always intimidates me with King's College. I think I showed you here. We outnumber them today. My brother, Commodore Aneke, is at Umuahia. He went to Government College Umuahia. Chris Asonoka went to government secondary school, but it's still a government college. So I'm going to speak today on tariff, because I was just conscripted here. I'm going to speak from the power sector. Our tariff there is governed by what you call MITO, multi-year tariff order. We have what you call the short-term review and the long-term review. And in all electricity markets that I have studied in my life, there's what you call a cost-reflective tariff. Before we started this event today, there was blackout. A country with a population of over 200 million generates at best 5,000 megawatts of power, less than the city of Johannesburg. So our per capita electricity is in the negative. We cannot continue like this without a cost-reflective tariff. The problem with NEPA, TCN, DISCOs, GENCOs, whatever you call them by whatever name, is insolvency. The power sector is insolvent. Government cannot continue to subsidize electricity. Right now, Nigeria is amongst the cheapest power per kilowatt hour in Africa. So I write a lot. I'm a zoologist turned banker, now a scholar at Oxford. I thank God for Government College Umuahia. and of course Ladilac. Dr. K.I.K. went to Ladilac. General Ike Machuku went to Ladilac. And I went to Ladilac. All my family members went to Ladilac. And all the Machukus went to Ladilac. And Dr. Dikakalu went from Ladilac to St. Jude's Primary School in 1947. Ladilac was started by my Sierra Leonean auntie, Mrs. Rita Dove, that we used to call Lady in those days. So the training of someone like Dr. Kalu Dikakalu was, although honed from home, also was added value addition in the education institution he attended. So Nigeria must not joke with education. Education is the only thing that can set us free. So back on tariff, Nigerians have suffered enough. I wrote in 2020 that Nigerians should prepare for excruciating pain because the country is bankrupt, because we refuse to implement what Dr. Idekakalu recommended in the 90s. He was part of the team of World Bank that gave the blueprint to South Korea. Look at where South Korea is today. We keep talking about Singapore and Lee Kuan Yew. Yes, they were the same economic base as Nigeria in 1960. But because we do not place a premium on mediocrity or on meritocracy, we often place a premium on mediocrity at the expense of meritocracy. I will not disagree with His Royal Highness, who said our problem is a lack of leaders. I will not disagree with him. Who born me to disagree with His Royal Highness? My own point of view is Nigeria has leaders, but for you to be able to identify the real leaders and place a premium on meritocracy is what's important. General Ike Machu then, as a brigadier, identified KIK and made him the commissioner for finance. As a young boy in the bank in those days, I would sit around their table, listening, imbibing, soaking in. And Dr. KIK inspired me to move from whatever I'm doing to end up in academics. So we must identify and put up our first 11 to play the economic soccer of the world. If you go with your third 11, you end up in your third 11. We have them here. We have Nigerians who are doing great things in Oxford, in Cambridge, in Harvard, in Wharton, in all the great institutions in the world. We have Nigerians there. The Dean of African Studies was Wale Adebambi. He was poached from Oxford to University of Pennsylvania. We have lots of them. We have Bayo Ogunlesi. He has a GIP, Global Infrastructure. He owns Gatwick, Edinburgh Airport, City Airport, London. He's from Ikorodu Yabi Shagamu. He's a Nigerian. Well, he went to King's College too. So, KC. So, my own point is simple. As someone who was conscripted, is to talk about the need for a cost-reflective tariff. If the Minister for National Planning can make provision to shock the subsidy, because Nigerians have suffered enough from the removal of subsidy. So there must be a way to finance a cost-reflective tariff. Thank you very much.
Privilege and honor for me to address you today in the presence of His Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, and the distinguished Minister and former Governor, and the distinguished former Governor and Senator, General Ike Nwachukwu, on the occasion of the launch of a book by Dr. K.I.K. When I was invited to come, I knew this was something I must do. About 30 years ago, exactly 30 years ago, I left Nigeria to study law at Harvard. When I got to Harvard, the courses I wanted to study, such as taxation, competition law, called antitrust in the United States, I realized I was expected to have a degree in economics before I could study those subjects. But I was so intent on studying them that I had to take electives in economics, and I studied under Jeffrey Sachs. Jeffrey Sachs had previously been an advisor to Russia. At that time, the world was going through major economic reforms across the globe. Soviet Union was dissolving, China was emerging as a major economy, and we began to study the interaction between democracy and economic reform, using the shock therapy which was practiced in Russia against the Indian version, India being itself a democracy. So, as Russia began to do badly, it coincided with a time when Jeffrey Sachs became the head of the Harvard Institute for International Development. And Jeff was being blamed for applying shock therapy because he went and reformed the corporate sector, the economy of Russia, without any emphasis on rule of law. And naturally, when things went bad, people felt that there wasn't sufficient attention paid to rule of law aspect of reforms. So Jeff then became the head of HID. The first thing he did was to bring in 3 lawyers. Katharina Pistol from Germany, Jonathan Hay from the United States, and myself from Nigeria. I had just left Harvard Law School as a graduate student. So I became involved very early in the issue of economic reform. So when I left Harvard, my concern was I was living in a community of strong economic teachers. But when I finally met Dr. Kalu Dike Kalu, I found in him an opportunity for me to continue to learn and study economics and reflect on things such as economic policies and reforms. So he has inspired me, I would say. KIK has inspired me tremendously. As you've listened to other speakers, he inspired many other people. Recently, I said to him, I'll round up quickly, I said to KIK, it is time we do a book on you and your teachings so that the future generation of Nigerians will learn those things that you taught us and those things that are essential. I didn't realize that a book was already in the making. So it is indeed a wonderful opportunity to be here. One thing I will emphasize today, back to the aspect of rule of law and economic reform, is whatever you do, however you go about it, the experience, global experience, has taught us that there must be a rule of law component to these policies, for the policies to have the intended impact and effect. I was going, if I had more opportunity, I was going to mention one particular area of rule of law deficit in Nigeria, and that has to do with the issue of corruption. Without adequate attention paid to that, without effective corresponding reforms occurring in the area of rule of law, Nigeria will not be able to realize the potentials of reforms, such as critical reforms that are expounded in the book being launched today. I hope that as we discuss this, we will continue also to pay attention to rule of law in order not to make the mistake some reformers have made in the past. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emeka. As we went on a live, we parted ways, and much later in life, as a Brigadier General of the Nigerian Army, a newly appointed military governor of Old Imo State, I was searching for those to work with me, to make the difference in the governance of that state. By the way, we met a state that was totally bankrupt. They were owing 11 months' salary to teachers, 13 months to the parastatals and so on. They were owing contractors. And yet we were making some money. So I needed somebody to run my Ministry of Finance and Economic Development. And in the search, I spoke to late Pius Okibo, who was then head of scope, and my other teacher, Dr. Sonny Okongo, who later became Minister of Finance and Minister of Petroleum Resources and Minister of National Planning in the same government that was served in under Babangida years later. both of them, that's Okibo and SPC Okongo, recommended to me KIK. I didn't know it was the same person. I knew him as George in school. But so this gentleman came through the doors of my office, and I stood up to meet him, and here I said, I know you now. He said, I know you too. I said, George. He said, he came. He said, fine. So I said, fine. Now, George, sit down. I have a responsibility to discharge to the people of Imo State and to Nigeria. And I'm seeking for those to help me run the affairs of our state, redeem the insolvency of my state, pay off the salaries, begin development, and set a future on the path before the development of my state, Igbo land, Nigeria, and the black race. So, and I said to him, now KIK, would you take on the job of my Commissioner for Finance? And he said yes. I said, welcome on board. So we set out to run Imo State. We paid off in no time all the debt. We embarked on what we call the Imo formula, which meant whatever we earned, that's the amount of money we would pay to our staff. Simply put, if my entire workforce could produce X revenue, they couldn't expect me to pay them X plus Y, because the entire value of the workforce was X. That was the basis of Imo formula. It took some time for he and I to convince the labor union, but we did. We called them in and said to them, that's what we want. That's what you want. You can't earn more than what you want. In the end, we agreed, and the labor union came along with us, and we were able to run that state the way we did, I believe, efficiently. I'm not here to write our own report, but there's enough indications to show that when he and I ran the affairs of the Imo State, at that time, we were not wanted among the 36 states, the 12 states of the country at the time. Now, Mikaike also came on board as the Minister of Finance, and they called him Kalo at the IMF, if you remember, and so on. And he helped the development of our financial base. Now, today we have a country, painfully so, with all the eggs, with all the qualities, with all the brilliance of our people, men and women, and we're still turning around. That's an awful shame. I hear people say leadership, yes, leadership. But my training also tells me that if you're a commander, a general leading your troops and so on, you must listen to your subordinate commanders. And when they work with you to set a plan, they will force you to make the proper decision, because it is based on your appreciation, based on your recommendations, would the decision be made. So if you turn around and say, is the government, is the president, we are not being fair. We have a country in which our people are shy, absolutely shy, to stand up into what they believe in and to push those things through. The followership can make the leadership make the right decision. That's what I'm saying in effect. Now, another aspect, just one more minute or two, another aspect that really, really irks me is our interest rate regime in Nigeria. Our interest rate regime in Nigeria. We can't go on expecting miracles to happen when, if I wanted a loan to start a business, you give it to me at 35%. how do I, in the name of goodness, break even, make profit, and invest in research and development? Nearly impossible. So we need to look at that regime. As you're talking about tariffs also, so how we can manage our regime such that it's low enough to make people want to take loans, to make people want to invest, and to make profit and want to invest in research and development. Nigeria is in your hands, not in the hands of those in Abuja. It's in your hands also. Let's make the difference and make our country great. Thank you.
Ọbara ndị Nigeria na-arịa nwa ga-amụrụ na ndị ugwu nọ n'ugwu emuti Igbo na-asụ akụkọ mbụ Igbo na n'izu na-agụ na redio bụrụkwa nke a na-atụ ụta n'ụzọ emechaa ekele Chukwu nna. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the crux of the matter. Dr. Kalu Idika-Kalu, all his life, he has worked for the progress of Nigeria. Now is the payback time. Let us go now and do the unveiling of the book. We've come here to lunch. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating the man who will be 85 very soon.
Okay, I think we've had all the speeches, and by now, I think we have very good insight into the mind of Dr. K.I.K. and what's in that book, because we've had various perspectives from various speakers. The Honorable Minister gave us a very deep perspective. And of course, General Machuku, who I remember when he was governor, said that he was telling his commissioners all the time that if he has to go to jail, all of them will go to jail together. So, without much ado, this is a very wonderful occasion, occasion for gratitude to God that the man we're celebrating, God has kept him in good health and in good mind to produce this book, and we pray that he'll continue to be in good health and in good mind to write the other series that are coming behind. Therefore, in the name of God, Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost, we launch this book.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, George Kalu Idika-Kalu, Nigeria, Tariff and Non-Tariff Policies and Impact on Industrial Development. We have unveiled it, now we need to do the other one, which is the We should now show our love for this fantastic man who has done so much for Nigeria. I'm happy that I was part of this team. When I was growing up, he just loved my voice on radio when I was reading the news. And, okay, sir. A chance came in. Come now. Okay, Jida what? I'm going to go. The cameraman, the photographers, please take them. You can't have a better. These are Nigerians. Never buy. It is not about money. This will serve the country with a service. Thank you very much, Abogidi. So we'll go up there, then people will now do the other one. Can you share? Charles, I got one here.
Me, Kabesi, honorable ministers, past and present, even though there are 3 honorable ministers, past and present, seated, they have held the portfolio perhaps 6 or 7 times. So, honorable ministers times 7. My name is Leke Oshuni, and I am the current president of the King's College Old Boys Association. With me is the chairman of the school-based management committee, Alhaji Jani Ibrahim, chairman. His Excellency Chuma Anosike, the envoy of Namibia to Nigeria, is the vice president of the association. And Etigwe Uwa SAN is the general secretary of the association. We're here in 2 capacities. In our own personal capacities, my name is Dr. Leke Oshuni. We're here because our past president, President Emeritus Kalu Idika Kalu, is being honored today and is launching a much-needed book on the economy of Nigeria. And so we would like to launch even above the Emeritus President of the King's College Old Boys Association is the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the King's College Old Boys Association, Izoma Asiodu. He is the only one, there are only 2 people who came first in every subject they did whilst in King's College. I saw Izoma Asiodu's report sheet of 1949, and he came first in every subject. Music, French, mathematics, fine arts, everything. The only other person to repeat that feat is Alhaji Jani Ibrahim, who came out of Imperial College with first-class honors. Genius is not uncommon in King's College, as you well know. Thank you very much. It's money you want to hear. Okay. We do not usually make public our financial exchanges. However, sir, I guarantee you that we will purchase at least 30 copies of the book at a sum twice the price of the book. Those mathematicians should please make the computations. I thank you very much for listening. I thank you very much, sir.
I don't take grammar, finish the whole thing. I'm a job up to the we put your hands together for them. It shows the love. And I'm happy they're all occupying command positions. It's not just to go to school, though. I go to school and I think that where you did now, these guys are all occupying command positions. Your hands together for them for that, too, please.
Honorable Minister, my own elder and leader, General Wachuku, our overall leader, Philippa Siodu, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the author happens to be my own friend and brother, someone that we the younger ones are looking up to. When he told me about this book a few days ago, I was like, if you have had more time to get across to more people to be here today, but because of time, it wasn't so possible for us to do that. However, I told him that despite whatever engagement one may have planned for the day, I would definitely be here to give him that support Because to me, somebody like KIK in Igbo land, in Nigeria, is somebody that we cannot joke with. Well, I wouldn't want to bore you with long speech because speeches have already been made. I will simply not join, have to vote a protocol if it is so, not join the group of not making my donation known. I have to make it known, at least if not for anything, to encourage the author. So I will be taking 5 copies of the book at the sum of 500,000. Thank you very much.
And you go in Africa? No. May God bless you, sir. Thank you. Then even Nabo Gide, I just said to him, oh, he said, boss, just go and get there. Oh, it's for me. So I say, could I lay him that account so that I have back? Could I lay your account? No, I'm sending a transfer from here. Quick, give it to me. Not because of people like this we still be relevant. Huh? Okay, fidelity. Okay, sorry. Carlo Idika Carlo Fidelity Bank, UBA. The account number is here. We have access, okay, I've not seen access, but Zenith Bank is also here. So the bags are going to go around now. Keep the bags with all the guests. So what's the song, man? If you want to put money there, put it there. But there's a POS woman going around. If you want to do it like my own, now, please. It's cashless. No. Let me open it up. Put it in straight away. Are we still waiting for those?
And my boss, the boss of my boss, General Ike Nwachukwu, and indeed my boss, our dear Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu. When my boss called me on this event, he requested me to inform Mr. President about the event. And I did send a message while President was in Dubai, and he sent his best wishes. And here in my hand is a copy of a book which Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu has provided for me to take to Mr. President. And I'm sure I'll be doing Mr. President proud. I'm not very good in English. I couldn't find the equivalent word of stubborn. They both share because they believe in what they believe. They believe that they have to do those difficult, bold, and courageous decisions in order to get it right. So I'm sure they are fond of each other for that respect. So on behalf of Mr. President, I'm donating 10 million naira for this one book. And like I said earlier, I came here to support, to host, as somebody who grew up under the tutelage of this distinguished and illustrious Nigerian. So I'm also, myself and my family, are buying these 5 copies of this book for 5 million naira. Thank you.
Amongst us, we should not take such things for granted. So I'm not going to go into talking about the book, just as Teriba said. This is not time for lengthy equations, even if it was the kind of equation I presented to my governor, General Ike Nwachukwu, how we are going to deal with astounding debts and the need for paper, the need for this. I had an equation and I gave it to him. And he said, wow, this is the Imo formula. So he is the one who called it the Imo formula. I said, well, that's okay. Let me first start by thanking the Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty. He set the pace. He set the pace and the time for this event. I had a little bit of caucus with my senior, by far, Izoma Asiodu, who commands a special place in our hearts, not only within the King's College Old Boys family. But I recall when I passed to King's College, my dad was away in the Cameroons, and he knew his dad. He didn't know about this. I ended up spending time with his family. This was Badley Avenue. That was what it was called before I reported to King's College. So I've had that connection with Izoma, and I knew his mother, I knew his sisters, and some of his brothers. You know, very respectable, very absolutely first-class family. So I also want to thank him. I want to thank the reviewer who has left for doing a good job, and also opening up the vista about what should be succeeding, what economists for a long time called traded and non-traded goods. So we are going to the areas of services and artificial intelligence, and I thank Teriba for interjecting with that aspect of the continuous shifts in the structure of our exports and the new frontier where nations have to compete for relevance in international trade. I want also to thank the discussants for taking on the subject matter of import substitution and export promotion. You know, we economists at times become a little bit foggy in defining these terms. Some of these terms will live forever, irrespective of the structure of the products that you are vending. So I would like to go back and talk to some of these people who want to make a distinction between one service and one product. There's a fundamental theory that will continue to be absolutely relevant to the trading of goods and services. To the audience, let me say one thing. I grew up here in Lagos. I belong to many organizations, but for this one, it wasn't really possible to get to many of them. That explains what you might consider a sense of paucity of the audience for something that I consider this important. But it's not the number that counts. I think we've had a very vibrant exchange on the subject matter of the book and also other related matters. So I don't think we should regret that the audience is not overflowing as they ought to be if we just had a little bit of time. Our publisher here had to assure us that the book will be ready, and we have to also take the tune from our chairman. That, of course, causes a delay of some sort, and not a delay, but it's determining the kind of time frame within which you gather those who will be so happy to cheer you. But also, let me assure you that quite a few got notice that this whole thing was on Zoom, so we'll look at the Zoom audience before we conclude as to how many people took time out to listen to the proceedings this afternoon. I will not end this short vote of thanks, as it were, without again underscoring the importance of presenting this book in the first place, which is to remind all Nigerians of the basic issues we've been discussing for the last 50 years. to refresh our minds about the issues that have limited us from attaining our potential, which we have talked about ad infinitum. Our potential to build a society that is commensurate with the tremendous resources that God has blessed this nation with by his design and of course by the accident of our history. Oftentimes we point fingers at the colonial experience and the rest of it. I don't think in time when we will all be called to account, pointing fingers will constitute a significant explanation for where we are now. But I think the fact that we always keep saying we should be doing better, and we as Nigerians from every clime, we speak out. Some of our fellow Africans are a little bit more, they tend to hold back a little bit more, but we Nigerians, we speak out. We should now back up that penchant for speaking out with determining to show for the things that have been entrusted to us, agricultural, mineral, and now the brains that are going into the various new frontiers as listed by Professor Ayo Teriba. I am determined, and it is a pledge, to take it from here, God willing, to isolate some of these key interrelated obstacles to Nigeria's emergence as a fully industrialized economy that has been projected to be perhaps the third largest behind only India and China. I believe it was Brookings that came up with that sort of broad projection a few years ago, shortly after we rebased our economy and saw that we were indeed notionally the largest economy in Africa, but we should not be resting on our oars. By the time we rebase again and we take stock, let's hope we will sustain that position. We should move from here, going forward, a happy agglomeration of tribes, tongues, and religions under one world that we too are very much a part of God's creation. As I said during the George Floyd case, some of you might have not missed some of our sisters in America throwing up their hands, crying for their homeland, which they can return to, point to, and tell the other folks, most of whom came long after they were forced to go to America. They hope there will be that homeland. We all believe that Nigeria should be that homeland. Kwame Nkrumah demonstrated his leadership quality by talking about this aspect. And many Ghanaians, including some of the top academicians from the African American community, they ended up in Ghana. I don't know how many of them are still there, but certainly it is clear that if we are able to correct ourselves, if we are able to come under one banner, irrespective of what our origins are. We've practiced this over the years, but I think our politicians at times find it a soft landing spot to gain votes by tending to go back to those centrifugal forces, which should not be. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We thank you all for taking out time at a critical point in the new week to be with us for this launching. We will call you back soon, where we can all now witness some of the things that we are seeing around us. This is a 50-year history, although the issues are so relevant, but we need to take time to address all these issues that have continued to come back and forth. We're splitting it into 13 states to 26 states to 36 states. We are mulling the issue of whether we should go parliamentary from federal, while some of our greatest minds tell us that those are not our problems. Our problems rest squarely with leadership. What does this really mean? These are some of the things that one will want to interrogate directly in research and maybe share with you some of our findings. Again, I thank you all for your attention and for your vibrant contribution to the success of this launching today. Thank you all.
And I think there's nothing more to add than to say again, thank you very much for coming. And I hope that most of us, or all of us, have acquired a copy of the book. And I suggest we digest the book and hope it gives us some hope that there's a future for Nigeria. The future, as my brother Ike Nwachukwu has said, belongs to all of us, and therefore all of us have to work to achieve that future and not leave it just to political leaders. So thank you very much, and I wish you very well. Have a good day.
Item 7 at the fore.
Prince B.C. Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Parents of the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince B.C. Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince B.C. Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former Vice President. Royal Fathers of the Day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nnemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince B.C. Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously. The 5th edition of Live, Love and Laugh event with the theme I Am Fruitful was held on Sunday, October 22nd, 2023 at the Celebration Garden, Ikeja, Lagos. Live, Love and Laugh is an initiative of UK-based event planner Moradeun Adeomi Dada. It's a platform she uses to give back to the society in Nigeria by supporting different charity projects each year. On the bandstand was Cobams and crew with a supply of good music. In attendance were the convener, Mrs. Moradeun Dada, and her husband, Mr. Olufemi Dada. Parents of the convener, Chief and Mrs. Omofade. The convener's parents-in-law, Princess Demola Dada and wives. The chairman and CEO, Biscon Communications, Prince B.C. Olatilo and wife, Princess Folashade Olatilo. The chairman and CEO, Space FM, Otumba Deje Shibogun. The primate of the African Church Worldwide, His Eminence, J.O.O. Abe. Senior Pastor, Trinity House Church, Pastor Itwai Gudalo, among others. The event started with an opening prayer led by the husband of the convener, Mr. Olufemi Dada. It featured performances from both upcoming and established artists, They include Melvin P., BMO, The Sensational Alabama, Kunlesh, Gwen Baby, among others. In a very powerful and motivational testimony, Senior Pastor, Trinity House Church and Chairman, Ibidu Ighodalo Foundation, Pastor Itwa Ighodalo, spoke on the psychological effects of stigma and social exclusion faced by a couple who are yet to conceive. He used his personal experience to encourage them and all those facing one form of social exclusion or another to trust God Almighty, as He is aware of their situation and is in full control.
There's no temptation that cometh to man, that within that temptation, my God will make a way of escape and He will glorify His name. So if you are going through pain, if you are going through anxiety, if you are going through tension, as long as God is God, He will see you through. You will come out shining like beauty stars, and God's name will be glorified. Abraham, our father, was barren for 90 years. Isaac was barren for 20 years. Zachariah was barren for almost 80 years. But out of all this barrenness, including Samuel and his mother, all that came out of that barrenness was that God's name will be. Samson's parents were barren for many years, so that God's name will be. There's something that God is working in your life, and God is preparing something for every one of us. Let nobody be bothered about what is happening or what they're going through, or thinking that God has abandoned them. What He said is that He will never leave you, He will never forsake you. If you hold on to God, every story of your life will end well. If you look at me today, I am thankful to have married Ibidu. I am thankful for 15 years of barrenness. I am thankful even that it was my wife that God chose to bring such joy and beauty to many families. I am thankful that God did not abandon all of us. I want to tell every single one of you here, my God will not abandon you. God bless you.
After an energetic and vibrant performance by Dudu Lewa Akewi from Ibadan, special prayers were said by the spiritual father of the day, His Eminence, the Primate J.O.O. Abbey of the African Church worldwide. The man of God made it clear that nothing is impossible with God, as he proclaimed powerful declarations of healing and special blessings for couples who are yet to conceive.
Saying you are barren or you are childless, I want you to know that the Bible says children are an heritage of the Lord. No man can give anybody a child. No man can make a child. No, it's not possible. They belong to God. There are special gifts that come from God. And I pray as you are looking up to God today for the gifts of your children, receive it in the name of Jesus. I say receive it in the name of Jesus. Things that have become impossible in your life, I pray the Lord will turn the table around and you will receive your children. It will become possible for you in the mighty name of Jesus. This is the 5th edition of this program, and the number 5 stands for grace. Everybody say grace. 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 This is the time, the appointed time, that all of you that are looking up to God for the fruit of the womb, receive grace to have your children in the name of Jesus. Every blockage in your life, in your womb, is removed in the name of Jesus.
After that, award-winning saxophonist BJ Sax took the guests through a scintillating and thrilling moment of worship and praise. This was followed by a presentation on the challenges, causes, prevention, management and treatment of infertility in men and women by a medical practitioner, Mrs. Tonyoni.
Infection too is a common problem for women. Infection is a common problem too for men. If women have any form of infection that concerns their reproductive organs, they have to treat it very well. And how do you know that? When you always examine your discharge, every morning, examine, look at your pan, check. It's your body, check it, look at it. If you observe something that is not okay, quickly make sure you see your doctor for immediate treatment. Why? Any form of infection affects your reproductive organ. Even in men too. If they have any form of STD or gonorrhea, it affects them. And I want to bring this to our notice too. If you have children that have moms, we don't take it very serious, but it affects their testes. And anything that affects their testes affects their production, their sperm production later in life. So if you see any child with it, please treat them promptly so that it won't cause problems for them in the future. Then we have in women too. Some women, if they have miscarriage, one miscarriage can affect some women that that uterus cannot be able to carry any pregnancy again. I've seen it. And they say, she was pregnant before. Why is pregnancy not staying? I've seen it. And when they run tests for them, they realize that endometrium is not tolerating any form of conception again. We have seen cases like that. Then we have what we call endometriosis. Endometriosis is like a lining of the uterus that's supposed to be, you know, that uterus normally supposed to be receptive to the fertilized egg to receive it so that it can germinate and grow very well. But by the time this type of thing is there, is abnormal lining, very thing that is abnormal, it will not allow fertilization, that is conception, to take place.
And a moment of comic relief by comedian Prince Will, which sets ribs cracking with laughter. A brief information on breast cancer was also shared by a representative of the Engraced Life Cancer Foundation, Dr. Williams Inobong, after which another testimony and words of encouragement were shared by beneficiaries of the Bidu Ighodalo Foundation, Mr. and Mrs. Awosoji. High point of the occasion were presentation of awards by the convener, Mrs. Murade Undada, to deserving individuals for their immense contributions to the success of the Live, Love and Laugh initiative, including her parents-in-law, Prince and Mrs. Dada, her parents, Chief and Mrs. Omofade, the chairman and CEO Biscon Communications Global Media Network, Prince Bisi Olatilo, as well as her husband, Mr. Oluwafemi Dada. In his response, the chairman and CEO Biscon Communications Global Media Network, Prince Bisi Olatilo, appreciated the convener, Murade Undada, for the laudable initiative, while reiterating his close relationship with the Dada family.
Your dad and mom, the kind of love they exude towards each other, see it's like man and make it really know. You say hello to them, you can't see them around, they're here. Eshe sir, thank you very much. I'm very happy that all of this is happening. Arabini, just started. Because I see you kneeling down and greeting God here. So, you know, I told you that you may almost turn this into a crusade because may God bless you for this. Thank you very much.
The vote of thanks was thereafter given by the convener, Mrs. Murade Undada, as popular musician Essence entertained guests with a solo rendition. To round off the occasion, popular comedians Omo Baba and D1 took the audience through another rib-cracking moment. Cobams and crew then took over proceedings once again with good music that got everyone dancing till the very end. From Biscon Communications Global Media Network, we congratulate the organizers on the successful hosting of the 5th edition of the Live, Love and Laugh event. Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Many thanks for joining us today on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. First, the headlines. On the national scene, federal government vows to punish Kaduna bombing culprits as Arawa Consultative Forum demands GOC's removal. FCT Minister Wike dismisses protest, calling for his resignation, labels it sponsored. In business news, Dangote Refinery gets first crude supply. On the following scene, U.S. criticizes Israel and Gaza civilian toll as UN to hear ceasefire demand. And in the rather sports, Masters champion John Ram commits to joining League Golf League from 2024 season. Now the news in full. The Pan-Northern Socio-Political Organization, the Arawa Consultative Forum, has demanded the removal of the General Officer commanding 1 Division of the Nigerian Army, Kaduna, Major General V.U. Okoro, over the accidental bombing of Tuduberi in the Igabi local government area of Kaduna State on Sunday night. The ACF made the demand as the federal government vowed to punish whoever was found culpable in the accidental bombing. An airstrike intended to flush out terrorists had on Sunday night accidentally hit civilians during a religious celebration at Tuduberi. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu during a visit to the victims of the bombing at Barao Diko Teaching Hospital, Kaduna, said the government would get to the root of the incident. Shettima disclosed that victims of bombing would be taken care of under the Fulako initiative of the president, which he described as a non-kinetic solution to the challenges in the Northwest. According to him, the beneficiary states of the initiative include Sokoto, Zamfara, Kebbi, among others.
Measures will be taken to ensure that future occurrences are abated. And most importantly, the government will go to the root of the issue, and if anyone is found culpable, will be punished accordingly.
Now, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory has waved off a protest calling for his resignation, insisting that it was sponsored, even though he agreed demonstrations are welcomed in a democratic setting. Wike, a former Rivers State governor, assumed office as the FCT minister months after Bola Tinubu's emergence as president. But earlier in the week, some placard-bearing demonstrators gathered at the National Assembly demanding his resignation. Despite the move, Wike remains defiant, maintaining he is not bothered by such protests. He maintained that the protesters were paid. He further added that his administration is committed to ensuring his policies are for the betterment of the generality of FCT residents. Following the flag-up, the FCT minister promised a facelift of roads in the area. Away from that, Yoruba Nation agitator Chief Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, has reaffirmed his movement's commitment to achieving an independent Yoruba nation, despite the emergence of a Yoruba president. Igboho made his position known in an interview with newsmen. When asked about shelving the sovereignty efforts after President Bola Tinubu, a Yoruba man, took office, Igboho said his Ilana Omoodua group began agitating long before Tinubu's election. While less visible recently, Igboho said his group is still actively furthering the cause, adding that the United Nations receives periodic updates on progress being made. He also dismissed critics questioning his leadership or impact under the new Tinubu administration. Igboho responded to accusations that he lacked the standing to spearhead the self-determination struggle. We take a short break now to come back with business news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the news hour on Biscon Television. Now to the business news. The first crude feedstock for Dangote's 650,000 barrels per day refinery has arrived to the country, according to SP Global quoting market sources and tanker tracking data. The analytical firm said the development indicated that fuel production at the new $19 billion facility is finally set to start after years of delays. According to the report, the Otis tanker loaded a 950,000 barrel cargo of Agbami crude on December 6 and was discharged at the refinery's terminal on Thursday. The Suezmax tanker, chartered by state-owned Nigerian National Petroleum Company, is the first of Dangote's initial crude supplies as the giant new plant starts to ramp up operations, a West African oil trader said. The privately owned refinery was officially completed in May but has yet to make any oil products due to a lack of domestic crude feedstock. NNPC, which owns a 20% stake in the refinery, recently agreed to supply 6 million barrels of crude oil as feedstock to the refinery in December. We'll take another short break. When we come back, we'll bring you foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to foreign news. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, in his strongest public criticism of Israel's conduct of the war on Hamas in South Gaza, said there was a gap between the government's declared intentions to protect civilians and the casualties. U.S. President Joe Biden spoke separately by phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Jordan's King Abdullah on Thursday. Biden emphasized the critical need to protect civilians and to separate the civilian population from Hamas, including through corridors that allow people to move safely from defined areas of hostilities, the White House said. More than 17,170 Palestinians have been killed and 46,000 wounded, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, since October 7, when Israel began bombarding Gaza in response to a cross-border rampage by Iran-backed Hamas militants to control the enclave. The Hamas attack killed 1,200 people, with 240 people taken hostage, according to Israel's tally. The Israeli military on Friday said 92 of its soldiers had been killed in Gaza, fighting since its ground incursions began on October 20. We're taking another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you sports news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to the weather sports. Masters champion John Ram has become the latest high-profile player to switch to the League Golf League after signing a deal understood to be worth up to £450 million. Ram, a former critic of Lille, will be the highest-ranked player to join the league, with the rank number 3 enjoying an impressive 2023 that saw him win 4 times on the PGA Tour, including victory at the Masters, and be part of Europe's successful Ryder Cup team. Speculation over Ram's future increased last month when he pulled out of the inaugural TGL season. The Indoor Golf League, fronted by Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods, and since postponed until 2025, with the Spaniard citing a level of commitment he can't offer as a reason for withdrawing. Ram was a noticeable absentee from the list of names committing to the PGA Tour's American Express from January 18 to 21, despite being the defending champion and the 2-time winner of the event, with the 29-year-old now ending doubts over his future by confirming his deal with Live Golf. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is entertainment news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to entertainment news. No fewer than 120 victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage have benefited in a life-transforming way from the 40th birthday celebration of one of Ghana's favorite actresses, Jackie Appiah. As part of her celebration, she sponsored weeks of intensive vocational and technical skills in diverse fields, including catering, metalworks, hairdressing, fashion designing, cosmetology, tie and dye production, and cake crafts for the victims. On Tuesday, the day after her birthday, the beneficiaries of her benevolence were presented with accredited certificates and full startup kits at a graduation ceremony in the Mepe St. Kizito Displays Camp in the North Tongo constituency. Member of Parliament for the constituency, Samuel Okozeto Ablakwa, who shared Jackie's remarkable kind gesture, disclosed that her skills facilitators were chosen from the best institutions across the country. Ablakwa further disclosed that out of awe at Jackie's gesture and his undying love for his constituents, he supported her gesture with cash grants to the facilitators and all apprentices, which could serve as startup capital. And that's it for now on the news hour on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Tony Lover Abalani. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Prince Bisi Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, ON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Parents of the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
Hi there, this is Wale Ojo and you are watching Achiever's Diary.
Keep watching. Keep watching.
Achiever's Diary. With Nita. Do not touch that dial.
C.S. Lewis says, you are not too old to set a goal or too young to dream a dream. So start dreaming, because dreams do come true when you add action into it. This is Achiever's Diary with Nita, the show that celebrates Africans who are making a mark. And I'm excited to tell you that we've got great packages for you on the show. I will be starting with our What's New African story, when we bring you trending happenings in the world of Africa. And today we'll be looking at the penguins in danger in South Africa due to the oil spillage. So let's take that report from Agape, and when we return, you'll be meeting our amazing record breaker of the week. Don't move a muscle. This is Achiever's Diary.
African penguins, recognized by their chest-black horseshoe markings and their distinct braid-like calls. The birds are native to South Africa and Namibia, but can also be found in Mozambique. And the last 3 decades, riddles with symptoms of climate change and human activity such as overfishing and habitat destruction have seen their numbers fall by 60%. Scientists are also concerned about bunkering and consequential oil spills. Ronald Friend, an environmental consultant, explains the ecological risks in the region. We want to protect our biodiversity and make Algar Bay an ecotourism destination. And we can't do it with the risk of oil spills, penguins endangered in oil. We are losing our status as the largest breeding colony of African penguins in the world, and that worries us. Oil spills are a threat to the coastline's biodiversity. The deep waters of Algar Bay, off the coast of South Africa, which is home to almost half of the world's endangered population of African penguins, are ideal for offshore bunkering operations in South Africa and have served as a charge-free port for refueling and cargo ship loading stop. Since 3 maritime companies acquired license in 2016, which is a huge threat to the ecosystem. With the main operating storage tanker able to hold 100,000 metric tons of fuel, conservationists not only fear a potentially massive leak, but are also concerned about the overall impact on this marine biodiversity hotspot, which is also a major tourist attraction. They claim the bunkering takes place too close to foraging and breeding grounds, disrupting the ecosystem and exposing sea animals to oil spills. In attempting to clean themselves, the penguins also ingest toxins shown to damage their internal organs and breeding capacity. In addition, oiled adults tend to abandon their eggs and chicks. Many eventually then die of starvation and cold. Share your thoughts through our social media handle displayed on your screen. Keep watching Achiever's Diary with Nita to be updated on fresh happenings in Africa. I am Agape Okemiri. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome back. You're still tuned to Achievers Diary with Nita. Thank you so much, Agape, for that report. It's such a scary one, very emotional. The penguins dying and some are really fighting for their lives in South Africa. Such a painful one. And I know there are a lot of, spills here and there, oil spills in different countries. Let's just try to be safe and keep our animals safe too. Okay, and this is the part I love so much where we get to have a one-on-one interaction with our record breaker of the week, trailblazers who are making global impact. And today we're switching to fashion. I'm so excited about this. This person is an amazing phenomenal. She's one person that, oh yeah, now you know it's a she. She's one person that needs no introduction, okay? Her record started 2006. That was when she became a household name. But fashion started 2000. And in 2001, she won a prestigious award. Who am I talking about? Let's get into it, guys. Our record breaker of the week is a renowned international fashion designer who is creating contemporary women's garments inspired by traditional Ankara. Her magic and creativity with fabrics has inspired young designers to resist the status quo and add color to their arts. She founded, I'm not going to call the name, ZIC Limited. Do you have an idea? Her couture label in the year 2000 and kickstarted a revolution for African fabrics with the world in view. After her debut year, she bagged a prestigious award, like I mentioned earlier, of African Designer of the Year. You know why she's a record breaker, right? Yes, at the Nigerian Fashion Show, that is NFS. This launched her designs globally. In 2001, her brand were on the runways of South Africa, Italy, France, and the UK. In 2002, she staged a top-notch fashion show dubbed Jungle Resonance, which received rave review from local and international critics. By 2006, she became a household name, winning multiple awards across the globe. Because of her courage and creativity, she was presented the prestigious African Award in May 2020 by Women in Africa for Transformation Initiative. She is also a UN ambassador of peace. I'm so excited to introduce to you the amazing, the delectable, the Amazon. She is this lady that when you meet, she is such a delight, right? And she is super humble. I must add that to it. We've got the delectable Zizi Kador in the house. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's not easy to have an international icon with us, guys.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. I'm really honored and humbled. Thank you.
Goodness, you look amazing, like always. You know, sometimes you don't even know the compliments to give fashion designers because you feel they know everything when you talk about fashion.
It's weird. You might not every designer really knows how to put things together. That's why we have stylists. But me personally, my style has always been simple. Keep it simple and you're good.
And this is elegant. This is not just simple. I don't know. Yeah, the simplicity speaks louder anyway. I love the combination of the two different fabrics. Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well,
well, I'm so excited. How does it feel to be on Achiever's Diary?
I'm quite, like I said earlier, I'm quite humbled. I'm always humbled at every recognition and every award that I receive because it's not something that I'll say it's by my might or my power, like they say. It's only the grace of God because I'm not the only one. And then to be recognized, it's forever a humbling experience for me on every level. So I'm really grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for honoring our invitation. I was so excited to finally have you here.
Thank you.
She is an icon's icon, I love her so much, and I must commend your consistency because that's why we're celebrating you.
Thank you.
Zizi Kador was heard maybe 2016 or 2006 and nothing was heard in 2020, I don't think we'll be having this conversation.
Exactly.
So let's go back to consistency. What has kept you in the game?
It is having a conviction of what you're doing, being principled, believing especially in who you are and what you're doing. When I started the label, I knew where I was going. I knew the vision I wanted. I had a mission, and I look back now and I can say, glory be to God, I kind of like have arrived there because my vision then was to see Ankara or African fabric for that matter on the runways of the Oscars or the Emmy Awards and things like that, and here we are.
Awesome.
That was it. And I dreamt of a time where evening gowns will be made of local fabrics. Even though at that time people thought I was bonkers, people thought I was mad, people said I was eccentric and whatever it was. But I thank God now that looking back, I could literally say I'm happy that you had a dream and a vision, and in your time, yes, it came to light.
And it's being celebrated globally.
Yes,
which is key.
Yes, and you see, if I didn't have that perseverance or that conviction, it would never have happened. I probably would have fallen by the wayside or decided to do something else because even I remember when I started, I had friends giving me friendly advice as per, you know what, you travel, you travel, you do all those things. Why don't you just have a boutique like everybody else? Why do this?
But you want to be different.
I wanted to be different. Exactly. That is my motto. Yeah. Dare to be different. I've never been one to compromise or to conform to the society. That has always been my thing. It's you need to be unique. You need to be your own person.
Please. Wonderful. Okay, we have to go down memory lane. As a child, were you one of those people that would get your mom's clothes and tear them in pieces, or how did the whole idea of becoming a fashion designer started?
No, I don't think I'm not one of those. I would tell you I started sewing at six years or 13 years. That is
for your dolls and all that.
Sometimes those are absurd stories, I'm sorry to say, but we all played, you all did.
I did that anyway, but I'm not designing.
Exactly. It's not me. I remember, everybody cooking when you're little and playing doctors, but it's not exactly what you end up doing. I do know though that I started from an early age, and when I said early age, once I finished my secondary school, I was working in a boutique that was owned by an Italian couple, and so that was my first introduction to fashion.
Okay.
So I was working as a sales girl in the boutique, and I did that for a few years, and it really, you know, piqued my interest, and I was like, you know what, this is just me, I could express myself. And it also coincided with the punk years, and so that I did all the whole punk thing where you have, you know, colors in your hair, you know, different kind of earrings, multiple belts on you.
You're versatile, you're very creative, you do what I call crazy design.
Well, that's what design is, it's all about.
But at your own time, how will you describe expression of, you know, art or expression of, you know, designs?
Well, art on its own, it's relative. The interpretation is relative. It's viewer, yes, is that viewers, yes, discretion, whatsoever, because you choose how you see it. You can interpret differently. That is what art of any sort is all about. Art is not something that you can confine and limit. And so it's like an artist painting a tomato. And you look at the tomato, and you're like, with an eye that does not see art, you say it's just a tomato.
Yes, you won't appreciate it.
Yes, but then somebody comes in and they're seeing something else. Yes. I mean, point in case, let me just digress a bit. I remember we went off to the beach just recently with a few friends, and another friend of mine saw a tree, and he was like, oh, look at the colors of this tree. And it wasn't a tree that comes to flower. It was just a tree, and I was like, oh wow, that would really photograph very well, this tree. It was a big shrubbery. And I looked at it and I said, it's amazing that you pointed out this tree, because I'm seeing this tree, it looks to me in the midst of all the other trees like a matron, like the kind of tree that everybody comes to when they have an issue. And he picked up on it, and he went even further. And you know, people around are like, what are you people talking about?
Awesome.
But that is what art is about. Art is not something that you said it has one way. It has several ways, you know. So being able to express yourself as an artist is a beautiful thing. You don't have to limit yourself to say, okay, this is the one way that is, you know, everybody's doing it, and therefore that is how I'm going to follow. If it's with that, people like Picasso or Van Gogh would not be who they are today.
Yes, please. And I would like to know the people that influenced you while growing up, or why starting as a fashion designer.
Oh wow. Truth be told, I don't have a fashion icon. Fashion for me was it was a hobby. It was something I just wanted to do by the wayside, because I loved fashion. I loved creating things for myself. And I found while I was working as a sales assistant, I started doing my own pieces. And they were all, you know, funky. They were different. And I realized that was who I am. I was able to channel my inner thoughts. I was just able to express myself via my fashion. And so it was like an outlet and a release for me. And so when I started mine, again, it was that thing. It was never to be like everybody else. It was to be different. And in that difference was, I looked at Nigeria and I said, you know, everybody's got the same, I mean, how about we having an identity of our own as Nigerians? Because as
having a niche for yourself.
Yes, you know, you look at I mean, in 2010, 9, 8, 7, even way back 2000 when I started. 99, 98, it was all foreign things. People were wearing more foreign clothes than anything else. And so, and I think I traveled to Ghana at one time, and I saw the way they had a kind of identity of sort, you know, because I travel quite a bit, and you go to Kenya, the same thing. You could see a Maasai and you know where they're coming from. You see a Malian, you know where they're coming from.
Ethiopia and the rest,
I mean, you're going to Europe side, you see a Scottish man, you know where he's coming from. Wearing his kilt and all, you know. And so for me, it was like, how come we don't have that?
Something to identify
as a Nigerian, you know, and so that was what made me start creating with Ankara, and I didn't limit it then to just Ankara. It was with all sorts of fabric that we have, which was the Akwete, the Ashoke, there's even one I got from the rivers, they called it the Kurukurubite. So there's quite a few, whatever it was that we had, I experimented with. You know, so it was just me trying to be different, and I think deep down in my creation itself, I wanted to channel my heritage, which is an Igbo, from the Igbo side. And I remember, as an Igbo person, we just have this,
the wrapper you tie,
we call the atupere.
Okay, atupere.
So will you stop bastardizing my language?
Oh my God.
It is called
atupere.
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 So you have and so you have the little wrap around you, and then you have the little thing around your chest.
For epic movies and the like.
Yeah, but you see then the even growing up, I remember that was how one of my sisters that got married. That was our traditional way of getting married. So you have that. And then you have the other one, and you have all the jigida and everything. Yes, you know, and that was your traditional wedding outfit.
Fantastic.
Yes, you know, so it's even sad now when you go back and you see how we've kind of like lost track of all that. Yes, we've borrowed all that into what is supposed to be our traditional.
Wow.
You know.
Wow.
So
okay, as a young girl starting or having maybe inspiration or aspiration for fashion industry, what would you say are the major challenge that you must overcome?
First of all, for you to even go into fashion or any art form, art is something that is innately, it is something inside of you.
Yes, it comes from the inside.
Yes, you don't learn it. It's
creativity starts from the
Yes,
inside.
it's not something you can learn. You can learn skill in terms of the making of the cloth itself, or
and how to be professional.
On how to be professional, but you cannot learn art. It is within you, you know. And so for you to wake up and say you want to be a designer, first of all, there are various aspects of designing,
yes.
But for some reason we just focus on the dressmaking aspect of it. You know, there's so many aspects of it. So you need to understand first and foremost which aspect of the fashion do you want to key into. Do you want to be a marketer? Do you want to be a stylist? Do you want to be a photographer? Do you want to be a machinist? Do you want to be a designer? A designer does not necessarily mean
you sew the clothes.
You sew the clothes.
You just sketch and you give.
You come up with new designs. Yes, come up with new designs, and then you know something that once you run it through the graders and the cutters and everybody, there is a construction that goes with it. There is a way they can go around your design. So you have to understand first which aspect of the design and you want to go into before you say, okay, I want to be a designer.
Okay.
You know, so I would say we that is one thing that we need to learn, how to differentiate. As a designer, what part of designing do you want to go into? You know, so because if you're in the wrong aspect of it, then you totally lose it. You know, there are people who are just meant to be machinists, but because of, you know, the
whole hype on social media,
nobody knows who is who anymore. So and a machinist is basically somebody who puts together what the cutter or the designer
has sketched.
Yes.
That's lovely.
You know, so you being a designer does not necessarily mean you have to be everything. But then again, here we tend to be everything, you know. But that aside, you need to be focused and you need to be hardworking. It is
hardworking.
Yes, it is. It takes a lot of time. I find people assume that you just wake up, you have a shop, you fill it up with a machinist, and therefore you're a designer. There's a whole lot that goes with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's why we'll be talking about sustainability in the fashion industry. Let's take a quick break, and when we return, the show continues. Don't go nowhere.
name is Melvin Chafenyeka, a film writer, film director, and film producer. What does the word achievement mean to you? Keep watching Nita, aka Niger Opera on Biscon TV.
What does achievement mean to me? Well, that's simple. To me, achievement is when you take whatever God has given you in your life and you become selfless in it, and you bless other people with everything that God has given you without qualm, without worry, without question. You just walk by faith. And when you walk by faith and not by sight, God is able to bless you to achieve more. That's achievement. I'm Renee D. Shields, the owner of Mahogany TV and Mahogany Brew by Renee Coffee Company, right here in the USA. Keep watching Achiever's Diary with Nita, the Niger Oprah, on Biscon TV. Right here. She'll bless you. I promise.
It's your boy S to the MRC. I want to talk about Achiever's Diary. It's on Biscon TV. Hope you agree. Saturdays and Mondays, 8:30 p.m. Nita, Nigerian opera, yeah. Hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Stay tuned on Biscon TV. Hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Better tune in on Biscon TV. Yeah, with your...
Another issues that we're having, you see this childbirth thing. If I have my way, for the next 50 years, nobody's going to have more than 2 children, because overpopulation is one of our problem. Again, I go back to people that cannot afford to be married, but because society, they want to please society, they go borrow money, they get married to somebody, you sit in one room or you sit in your 2 room, you give birth to the first one, second one, the financial situation has not changed, you give birth to the third one, fourth one, your financial situation has not changed, and you're giving birth. At the end of the day, that is how we now find kids that are sent out at 8 years, 9 years to start doing house help for people. Kids that when they now go to those places, they are being raped or abused by the people that take them in their wards, their guardians. We expose our children to things that they're not supposed to. You make them grow older than they're supposed to. A child will lose out their childhood simply because you, the parent, have refused to think logically. I say it and I say it again. You cannot afford to look after yourself. You have no business bearing children. You can, anybody can hate me as much as they want, but this is what this is the absolute truth. Even the Bible said it, that he that cannot take care of his family is worse than an infidel. You cannot do that, don't have children. Space yourself. The reason why the Western world is where they are is because they plan everything. Nigeria, no. Africa, no. You give birth today, but in the next 3 months, 6 months, your mother-in-law is beginning to look at you. Your sister-in-laws are beginning to look at you. You're beginning to look at yourself. You're wondering, am I barren, am I not? 6 months, my dear, you should be making love to your husband. You should be discovering yourselves. Not thinking about procreating.
You're still tuned to Achiever's Diary with Nita, and of course we're having a wonderful time talking intensively about the fashion industry with one person, of course, that I mentioned. She needs no introduction, an international fashion designer, a UN ambassador. I can go on and on, a mentor to many in the fashion industry, and she is super stylish, gorgeous, intelligent, and ravishing as always. Whenever you see her, even on her DMs, I mean, she's always beautiful.
Thank you.
I remember somebody says, I love your skin. I think I would do it. Yeah. Zizi Kador, guys, is in the house. So
oh my God.
What do you do on a normal basis to stay fit and also to keep your skin radiant?
It might sound like a cliche, but nothing really.
Drink a lot of water.
I just started doing that. I'm one of those people that could sustain on coke.
Oh.
There was a time
Thanks
I was.
For the advert.
There was a time I'm sorry. But I just started drinking water because my daughter is always like, "Mommy, you need to start drinking water," and I was told it's good for the skin and all that, and so I started drinking water now. Like I said earlier, I'm not an effeminate kind of person that way. To say, okay, I'm doing all the regimes of going to the salon and all that, and no. I'm more of a tomboy actually.
Whoa.
So
you walk out from time to time?
I don't really. It's just that I live a very active lifestyle, and that's what when I talked about earlier about being hardworking. My usual day starts most times from 8 o'clock to either 8 o'clock at sometimes it's 8 till 10, and I'm very active. I'm always going about. In my studio, I do my designing, I do the cutting, and so I'm always running in between the workshop and my own atelier, the showroom, and so it's always a hectic thing. Yes, for me. So at the end of the day, I think I've done quite a few thousands on my feet.
Wow.
So I would love to have a time where I would. As you get older, the advice to to exercise. But I do love dancing, so I dance.
That's a part of exercise.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful part. It keeps you fit. Oh my goodness! What song do you listen to when you want to dance?
I do a lot of Nigerian music now.
What are your favorites? Burna Boy. What are the guys you listen to?
Don't ask me their names. I just love the music.
All the guys.
All the music, I love it, but I'm not particular about anyone. And I'm also into like lounge music or
old school.
Old school, for dancing, but for if relaxing. I just want to chill out, I do a lot of I do a lot of classicals like symphonies from Bach and Mozart and things like that.
Wow.
Yes, I'm eclectic.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
So what kind of movies do you relax with?
I do a lot of comedies. I find laughter is the best medicine.
Of course it is.
I stay away from too dramatic things. And I think also that's in my life too. I stay away from dramas, and I find that the best medicine is laughter.
Wow, fantastic. And we're talking about sustaining oneself in the industry. If you are to advise someone who is struggling, they're looking for a balance, what would be your advice? Because I remember this morning you mentioned you have a me time. I'm just wondering how you can balance the two and have phones are switched off. The day of social media that everybody want to do paparazzi. I wake up like this, Instagram and all that.
I think I call those kind of lifestyle attention deficit, lifestyle. I mean, when you're challenged confidentially, when you're challenged within yourself, then you begin to seek unnecessary attention. That does not make sense. And the social media is not going to give you that. If you're empty inside, there's no amount of likes or whatever it is that you get that's going to fill up that hole.
Very true.
It is only you and you yourself that can fill it up. So for me, social media is not a thing that
you should rely on.
No. The only reason I think I'm on social media is simply because of my business.
To market your brand.
Yeah, but as a person, I don't believe me as a person should be forefront. My product should speak for me. It is not me being flaunting myself all the time on social media. But then again, it works for some people.
Well, I like what you're doing right now, advocating, lending your voice. And one that struck me was about the lady whose husband is about abusing her child. I mean, tell us about that, please.
Well, you get a lot of those stories on Facebook and things, and as soon as I that first post I did, I think it was 2 years ago, and now I get a lot of people sending me DMs, stories and things like that, and it is disheartening when you're in a society where, in my opinion, I think the title MRS kind of like supersedes any other thing. So people tend to want to do crazy things just because they want to stay married. Because if you look at all the incidences that happen in homes, molestations, abuses, and things like that, it is all most of the time the women know about those things. They know, but because
they don't want to believe.
It's not that they don't want to believe, darling. It's just that fact that a typical Nigerian feels that if you are not married as a woman, then you are nobody. Which is what I'm trying to say. Marriage is not a total sum of anybody. It is not. It does not. If you're empty, you're empty. Whether you get married or not. You know?
Especially marrying the wrong person.
Especially marrying the wrong person. And then when there's something even is when you get to empty people that come together and they start producing this, you know, other human beings. What do you think they're going to instill in that child? Nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely. So we're just recycling. I don't, for the lack of better word, you know, I'm sorry, it's painful when you think about this. Yes, when you think about what some of these children go through because adults refuse to just do the right thing. It's painful when you think that a woman will sit down and hear your child crying out in pain because your husband, her father is molesting that child. There's a case of a woman who had 3 children, and she knows that her husband has molested these 3 children.
She's scared to speak up.
She was scared to, because in her words, when the guy was eventually caught, it wasn't even her that reported the case. It was somebody else that reported the case. But in her excuse was, where am I going to go? For God's sake, did you fall from the sky? Didn't you have a home before you got married to the man? But and so how do you sleep at night when you sit and you're listening to your children crying and begging their father to stop?
This is sad.
And you would still wake up and you will still...
I had no idea this was going to switch to an emotional show because I could be really emotional, you know, it's really disheartening and it's really devastating because we talked intensively about gender-based violence on the show, and we touched a different angle and we're bringing it back and it's really emotional. So let's switch back. Okay, you're still tuned to Achieving Married with Nita, and I just want you to advise people who are in, you know, abusive relationship. What would be your advice to them?
Just get out.
I like that.
Just get out. There's no need for
yourself.
See, like I said somewhere, I said we enable nonsense. There is absolutely no reason for you to sit. Here, I would share my story.
Okay.
I was married at 22, 23. At 24, I had my daughter. At 26, I was separated. And my husband then was, what, 29 or so. I was separated. And why did I separate? He was drinking. And I've found on different platforms where when they ask you, oh, what happened? And you say he was drinking. They go like, so what's the real reason you left? And I'm like, he was drinking. Yeah, so what was the real reason he left? And I'm like, what part of he was drinking?
You don't understand.
Don't you understand?
He's not just drinking a glass, he's drinking heavily.
Somebody comes home drunk at 5 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning, and your work is alcohol. And for me, the one that the deal breaker for me was he came home one night, he put mincemeat on fire, and he crashed, he just passed out.
Whoa.
And the mincemeat got so burnt, it caught fire. And the kitchen caught fire, and the house caught fire.
Whoa.
And I only woke up to my daughter coughing. Then she was like 1 year and 2 months. And she was coughing. And when, you know, the AC was full blast, but she was coughing. So I put the light on to see what it was. That was when I realized the whole house was on fire. And so I was able to rescue
him.
I had to open the window, start shouting at the cook to come from the boys' quarter to come and open, because I couldn't find the keys, I couldn't find nothing. Everything was padlocked, you know.
Yes, I know how that thing can be.
Yeah. So I started screaming, and then the cook came and opened the doors, and that's how we dragged him out, and everybody came out, fire brigade came, and blah, blah. And a week after, I was like, you know what, that's it, I'm done. I'm done, because if anything, I don't want my child to grow up knowing a father that drinks, that comes home drunk. I don't want my child to grow up seeing a family that are fighting. I don't want that for my child. And I feel, and I will say to every woman out there, if you truly love your children, like you people claim you do, and when you're asked, you say it is because of the children. If you truly claim you love those children, live for their sake. Because if anything, you're doing them more harm than good by staying in any abuse relationship. You're doing them more harm than good by staying in there. So if you know what is good for yourself and your children, you leave. Today my child is very confident.
Wonderful. And she's a beautiful
Glory be
artist.
to God. You know, yeah, I mean, you just, when you hold on to fear, the Bible says what? I've given you a spirit not to be afraid.
Yes, of boldness.
Of boldness,
sound mind.
yes, and of sound mind. So
Awesome.
how is it that you've gotten sound mind and you cannot think properly?
I like that. I now understand why you said it's important for couples to go through some psychological evaluation before getting married.
Oh yes, because if
you have to understand the nitty-gritty of what you're getting yourself
you
into.
have to understand it. It is beyond Ashebi, it is beyond the slaying and the party, because we are all about party and not the marriage itself. It goes beyond that.
Marriage is another journey of
it
its
is
own.
another journey. So if two people are coming together, instead of all these mothers and elders in the church sitting down looking at wedding gowns, whether it is compliant or not, sit down and look whether these two couple, they are compliant or not.
Yes.
Whether they are compatible.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. And we have reactions from your fans. You're amazing. Thank you so much for reaching out. And of course, we've learned so much. So if you're finding yourself in an abusive relationship, you know what to do. Love you enough to get out, okay? Than to be packed in some body bags. We've seen people packed in body bags because of what people will say and all that. So it's high time for you to make the right decision. Okay, we have Udo from Dubai. He says, hey Naja Oprah, hey, how you doing? You Miss Easy Kado will be your guest. Yes, please. And she's beautifully seated. I must set alarm, okay, on Saturday. Make sure you watch it. I love her so much. She's a great inspiration to many. She's one person that has given African designers a global face. Keep up
thank
the
you.
great work, Mama. You are African queen of fashion.
Oh, thank you.
Wow, that's from Udo from Dubai. And we have
Thank you.
Tayo from Augusta. He says, Nita, I love your show. Oh, thank you. And your confidence. How were you able to catch this big fish? A golden fish has no hiding place. I remember I told our boss the last time that I was bringing you. He was like, whoa, that's a big fish. That's just a golden fish, not just a big one. So he says, how were you able to catch? My net went for the right one this time around, okay? He says, how were you able to catch this big fish? Please, I would like her.
It's called Women Supporting Women.
Yeah, thank you. I love that. Woo, girl power. Okay, please, I would like her to tell me what she eats to keep fit, and she's losing weight so beautifully. I love her looks. I would like to be that young. Okay, yes, you're that already. I would not want to miss this show. I had fun watching the one on Monday. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well done, girl. Plenty kisses. Tayo. So Tayo says you would like to know what you do, what you eat basically to stay fit and all that. What's your favorite meal?
My favorite meal will be oha soup.
Oh, okay.
Oha soup with pounded, I wouldn't say pounded yam, with fufu.
Or eba.
Hey, maybe, but with, you know.
I don't know sweet fufu though.
That is my village thing, you know. And oha is my local delicacy, you know.
Abia.
In Abia, that is what we make, you know, when you're having a traditional marriage or something.
Oh, okay. I thought it's the white soup.
No. It's the oha soup.
Oha soup. Lovely. Okay, now you know. We have Uju from Lagos. My gorgeous babe. Hope you're staying safe. Yes, we are. Thank you so much. Wow, that woman Zizi Kado is a global brand. Yes, she is. Oh, please send me a reminder when it will be showing. Of course, I will. I'll remember. Please tell her I love her so much.
Oh, I love you too, darling.
Okay. I have passion for fashion. I've done some training in the past. Please, ma, what are the basic tools every fashion designer must have? More grace, girl. I love you, Niger Opera. We'll call you later. Okay, I'm waiting for that call. Thank you. Okay, she would like to know the basic tools every fashion designer must have, and she's got some trainings.
Well, I think that's the most important thing. Once you have an idea of what you're doing,
You're ready.
You're ready. Once you have an idea, like I said earlier before, it's not enough that you just wake up and say, okay, you have the money to just get a full garage or workshop and then you fill it up with machines different places and no, you have to have an idea of what you're doing.
Wow. Okay, the next one is actually from our chairman, Praise BC Olatu.
Oh, wow.
Biscon Communication. He says, okay, let me get this. Had to say this when I told him, he says that's a big fish in the fashion industry, a millennium designer. That's what he called you.
Wow.
Designer. Yes, he said you're a big fish. Everybody says she's a big fish. Yes, the golden one. Add golden to it, because the golden fish has no hiding place, and we're able to catch her. Thank you so much. And this is where I love so much, because it is time for the quick question. Stick around.
Whoa, it's your boy Yesterday MIC, the dynamic rapper anywhere. Let me just set it clear. Nigerian opera, where you at? Let's go there. See, hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. Tune in, it's on Biscon TV. Everybody looking clean, really fancy. Hope you're watching Achiever's Diary. We are celebrating all the record breakers in Africa. Hope you understand that we're really dealing with superstars. Real clean from the head to the toe. Yeah, you're feeling that vibe, and I gotta let you know. Learn from the dynamic icons, where they come on, where they make all the people jump on it. Feel the vibe and the beat. See, we advertise your business, so better get it, and get it. You better get it clear. If you have a business anywhere, come and get with us, and we will take you to the next level. So much interesting things, yeah, we keep on balling. Hey, all the motivation and education and anything in relation, you're gonna get it in the cleanest fashion. I'm just freestyling off the top, because it's still in my sea and I never drop. Whoa, Achiever's Diary, that's the cocoa, so come, yeah, join me. S to the MIC, can just show me to just drop some freestyles on the daily. Whoa, Nigerian opera, S to the MIC, sign out, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Welcome back. You're still tuned to Achiever's Diary with Nita, and of course we're still celebrating the delectable international fashion designer, icon to many, yeah, mentor to many as well. Zizi Kador with us in the studio, and this is the time where we get her to pick 5 different questions here. She will be giving that to me.
Oh, wow.
Do the reading. So 5 questions. Your time starts now.
Okay.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
I hope I choose the easy ones.
4. Okay, we have 5. Thank you. Alright, let's do this.
Many thanks for joining us today on the news hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. First, the headlines. On the national scene, federal government vows to punish Kaduna bombing culprits as Arawa Consultative Forum demands GOC's removal. FCT Minister Wike dismisses protest, calling for his resignation. Labour's Aid sponsored. In business news, Dangote refinery gets first crude supply. On the foreign scene, the U.S. criticizes Israel and Gaza civilian toll as UN to hear ceasefire demand. And in the rather sports, Masters champion John Ram commits to joining League Golf League from 2024 season. Now the news in full. The Pan-Northern Socio-Political Organization, the Arawa Consultative Forum, has demanded the removal of the General Officer commanding 1 Division of the Nigerian Army, Kaduna, Major General V.U. Okoro, over the accidental bombing of Tuduberi in the Igabi local government area of Kaduna State on Sunday night. The ACF made the demand as the federal government vowed to punish whoever was found culpable in the accidental bombing. An airstrike intended to flush out terrorists had on Sunday night accidentally hit civilians during a religious celebration at Tuduberi. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu during a visit to the victims of the bombing at Barao Diko Teaching Hospital, Kaduna, said the government would get to the root of the incident. Shettima disclosed that victims of bombing would be taken care of under the Fulako initiative of the president, which he described as a non-kinetic solution to the challenges in the Northwest. According to him, the beneficiary states of the initiative include Sokoto, Zamfara, Kebbi, among others.
Measures will be taken to ensure that future occurrences are abated. And most importantly, the government will go to the root of the issue, and if anyone is found culpable, will be punished accordingly.
Now, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory has waved off a protest calling for his resignation, insisting that it was sponsored, even though he agreed demonstrations are welcomed in a democratic setting. Wike, a former Rivers State governor, assumed office as the FCT minister months after Bola Tinubu's emergence as president. But earlier in the week, some placard-bearing demonstrators gathered at the National Assembly demanding his resignation. Despite the move, Wike remains defiant, maintaining he is not bothered by such protests. He maintained that the protesters were paid. He further added that his administration is committed to ensuring his policies are for the betterment of the generality of FCT residents. Following the flag-off, the FCT minister promised a facelift of roads in the area. Away from that, Yoruba Nation agitator Chief Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, has reaffirmed his movement's commitment to achieving an independent Yoruba nation, despite the emergence of a Yoruba president. Igboho made his position known in an interview with newsmen. When asked about shelving the sovereignty efforts after President Bola Tinubu, a Yoruba man, took office, Igboho said his Ilana Omoodua group began agitating long before Tinubu's election. While less visible recently, Igboho said his group is still actively furthering the cause, adding that the United Nations receives periodic updates on progress being made. He also dismissed critics questioning his leadership or impact under the new Tinubu administration. Igboho responded to accusations that he lacked the standing to spearhead the self-determination struggle. We take a short break now to come back with business news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the news hour on Biscon Television. Now to the business news. The first crude feedstock for Dangote's 650,000 barrels per day refinery has arrived the country, according to SP Global quoting market sources and tanker tracking data. The analytical firm said the development indicated that fuel production at the new $19 billion facility is finally set to start after years of delays. According to the report, the Otis tanker loaded a 950,000 barrel cargo of Agbami crude on December 6 and was discharged at the refinery's terminal on Thursday. The Suezmax tanker, chartered by state-owned Nigerian National Petroleum Company, is the first of Dangote's initial crude supplies as the giant new plant starts to ramp up operations, a West African oil trader said. The privately owned refinery was officially completed in May, but has yet to make any oil products due to a lack of domestic crude feedstock. NNPC, which owns a 20% stake in the refinery, recently agreed to supply 6 million barrels of crude oil as feedstock to the refinery in December. We'll take another short break. When we come back, we'll bring you foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to foreign news. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, in his strongest public criticism of Israel's conduct of the war on Hamas in South Gaza, said there was a gap between the government's declared intentions to protect civilians and the casualties. U.S. President Joe Biden spoke separately by phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Jordan's King Abdullah on Thursday. Biden emphasized the critical need to protect civilians and to separate the civilian population from Hamas, including through corridors that allow people to move safely from defined areas of hostilities, the White House said. More than 17,170 Palestinians have been killed and 46,000 wounded, according to the Gaza Health Ministry, since October 7, when Israel began bombarding Gaza in response to a cross-border rampage by Iran-backed Hamas militants who control the enclave. The Hamas attack killed 1,200 people, with 240 people taken hostage, according to Israel's tally. The Israeli military on Friday said 92 of its soldiers had been killed in Gaza, fighting since its ground incursions began on October 20. We're taking another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you sports news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to the world of sports. Masters champion John Ram has become the latest high-profile player to switch to the League Golf League after signing a deal understood to be worth up to £450 million. Ram, a former critic of League, will be the highest-ranked player to join the league, with the world number 3 enjoying an impressive 2023 that saw him win 4 times on the PGA Tour, including victory at the Masters, and be part of Europe's successful Ryder Cup team. Speculation over Ram's future increased last month when he pulled out of the inaugural TGL season. The Indoor Golf League, fronted by Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods, and since postponed until 2025, with the Spaniard citing a level of commitment he can't offer as the reason for withdrawing. Ram was a noticeable absentee from the list of names committing to the PGA Tour's American Express from January 18 to 21, despite being the defending champion and the 2-time winner of the event, with the 29-year-old now ending doubts over his future by confirming his deal with Live Golf. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Coming up next is entertainment news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to entertainment news. No fewer than 120 victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage have benefited in a life-transforming way from the 40th birthday celebration of one of Ghana's favorite actresses, Jackie Appiah. As part of her celebration, she sponsored weeks of intensive vocational and technical skills in diverse fields, including catering, metalworks, hairdressing, fashion designing, cosmetology, tie and dye production, and cake crafts for the victims. On Tuesday, the day after her birthday, the beneficiaries of her benevolence were presented with accredited certificates and full startup kits at a graduation ceremony in the Mepe St. Kizito Displays Camp in the North Tongo constituency. Member of Parliament for the constituency, Samuel Okozeto Ablakwa, who shared Jackie's remarkable kind gesture, disclosed that her skills facilitators were chosen from the best institutions across the country. Ablakwa further disclosed that Adolf Orr, at Jackie's gesture and his undying love for his constituents, he supported her gesture with cash grants to the facilitators and all apprentices, which could serve as startup capital. And that's it for now on the news hour on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Toniloba Abalani. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Okay. What are 3 things you can never live without?
Oh, wow. The 3 things I can never live without. Is it...
anything.
The Word of God.
Okay.
My daughter.
Beautiful.
Laughter.
Laughter. Awesome. Awesome. Wonderful. What's making you laugh these days?
I mean, you can always find things to make you laugh anywhere you look. You know, it's just to be able to know what you're looking for. And I find myself sometimes even tragedy makes you laugh. There is some kind of, I mean, if you see the for everything now I've learned to look at the positive side of it. Because if you decide to focus on the negative side of things, you find your blood level is going up.
Okay, here's a quick question, and this one I love it so much. You say it's at a karaoke. What 3 songs will you pick? Ooh, she likes dancing too.
Oh my goodness. 3 songs will be oh dear, I never thought about this. It would be a Beatles.
Whoa!
And then another one would be Marvin Gaye.
Oh my goodness, which of his song?
Let's get it on.
Woo! Okay, you guys. Awesome. The third one.
Would be
In Africa.
In Africa, it would be Angelique Kidjo. Yes.
Oh, awesome, Angelina Kidjo. Angelique Kidjo. Wonderful, wonderful. Which of her song? Can you remember anyone? Is it the one she did with, oh, awesome, awesome. And there was a remix with Yemi Alade. Okay, beautiful choice there. How do you spend your downtimes?
Listening to chill outs, classicals, glass of red wine.
It calms you.
Oh, I love it. I mean, it's just, you know, and sometimes just listening to sermons.
Okay. And if you are to text someone right now for an advice, who would that person be?
Top of my head, first on my list, my daughter.
Whoa, you called her for an advice. That's lovely. That's lovely. And on that note, we want to say a very big thank you to you for coming on the show.
Oh, wow.
This package.
Oh, wow.
Well put together by my girl, Wendy. That's not all.
Oh my goodness, with all the pom-poms and everything.
Yes,
oh, Lord.
it's amazing with DIY.
Thank you, darling. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Please, what's your favorite DIY thing to do?
Sewing aside.
Anything.
Sewing aside would be
things you like to recycle and all.
That would be furnitures.
Wow.
I love to recycle furnitures. I love to dismantle and redo it. And,
oh my goodness.
You know?
Dismantling. Invite me. Let's do the dismantling together. And this is from Giver's Designer Classic. We're going to unwrap it. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I am so overwhelmed right now. Okay,
Yeah.
can I open this?
Yeah.
No, I'll open it when I get home.
Yes, please.
Oh, wow.
This is from Giver's Designer to you, man.
Oh my goodness. And oh wow. And I love nature.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I think it's upside down. Let's put it this way. So.
Alright.
Oh dear. Oh, what does it say? Achiever's Diary. Wait. Oh, lovely. Thank you, sweetie. I could give you a kiss now, but you know, social distance.
I know.
Oh, thank you, darling.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome.
Oh, thank you. This, I would say, is my first present. It's my first painting.
Oh, wow.
I mean, given to me as a gift.
Oh my God! I'm so glad it's coming from us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate.
Thank you. I'm really honored. Thank you.
Shout out to Giver's Designer for this wonderful, wonderful painting. Thank you so much for supporting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you want to support Achiever's Diary in any way, hit me up. Okay. Call the numbers showing on your screen, and of course, voila, you get to me and let's talk. Let's talk. Thank you so much for coming on the show. What's your last word for everybody watching? Your advice, basically, to the young ones.
It will be to stay out of trouble. Stay your lane. Don't get fluttered by all the noise on social media. All that glitters is not gold. You know, so most times a lot of people get overwhelmed with all the things they see out there, and they think, you know, their life is at it's stagnant or standstill. But trust me, it's not. All those things you see, a lot of the times it's all wash, as they say. It's all fake. You know, so just stay on your lane, focus on what it is you want, and then, you know, just go for it. Learn to be content. I think that's the most important thing. A lot of us are not, we just want. But you find that really, if you narrow down the basic in life, you find that every other thing, all this thing we are going crazy about, it's all by the way. It's all by the way. You can do without so many things. So many things we can do without.
Wow.
But the greed, the want doesn't allow us to focus. So for you, the young folks, I think I'll go out on a limb here and say, I'm sorry that a lot of the young ones have been misled by our elders. Who are supposed to be leading us, and so they've made a lot of the young ones lose track and focus of where they're going. But we can always retract ourselves.
I love that. On that note, I want to say a very big thank you to you. I love you guys. I need to hug her. She's beautiful. Okay. I really had a wonderful time with this amazing icon. I'm sure everybody enjoyed the show, and a very big thank you to designer. For these guys for coming on board. Okay, last week they blessed our guest too with a beautiful design. I mean, wonderful. I'm so excited. Giver's Designer, he's indeed a giver, and I got a gift from him too. So Giver Designer, hook him up on socials. Okay, he's Giver Designer Classic on all his socials. On Instagram, I think there's an _ Giver Designer _ Classic. Hit him up, call him for whatever it is you want him to, you know, get done for you, associate your clothes, your interiors. He is amazing and very creative. And of course, I'll be leaving you with the health tips. Remember to keep your dreams alive and don't let it die. Wendy, take it away. I love you. See you soon.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Health Tips on Achiever's Diary with Nita. Today I'll be sharing with you some natural remedies for cough. A lot of times when we come down with cough, we hurriedly visit the closest pharmacy to us to get synthetic drugs, whereas without hassles, cough can be naturally dealt with. Religiously make do with any of this to treat cough naturally. Honey tea, ginger, Hot water or beverage? Salt water gargle. Thyme. Or inhale steam with eucalyptus or other essential oils. Remember, health is wealth. I am Wendy Bethel Koge.
Hi there, this is Wale Ojo and you are watching Achievers Diary. Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Achievers Diary with Nita. Do not touch that dial.
Now president of the Baptist Boys High School Old Boys Association, senior government officials of Ogun State, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very special pleasure and honor to officially dedicate this centennial park. This is an obelisk that contains the list of 100 of some of the most distinguished alumni of the college of the Baptist Boys High School. Their names are listed with the years where they were in the college. This is a special recognition for these individuals who have distinguished themselves in public life as well as in the professions and the private sector. And we dedicate this obelisk for the benefit not just of all of the current students and all the old boys, but more for the benefit of our nation, as examples of those who have served and who continue to serve the nation and the world in various capacities, and who do so with integrity and with a sense of purpose and with all of their lives and all of what they possess. So we dedicate this to the glory of the Almighty God. Amen.
Can you turn the flag around? Sorry, sir, you're blocking them with your banner.
Present this plaque to you, sir. Chief Dr. Nathaniel Olatunji of the 1958 set. This is a distinguished centennial award as a distinguished member of the Old Boys Association of the Baptist Boys High School. Special privilege to present to you Professor Luka Ozier, the 1975 set, and the current president of the Baptist Boys High School Boys Association. This award is an award for distinguished service, and to represent this to you on behalf of the Old Boys Association. One of the admirers. To hand over the mic to you for Please consult the call, sir. Your Excellency, President of the Boys High School Boys Association, senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, this is the alumni hall of the Baptist Boys High School, and it is donated by Sir Gasinti, who is a great friend of the college and who has donated this in recognition of the great contributions that the BBHS has made, not just to Nigeria but to the world at large. And so it's my very special privilege this morning to specially dedicate this hall, the centennial hall, centennial multi-purpose hall, for the benefit of the students of the BBHS and for the benefit of the citizens of the state and of Nigeria, and to the glory of the Almighty God. Dedicated by His Excellency Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, on this day, the 17th of January 2023, Professor Kayode Onyeshiku, National President of the Baptist Boys High School, Old Boys Association.
Thank you very much. Please be seated.
Well, thank you so much, Your Excellency. Former Governor of Ogun State is here. Your Excellency, Otuba Benga Daniel. In fact, this hall is named after Otuba Benga Daniel. We thank God for your life. We want to recognize the Chairman Board of Trustees of the Baptist Boys High School Old Boys Association. An old boy himself, he left the school in 1962. His Royal Majesty, the Alaki and paramount ruler of Egba land, Oba Michael Adedotu Aremu Gbadebo.
Stop with them and go with them when they go back to their respective places. We ask you to bless this school and let it go from strength to strength so that everything that they will be to the glory of thy name. Be today, and so that we can at the end of today we shall give glory to you, Almighty. Thank you very much, our Father. If we pray in Christ's name.
See, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a great scholar himself, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, GCON, etc., etc. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ogun State, Prince himself, Abiodun, who also has the national honor as well as series of doctorates from various universities. I welcome you, Your Excellency. Another great old boy of the Baptist Boys High School, former governor of Ogun State, Otumba Benga Daniel, after whom this hall is named. You are welcome. I welcome the oldest old boy of the Baptist Boys High School. I have known him before today, but I didn't know that he left school in 1950. That would have increased the respect I give him. I give him a lot of respect all the time. You are welcome, sir. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol already established by the Master of Ceremonies. Today is the happiest day in my life. When we left BBHS over 60 years ago, we were told that we are being prepared for life. You are going into the world to conquer the world. We didn't know that we were just starting. When I went to Ibadan Grammar School the next year, I found the number of students double that of BBHS. And of course, discipline in BBHS was 100%. The principal knew everybody by name and he knew where you came from. I could tell a whole story about virtually every student. So that prevented you from doing exactly whatever you wanted to do. You had to comply with the rules of the school. We were always very proud of this alma mater because we know we were given something with which to go through the world with. And the common saying, Awani Ogunrere, this is what has been with us till today, which shall never be taken from us by the grace of God. I welcome the lecturer of today, like I said earlier, a great scholar himself. And I believe you have been waiting for so long for him to come to you while we are commissioning various projects. I will not keep you waiting for long. Your Excellency, you are most welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please relax. You are in the citadel of great learning, a school built on strong religious backing, yet very tolerant also. A place where you were gradually told about God. You were gradually becoming a son of God. You are gradually becoming a follower without being told specifically that this is where you are going. You walked into it yourself. Welcome to the Baptist Boys High School, Abeokuta. Thank you very much.
I'll be standing on existing protocol, but not without recognizing His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and of course, the Governor of my state, Prince Lapo Abiodun MFR. His Royal Majesty Oba Adedotun Badebo Okukenu the fourth, I think. I use you as a point of contact to recognize all Royal Majesty and Royal Fathers present. I will be doing a lot of injustice without recognizing the former governor of Ogun State, Otumba Benga Daniel, who by special grace of God is the next senator representing Ogun East. Sorry, Ogun East, yes. First, I want to apologize on behalf of Sir Kensington Adebutu. He's not here because he has not mastered the art of being at two places at the same time. He's away overseas. But he sent his apologies, as well as his felicitations and courtesies to this great school, both the past students and the present students. He wish you well. He wish you happy celebration. And he pray that this school shall continue to grow in leaps and bounds. We have just commissioned Sir Kensington Adebutu Hall. We force under the priorities of Kensington Adebutu Foundation, that is CAF. We center around education, hospital, and religious organization. And when we entered the hall, I saw that the hall was empty. I called upon the prof, why this? And he said, the quotation they presented to CAF, which was myself last year, did not contain furnishing. And I told him it is not our style. Please go back, send us the quotation for the furnishing, and borrowing a word of Otumba Daniel, you should consider it done.
Applause, applause.
That said, I want to wish us a very happy celebration, and by God's grace, we are going to celebrate this school forever. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Sushiku. The first Vice Chancellor of TASUED is here as our global president and welcoming you all with this welcome address. Why are we here? Professor Kayode Ishiku, thank you.
The special guest of honor and the guest speaker for today is Excellency Professor Yemi Oshibajo, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Our dear Governor, His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun, the Chairman of the Board of Trustees, His Royal Majesty Oba Aremu Adedotun Gbadebo, the Alake and Paramount ruler of Egbaland, other Obas of the Egbaland, distinguished High Chiefs of Egbaland, our invited guests, particularly the 11 secondary schools that are drawn from the southwest of Nigeria, who are here representing the Nigerian youth. Permit me to rest on the existing protocols. Let me begin by giving gratitude to God Almighty for His mercies, most importantly, for sparing our lives to witness another celebration of Baptist Boys High School. When the decision to have this elaborate celebration came up about 8 years ago, it's just as if the day will never come. We thank Almighty God that we are able to witness today in good health. I want to thank all that are involved in the planning through the Congress, particularly the National Executive Council of the Baptist Boys High School alumni, and want to congratulate all old boys at home and abroad. We have had on the record over 250 Baptist Boys High School Old Boy Association who actually came from abroad to celebrate with us. As usual, this is our 100th Founders Day celebration, and in line with the reality of time, we have attempted to package this particular occasion to educate us on Nigerian and national development. Let me thank His Excellency, the Vice President of our great country for honoring our invitation. Professor Yemi Osinbajo, thank you very much. It is a great honor that this school could extend our invitations to you, and willingly you accepted. We did that since April 2022. And not long that we extended the invitation, through the returning of your staff, you granted us the audience to come today to celebrate with us. Thank you very much, the Vice President. I also want to thank His Excellency, the Governor of our state, and the proprietor of this school, Baptist Boys High School, Abeokuta, our dear Governor. We also appeal to you to support us in ensuring that we have a safe access to this particular place today. We are glad to know that you did that, and we appreciate you most excessively. I also want to thank the Commissioner for Education, who has been a father to us all in this particular school, guiding and supporting us in what we want to do. I want to congratulate the initial proprietor of this great school, the Baptist Convention. They are ably represented here today for the vision that they have to have Baptist Boys High School Abeokuta right from Okeguya down to Okeshaje. On behalf of the Old Boys Association, we thank the Baptist Convention most sincerely. My appreciation to why we want to be here is also anchored on three important people who are all students of this school that I must mention. First, our Baba, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the former President of the Federal Republic, with whom about 5 months ago jotted down what we need to do and how to go about it. It was for this particular reason that Baba met us at Okeguya yesterday morning by 7:30, and it led 920 people for a road march throughout Abeokuta yesterday. On his behalf, I want to apologize. He equally has to attend another important occasion, and he promised that if it is humanly possible, he will meet us. The chairman of Board of Trustees has been so generous to us to ensure that the planning for the 100-year anniversary went on very, very smoothly. Baba, Alake and Paramount ruler of Egbaland, are also on behalf of the National Executive Council, thank you for making this day possible. Kí adé kó pẹ́ lórí, kí bàtà kó pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ kábíyèsí, ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ kó dábẹ́rẹ́ bàbá kábíyèsí. I also want to thank the hosts of all the ceremonies that you have had. The 3 presidential dinner, the person of the former governor of Ogun State, His Excellency Otumba Gbenga Daniel, who is also here today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the development of the Alumni Association at the secondary school level simply is to expand resources, particularly to assist the proprietor, the government of the state, and that of the federal to support the development of the school. The inability of the school to expand its resource base is well known to us. Despite the struggle by the institutions and the support of the government, the Old Boys Association remains steadfast in the advancement of knowledge, physical infrastructure, resource support, and more importantly, the moral and the support for those who are unable to make it financially in coming to Baptist Boys High School. The role of the alumni, therefore, is like a social responsibility, like that of the corporate social responsibility of the corporate world to support secondary education development. Whatever we have put in place since 1973, that the Hope Association has been effectively and firmly be in place, it is just to pay back to the school that has produced us today. Basically, the strategies we seem to have adopted is to mobilize resources among ourselves, and I must confess, I have been overwhelmed as the national and the global president of the association from what I have received in terms of the support to invest physical capital, knowledge capital, human capital, infrastructure capital, and above all, moral capital. This we have done with favor and without fear of whatever comes ahead. We have tried to build so many infrastructural-based capital to support our alma mater, the library that was actually put in place by MKO Abiola, one of the outstanding students of this school, for years back, has equally been rebuilt to show that it meets the present state facilities and infrastructure. And I must thank UK Ireland branch, US Canada branch for putting the 40 units of computers with internet facilities provided. The kind of the support that we have actually received actually went beyond and surpassed our own expectation. Something that came to our mind when we came to this school some few years ago was that for over 18 years, the school has not been able to have an inter-house sport. And all efforts to do this have been in adjoining open spaces around the campus. Therefore, the planning committee 4 years ago resolved that we must have a mini-built stadium that was commissioned by the Vice President today. It is an 8-track lane with the podium, and we are glad to name it after His Royal Majesty Oba Adedotun Aremu Gbadebo, the chairman of the Board of Trustees. Applause. We also attempt to do several things that are too numerous to mention, but our overall goal, particularly for the centennial anniversary, was to ensure that we have a school, we have a secondary school that is better than where we met it some 60 years ago. This, to the great extent, we have equally achieved. It is my pleasure to thank all those who have actually supported us to get to this particular level. I must be very grateful to all sets and branches for their support through the 3 presidential dinners that you have. Specifically to Sir Dr. Kesintin Adebutu, who also came to our aid as the chairman of the dinner that we had. His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic, I want to share this with you because it is very, very uncommon. We requested for a hall to support Baptist Boys High School, Abeokuta. We presented our bill up to a total sum of 25 million naira. By the time we provide the report to Sir Dr. Kesintin Adebutu, he sent me a call and he said, and I quote, Kayode, he doesn't call me professor, he doesn't call me vice chancellor, he simply called me, Kayode, what do you think you want to do with this money? And I said, It is a hall, 4 wall and some windows. He laughed for about 10 minutes. And he said, it's okay. I think your school is bigger than the amount of money you want to do. And I'm going to give you 50 million. The Vice President, sir, in the first of the series of the distinguished presidential dinner that we had, Baba also came and he requested what kind of support that we need. His representative, who is equally here today, said we should request for how much that we needed. Of course, sir, you know, professors don't hand much money. And therefore, we cannot request for big money. We therefore request for a sum of 15 million. Baba Adebutu, in his wisdom, gave us 36 million that same day. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the support that we have is to ensure that we have a good school. But the journey has actually just started. With this anniversary celebration that encompasses rebuilding and upgrading the school infrastructure and services, it is now the time to commence further action, as the future of tomorrow depends on our action today. We must therefore be steadfast, unmovable, always abound in the development of Baptist Boys High School, Abeokuta. Definitely, our labor shall not be in vain. We also want to thank God for the sufficiency of grace that He has given to us. In the line of ensuring that we have a robust 100th year anniversary, we have invited His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic, to join us to give us this particular lecture. BBHS remain the best in terms of the secondary school in this particular country. And going in line with what the Commissioner for Education said when he was here about a week ago, the press interviewed him and he remarked, and I quote, "Somehow, on entering this school, right from the gate, I have the impression that I'm getting to a private university." That is the standard of Baptist Boys High School, Abeokuta. And therefore, inviting the Vice President is also in affirmation of this particular standard of BBHS. We remain nulli secundus. Up school. Thank you for listening.
The Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is also the special guest and lecturer at this centennial anniversary of the Baptist Boys High School, Abeokuta, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, GCON. His Excellency, the former Governor of Ogun State, Tumba Justus Olugbenga Daniel, His Royal Majesty, Oba Dr. Michael Adedotun Aremu Gbadebo, CFR, the Alake and paramount ruler of Egbaland, who is also the chairman of the Board of Trustees, the representative of the chairman of this auspicious occasion. The chairman is Sir Dr. Kesini Adebutu, ably represented by my brother Are Kola Oyefeso. The national president, Baptist Boys High School Old Students Association, Professor Kaode Oyeshiku. The Secretary of the State Government, Mr. Tokumo Talabi. All members of the Ogun State Executive Council that are here present. permanent secretaries, service chiefs, the church founder, whatever that means, the president of the Nigeria Baptist Convention, which is the church founder of this prestigious institution, Reverend Dr. Israel Akonji, our Royal Highnesses that are here today to be part of this memorable occasion, His Royal Highness Oba Professor Saka Matemilola, the Olowu of Owu Kabiyesi, His Royal Highness Oba Dr. Subair Bakri, the Agura of Bagura Kabiyesi, all other Royal Highnesses, chiefs, high chiefs of Egbaland that are here this morning. Let me particularly recognize the Honorable Commissioner of Education, Science and Technology in Ogun State, Professor Abarami Arigbabu. Let me recognize Chief James Oladapo Fagbemi, who is the 1950 set of this institution. He is 92 years old, I am told. All the past presidents of BBHS, the principal, staff, and students of this great institution, all other members of the alumni of this great institution, all other eminent personalities that are here this morning to be part of this great occasion, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first acknowledge what we all know, that this great institution, the Baptist Boys High School, has continued to grow in name and stature over the past 100 years. And over these so many years, it has nurtured the hearts, minds, impacted local society, influenced major decisions and activities around the world. This has been made possible by a little seed planted in the American South Baptist Convention on the 23rd of January 1923 at Oke Egunya, but later moved to this permanent site, Shaje, with 75 students from 3 primary at Agowu.
Hello and welcome to a newspaper review on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. We're bringing you major headlines on some of the newspapers. And the first paper here with me is Daily Sun. And the first headline on Daily Sun says, NJC sacks Osun State Judge, sets up panel to investigate others. You can get that on page 26 of the Daily Sun. And boldly rating on Daily Sun we have war over VP's 15 billion naira residence. And the writer says, Wike mocks Obi, dares protesters. LP insists project wasteful, insensitive. You can read more on that on page 6 of the paper. Next we have 3 operatives injured as NDLEA drug cartel clash in Edo Forest. And that's on page 5 of the paper. Next we have 950,000 barrels of oil cargo berthed at Dangote refinery. That can be found on page 22. Ebonyi shuts down 5 fake hospitals and covers 107 quacks. You can get the story on page 28 of the newspaper. We also have Tinubu governors Labor unions, others, mourn as Kokori dies on 80th birthday. That's a sad one. You can get that story on page 5 of the paper. Next, we have federal governments to build houses, clinics, schools, others in Tudunbiri. Shatima Abbas, Badaro, Ganduje visit Bond community. And that's can be found on page 4 of the newspaper. And boldly written on the Daily Sun newspaper is federal government pounces on OPay, PalmPay, others, as NIBSS stops non-deposit banks from funds transfer channel. Says PSFPs, SAs not permitted to hold customers' funds. And that can be seen on page 2 of the paper. And finally, on Daily Sun newspaper, we have no plan to abduct Emefiele, says EFCC, DSS, NCS. And you can get that story on page 5 of the paper. And that's what we have for you on Daily Sun. And next paper here with me is a Daily Trust. And the first headline on Daily Trust says, excitement as $20 billion Dangote refinery receives crude oil. You can get that on page 19 of the Daily Trust. Next, we have gunmen kidnap Nassau varsity students. And you can get that on page 23 of the paper. Civil Defense yet to produce Media Trust radio tower shields indicted operatives. You can get that on page 3 of the paper. And boldly written on Daily Trust, we have Kaduna killings not a mistake, says Gumi. The writer says, Army's attack against Air Force advice, says source. Officers grumble over lack of synergy between services. We've learned our lessons. Our operations remain joint. That's coming from Defense Headquarters. And Tinubu vows to punish anyone found culpable. Alright, so you can read more of that story on page 4 of the Daily Trust. Moving on, more than 80% of Gaza's population displaced. And we also have ASA kicks against inclusion of TED fund in annual budget. And that story is on page 6 of the paper. We also have Shiroro hydroelectric power dam under threat by bandits. That's coming from GM. And you can get that on page 23 of the paper. PDP backtracks from coalition with NNPP and SDP and others. You can get that story on page 16 of the newspaper. And that's all we have for you on Daily Trust. And the next paper here with me is the Punch newspaper. The first headline on the Punch newspaper says, Sanusi carpets NNPCL, doubts dollar remittance after subsidy removal. The writer says, ex-emir entitled to his opinion. NNPCL remains focused, says spokesperson. That's on page 29 of the paper. Some foreign airlines may quit Nigeria. IATA warns federal government. That's a sad one. So we can get the story on page 30 of the newspaper. And boldly written on the Punch newspaper, we have Kaduna bombing. Federal government vows to punish culprits. ACF demands GOC's removal. Federal government promises to unravel causes of bombing, rebuild affected community. Defense Headquarters pleads. Curb accidental bombings with AI. U.S. Arms Center tells military. ACF demands poll. You can get that story on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. Next we have Tinubu Nipeng, others mourn as Kokori dies at 80. And that story is on page 27 of the newspaper. I won't surrender my mandate to intimidation. That's Fubara talking there. You can get that on page 8 of the paper. Next we have NUC sacks Osun judge, dismisses a delicate petition against Chief Justice. You can get that story on page 14 of the paper. Moving on, gunmen abduct 10 Nassau varsity students. And that's on page 4 of the paper. And finally, on the Punch newspaper, we have MPA blames concession for $853 million, 1.8 billion naira revenue shortfall. You can get that story on page 13 of the Punch newspaper. And that's all for the Punch newspaper. And the next paper here with me is the Guardian newspaper. And the first headline on the Guardian newspaper is Government Defers as Painful Initiation to Womanhood Flourishes. You can get the story on page 4 and 5 of the paper. Next, one-way local flight hits 200,000 naira ahead of festive travels. You can get the story on page 5 of the paper. We also have 10 Lafayette University students kidnapped by gunmen. That's on page 8 of the paper. And we have a bold picture here about female genital mutilation in Nigeria. Okay, moving on, we have how President as Petroleum Minister stored 11 trillion naira subsidy poll. You can read up that on page 3 of the paper. Apexim Bank's President Orama emerges Forbes Africa's Person of the Year. You can get that on page 2 of the paper. We also have Tinubu, Oborowari, Dagi, others, Mon Kokori. You can get that story on page 29 of the paper. Next, we have, again, queues resurface at banks as customers battle cash scarcity. We don't want to experience we don't want to go through what we experienced, last time. I hope that doesn't happen again. Okay, so please get more information on that on page 6 of the paper. More pressure on industries, businesses, over 952 naira to a dollar exchange rate for imports. And that can be found on page 6 of the newspaper. And that's all we have on Guardian newspaper. And next paper here is The Nation. And then the first headline on the Nation newspaper says, Tributes galore for Frank Kokori, 1944 to 2023. That's on page 6 of the paper. Oil theft. Tantita security forces arrest another suspicious vessel. You can get that on page 26 of the paper. Moving on, NJC rejects petition against Osun Chief Judge Adepele Ojo. You can get that story on page 27 of the paper. Wike defends 15 billion naira vote for VP's residence. And that's on page 3 of the paper. Moving on, we have court asks Fubara others not to muzzle Weavers Assembly. And that's on page 5 of the newspaper. And the next we have exodus of skilled youths abroad worries federal government. You can get a story on page 4 of the paper. Well, to avoid the exodus of our skilled youths in Nigeria, well, the federal government has a lot of work to do. Put in place the necessary measures to ensure that we mitigate or curtail this Japa syndrome, because it's beginning to affect the nation negatively. So moving on, we have Tinubu vows punishment for error bombing culprits. And then the writer says, federal government to kickstart non-kinetic terrorism battle in Tunduberi. Government houses, clinics, schools for North State under Fulako plan. Okay, so to get more information, please go to page 4 of the paper. We also have ECOWAS court declines Niger junta's request to lift sanctions. So that story can be found on page 5 of the paper. And finally, on the Nation newspaper, we have 2 kidnapped prospective youth corps members freed. I must say that's a good news. And you can get that story on page 5 of the Nation newspaper. And that's all on the Nation newspaper. We'll take another newspaper, which is a Nigerian Tribune. And the first headline on the Nigerian Tribune says, Kaduna drone strike. The guilty will be punished, Tinubu vows. Says Tudubiri community to be rebuilt under Fulako initiative. Defense headquarters statement unnecessary. That's coming from Arawa Consultative Forum, ACF. You can get that story on page 2 of the paper. NJC recommends retirement of Osun High Court Judge declines a delegate's 11 requests on chief judge and sets up panels to probe judicial officers. You can get that on page 11 of the paper. We also have Sanusi. President should not be petroleum minister. I was sacked for exposing corruption in NNPC, he says. Okay, so get more information on page 7 of the newspaper. Moving on, alleged failed abduction. File contempt proceedings against EFCC, dear says. Rebs committee tells NFLA's lawyers. And that's on page 11 of the paper. Adilabo to rejoin APC next week. You can get that story on page 11 as well. We also have tributes pour in as Kokori dies on 80th birthday. Give our dad accolades he deserves for his sacrifice for Nigeria. And that's coming from his children. You can get that story on page 6 of the paper. And Edo forest gunfire attack. 3 NDLEA operatives injured. 1 undergoes brain surgery. You can get that story on page 6 of the Nigerian Tribune. And that's all we have for you on Nigerian Tribune. And moving on, we have the next paper here, which is the last paper for today. And that's Vanguard newspaper. And the first headline on the Vanguard newspaper says, Federal government increases import duty rate by 22.24%, third time in 1 year. And that story can be found on page 20 of the Vanguard newspaper. Makurdi Naka Otupo Road. Then raise shortest routes to hell. I hope the appropriate agencies are aware of this and will do the needful to ensure it's not a death trap for people. Alright. So the next headline says, failed abduction. Sue EFCC, DSS. Reps committee tells MFLA's lawyers. You can get that story on page 2 of the paper. Kokori, pro-democracy icon, dies at 80. Tinubu, Oborowori, Newpeng, Mon. You can get that story on page 7 of the newspaper. We also have, boldly written on the Vanguard newspaper, Kaduna Arrow will be 100% sure before bombing targets. And that's coming from the defense headquarters. And the writer says, 81 killed, 70 injured in mishap. It's unpatriotic to emphasize disaster. Equip military with more accurate surveillance technology, can urge federal government. Ohaneze condemns Act 6 thorough investigation. US urges use of AI, that's artificial intelligence, to reduce accidental bombings. Corporates must be punished. Tinubu, that's coming from the president, Tinubu. ACF calls for redeployment of GOC 1 division. Others. Sanction corporates compensate victims. CSO, Islamic Forum, tell federal government, CDF, Chief of Army Staff. And we have Army solicits more funding. Okay, so you can get all the story on page 5 and page 2 of the Vanguard newspaper. Moving on, PDP distances itself from merger talks. You can get a story on page 9. LCCI, NECA laments exit of PNG others. You can get that on page 19 of the paper. And then boldly written here, federal government votes 548.56 billion naira for federal roads nationwide. Abuja, Lagos superhighways, Lagos Port Harcourt coastal roads to take off. Okay, so that's on page 9 of the paper. Uneasy calm in police over new postings. Okay, so get more information on page 9 of the paper. And then finally, on the Vanguard newspaper, we have 2023 CAF Awards. Osimhen battles Salah Hakimi for Player of the Year. And you can get the story on the sports page, that's page 30 of the Vanguard newspaper. And that's all we have for you today on Biscon Television Newspaper Review. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for staying with us and see you next time. welcome to Biscon Television Foreign News today. I'm Stella Opara. Coming up in the news, Russian lawmakers set presidential vote for March 17, 2024. U.S. grounds entire Osprey fleet after fatal crash in Japan. Seychelles declares state of emergency after huge explosion. And Sierra Leone ex-president Koroma summoned for questioning over failed coup. We'll bring you details of these and more after the short break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon Television Foreign News. Now the news in full. Russia's upper house of parliament on Thursday set March 17, 2024 as the date for the next presidential election, in which longtime President Vladimir Putin is widely expected to run again. In a meeting televised live, the senators unanimously approved the date in a decision that practically kicks off the presidential campaign, according to the head of the chamber, Valentina Matvienko. Putin, who has been in power in Russia either as president or prime minister since 2000, has not officially announced if he will stand in the vote, but is widely expected to do so. The election will take place 2 years after Russia launched what it calls a special military operation in Ukraine in February 2022, and later annexed the Ukrainian regions of Luhansk, Donetsk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia. The election will be a sort of culmination of reunification for the regions, Matvienko said. Now, Chinese President Xi Jinping has warned the top EU officials that China and Europe should not view each other as rivals or engage in confrontation due to their different political systems, in the first in-person China-EU summit for 4 years. During a meeting to discuss issues ranging from trade imbalances to Ukraine, Xi also said China is willing to make the European Union a key economic and trade partner and to cooperate in science and technology, including artificial intelligence. He urged the EU in the talks held at Beijing's Yuyutai State Guest House to eliminate all kinds of interference in the bilateral relationship, according to Newsman. Xi said both sides needed to develop a right perception of each other and encourage mutual understanding and trust. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, European Council President Charles Michel, and EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell also met Chinese Premier Li Qiang during the one-day visit. Now, the US has grounded its entire fleet of B-22 Osprey helicopters after a report said a crash off the coast of Japan last week, which killed 8 crew members, was due to a malfunction. Air Force and Navy officials said they have taken the step to mitigate risk while the investigation continues. Japan grounded its fleet of 14 Ospreys after the crash as well. Japan is the only other nation known to operate Ospreys, which operate both as a helicopter and an aircraft with a propeller. The Air Force said the American fleet is expected to remain grounded until it completes its investigation. At the time of the crash, the Osprey had been on a training flight from a U.S. Marine Corps air base in Yamaguchi Prefecture and was headed towards Kadena Air Base in Okinawa. 6 bodies have been found of the 8 killed in the crash. First introduced in 2007 after decades of testing, Ospreys have come under scrutiny for being involved in multiple fatal accidents during its time in service. More than 50 service members have died either on Osprey flight test or training flights. An emergency spending bill to provide billions of dollars in new security assistance for Ukraine and Israel was blocked in the U.S. Senate as Republicans pressed their demands for tougher measures to control immigration at the U.S. border with Mexico. The vote was 49 in favor to 51 against, leaving the $110.5 billion measure short of the 60 votes needed in the 100-member Senate to pave the way to start debate, threatening President Joe Biden's push to provide new aid before the end of 2023. The bill would provide about $50 billion in new security assistance for Ukraine, as well as money for humanitarian and economic aid for the government in Kyiv, plus $14 billion for Israel as it batters Hamas in Gaza. The White House's two requests for Congress to pass spending bills have failed to advance, and tempers have become increasingly frayed on Capitol Hill as the impasse threatens to stretch into 2024. Democrats argue that aid for allies is essential to support global democracy and ward autocracy. We'll take a short break now. When we'll come back, we'll bring you the rest of the news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon Television for news. Now to the rest of the news. A state of emergency has been declared in Seychelles after a massive explosion at an industrial area on the main island, Ma, as well as flooding. The blast ripped through the zone, flattening commercial buildings and wrecking nearby housing, leaving a trail of devastation along Ma Island's east coast. Seychelles President Wavel Ramkalawan has ordered everyone except essential workers to stay at home. The blast happened on Wednesday at a construction and quarrying company where explosives were being stored in 4 containers. The international airport was also damaged, despite being 4 kilometers away. Schools are shut and hospitals closed to all but emergency cases. The only movement allowed is into and out of the holiday islands. The UK government has advised its citizens on the island of Ma to remain indoors until further notice. Exceptionally heavy rain overnight has caused severe flooding and landslides, adding pressure on the island's response teams. Now in Egypt, it is striving to accelerate the delivery of aid to the Gaza Strip, a senior official has said, after the amount of relief getting through to the Palestinian enclave dipped to the end of the Israel-Hamas truce on December 1st. Dia Rashwan, head of the State Information Service, said Egypt would never allow the emptying of the Gaza Strip of its residents as Israel's military campaign pushes them southwards towards the border with Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. Rashwan added that Egypt believed Israel's operations in the Israeli-occupied West Bank aims to force Palestinians towards Jordan. Since the conflict in Gaza began on October 7, the Rafah crossing on its border with Egypt has been the only entry point for 8 trucks carrying desperately needed supplies of food, medicines, water, and fuel. On Wednesday, 80 trucks carrying humanitarian supplies and 69,000 liters of fuel entered Gaza from Egypt, according to the United Nations. And finally, Sierra Leone police have summoned former President Ernest Bai Koroma for questioning as part of their investigation into a third coup attempt on November 26. Information Minister Cheno Ba said in a statement. Koroma is invited to report to the headquarters of the Criminal Investigations Department in Freetown within 24 hours, the statement said. However, Koroma said he would honor the invitation. Gunmen attacked a military barracks, a prison, and other locations in Sierra Leone last month, freeing about 2,200 inmates and killing more than 20 people in what the authorities said afterwards was an attempt to overthrow the government. The government said the third coup was led mostly by the former president's bodyguards. So far, 71 people have been arrested in the context of the ongoing investigation, including 45 military officers, 7 police officers and 13 civilians, said Information Minister Ba. And that's it on Biscon Television for News. Compiled and produced by Tomiloba Abolan. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for staying with us.
About him that I've heard about him almost all my life. Everywhere you go, Edward Clark, Delta Edward Clark, Lagos Edward Clark, my parents Edward Clark, Clark, right from when we were young. And I was thinking, how do you describe such a person or even begin to talk about him? Then I came across an article which expressed everything I wanted. And I just thought I would share it with you. I don't know if you have come across it, but it just says everything that I want to say about the person. We all remember the old poem when we were growing up called the 6 Men of Hindustan, who were blind, who went to see an elephant so that each would know what an elephant is like. 6 blind men of Hindustan. Of course, they went to the elephant. One of them touched the tusk. And so, wow, because he couldn't see the rest, of course, of the elephant. And he said, the elephant is very like a spear. The other one touched the stomach of the elephant, of course, big and huge. And he rubbed it and said, the elephant is very like a wall. Another grabbed the tail and said the elephant is very like a rope, and so on and so forth. So each one of them, as they were going back, were arguing with each other. One said the elephant is like a tusk. The other one said no, it's a wall. The other one said no, it's like a rope. Arguing on and on and on, but no one actually had the full picture. The same thing with the person we're talking about today. Depending on what side of him you touched. If you touched the hat, you saw the Joe man. If you touched his shoes, then the Shakiri man. If you touched his hands, then the Robo man. If you touched his left, he's the Ijo man. He's a united South-South, Delta, pure and to the core. So that can know what side of him you touched. Now this article I'd like to share with you epitomizes everything. It starts, we cannot describe Chief Edwin Kiagbodo Clark in one episode. Like the divided opinion of those who touch different parts of the elephant, many similarly describing in very many ways that their varied views representing the many parts of him. In the Niger Delta, every ethnic group regards Clark as a leader, a fearless crusader, educationist, philanthropist, legal luminary, the conscience of the South, a politician with track records of service, and a national colossus whose sense of unity is anchored on true federalism. He is also viewed as an anti-corruption crusader who prefers justice to compromise, and that is why he abhors injustice against the minority of Nigerians. He was born on the 25th, and he celebrated his 95th birthday, the last 25th of May, 95th. 96th birthday on the 25th of May. Okay, now they tell us the chairman of the occasion is here, so I can't go through all of this article as I would have loved to, because he really captures everything about the person whose book we're going to review. But without wasting the time of our chairman who has arrived, it's my pleasure to call on Chief Philip Asiobi and Senator Anthony Adefuye, the chairman of the occasion, sir. Senator Anthony Adefuye. At the same time, we'd like to recognize the presence of Yemi Olakunleyin, representing the Dangote Group. Representing Alhaji Aliko Dangote, the Dangote Group. Thank you, sir. Not forgetting, he who makes a lot of waves wherever he goes, Dr. Dakoku Peterside, former Director General of NIMASA. Dr. Dakoku Peterside.
For this event, you will agree with me that the planning committee have done a lot to bring together dignitaries, to bring together distinguished guests like this, to bring together legal juveniles, distinguished scholars, and great men and women of honor. I'd like to invite to the platform Professor Hope Eraga, the chairman of the Book Presentation Committee, Lagos, to give us the welcome address. Can we please make welcome Professor Hope Eraga, a man who makes great things happen, a great man who has put peace together in Lagos State. We honor you, recognize you, we appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, I wonder whether that was the one she was introducing. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The chairman of this occasion, Senator Anthony Adefuye, you're welcome, sir. Our guest of honor, Adebanjo, is on his way here. Our royal father of the day, who is ably represented here, over Riwanu Babatunde Adeolu, and all distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I can see persons from different groups, professions here, from politics to the industry. We welcome you. We're indeed honored as members of the local organizing committee to have you here today. It's been a long time. We started getting this ready, and we are delighted that you have responded to our invitation. Today we are presenting Senator Ike Clark's book, Brutally Frank, to the public in Lagos and the Southwest. It had been launched in Abuja, but today we are presenting it here, and then we do hope that we all at least get a copy before we leave here today. So our target is to ensure that buy a copy, or you buy copies for different organizations to honor the political giant who we are honoring today. Well, Papa isn't here today, but he's watching us. He's here with us in spirit. Virtually, not in spirit in the other sense. Papa is well and alive. He's in Abuja and he's watching online. At the appropriate time, he has to speak to us. He shows his appreciation. Thank you for responding. We're also sorry that we started late, but we will make up for it. This book is an intervention in the politics of Nigeria. You need to read it I am amazed by his ability to recall detail from 70 years ago. He mentions names. My mind was blown by the very first chapter, where he traces genealogy, great-grandfather, all the many wives and the children, the ancestry, all the linkages in the Zor, in Orobo, in Shekiri, everywhere. Fantastic memory. Please, let's give him a round of applause. In fact, for those who still remain, you don't need to listen to him. I recall incidents of 51 years ago with the precise dates, time, sometimes. Now, I do hope when I get to that age, I'll still be able to recall when I was at home. Well, biographies are a way of recording both personal and national experiences, sometimes how they intersect, and we need them. He was involved right from when he became a commissioner in Midwest State under Brigadier Wimuli. He was a commissioner for education, legal, finance, and then in federal time for information. And the way he got involved in national affairs beyond that time, you know, becoming a spokesperson for the South, a spokesperson for the South, a man of candor. He says it as it is, indeed. The book, Brutally Frank, is brutally frank about politics and governance in Nigeria. And if you want to get those details, I encourage you to buy this 668-page book. How was he able to put them together? We're told he's been working on this for the last 10 years. It's as if he knew 70 years ago that someday he was going to record his experiences. I look at letters that were written from the 1950s, they're all intact and it's made in public. So I want to welcome you, and I'm sure you have a nice time here. We'll move with some speed. Thank you very much. May I now invite the chairman of the occasion today, Senator Anthony Adefi. I'm sorry there was a mix-up earlier. Please let's put a round of applause. Eyes up! Eyes up! It's not that enough. Why do you move? Eyes up! Better! Eyes up! Did I say to you? Good afternoon, everybody. I want to welcome everybody here today on behalf of our party, Senator Clark. He's a nationalist. And if you look around you here today, you'll find a lot of us from different political foundations. That is President Clark for you. The fact that you don't share the same political ideology with him doesn't make you his enemy and doesn't make you a bad person. When we started, his intention was to put the whole South together, the West, the South, and the Southeast. And he performed very well in putting us together. Nobody has done as much as he has done to put the South together. I stand to say so and to challenge anybody who says he has done more than him. So if all of us have to do what we are doing today to honor him, I think he deserves that one. So let's give Stephen Clark another round of applause. Now at 96, he's still working. That is Stephen Clark. And this is a man, if you go to his house, any time of the day, you are welcome. And it's not only that you are welcome, you will find quite a lot of people there who are either seeking assistance, or seeking knowledge, or seeking political association. He is a man Nigeria will not forget very quickly. We will always remember Chief Clark. The people before me, they have said so many things about Chief Clark. But I want to say something that most of you should not forget. The national conference. Known to so many people, Chief Clark was the brain behind the national conference. He put together all Nigerians so that we can be one. We can be all Nigeria. And we all sat down at that national conference and arrived at certain decisions. If those decisions have been adopted, Nigeria will not be where it is today. It is not easy to put Nigerians together to come and discuss their future. But Chief Edwin Clark did this, and it was a successful gathering. Even though the decisions at that time were not wholly accepted, because they were not sent to the National Assembly before the president at that time left office. But you will find out that most of the decisions in the agreement we reached at the conference are being used today. If you go to the Senate, if you come to an agreement, just look at the decision of the conference, you find out the source of that agreement is. I think we need another man like Edwin Clark. I hope we will come quickly. Chief Edwin Clark, as I said, is a nationalist. He will have launched this book in Abuja. He's not looking for money. He's not looking for fame. Say Edwin Clark today, every Nigerian knows who he is. He just gave me a phone call. There's going to be a program today. There's going to be. I said, yes, sir. I couldn't sleep anymore because I was so excited. Why me? Why me? So that is the man Edwin Clark for you. So if you have come here today to honor him, you are really doing a great service to a man who deserves honor. Thank you and welcome all of you to the
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together once more for the They tell us that the best speeches are those that are made without a script. That is only when you know that people are speaking from their hearts and not from their heads. So thank you very much, Chairman, for that heartfelt comment on E.K. Clark, whose resume I was trying to share with you earlier on. Thank you very much, Chairman, and I'm sure if people read that book, I think their perspective about Nigeria will change. You know, because it is a book written from the heart. And, you know, intimately you begin to see how people like E.K. Clark thought and all the events that shaped Nigeria, as it were, up to where we are now. Thank you so much, sir. While he was giving his speech, some very distinguished people were coming in. In fact, when we were growing up, these are some of the names we never ever tired of hearing on television or radio, and they all seem to be so much larger than life. One of them was Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, former Minister of External Affairs. Sir, nice to see you. Nice to see you, sir. We hope you still have that your vituperous way of approaching issues that always shook the nation when you spoke. Thank God you never regretted it. Thank God, sir. Nice to see you. We also have in our midst Chief Bode George. Chief Bode George. Okay, Dr. Fawale representing Chief Bode George. That's it. Please, Dr. Fawale, are you here with us? So, thank you. And it's a pleasure to also announce among us Chief Kofo Bokno Akerele, former Deputy Governor, Lagos State. And my pleasure to announce also somebody I spoke about only a week ago, who is now the chairman of Nigeria's most vibrant interventionist agency, the NDDC. It's my honor to introduce Honorable Chedu Ebie. Okay.
Thank you once again. The next item on the agenda is the speech by the special guest of honor. And the special guest of honor for today's event is Professor Wole Soyinka. However, he shall be represented by Chief Denzel Kentebe. Chief Denzel Kentebe is a member of the Ijo Elders Forum. Can we please make welcome Chief Denzel Kentebe to deliver the speech by the special guest of honor for today's event.
Good morning. I'd like to stand and exist in protocol, please. You can imagine my surprise this morning when I was told I had to read the message from Professor Soyinka. And I wasn't scared of the people in the hall here, but I was wondering where he is sitting down watching me, listening to my diction, my pronunciation, and everything that has to do with the English language. I'm trying to see if my hair has gone grey. I have no hair. But the Prof is not able to be here with us, and he sends this message to our club. It is with great personal disappointment that I finally concede my inability to join you at this event. The Clark family and I, as you know, are linked on several levels, and it would have given me great pleasure to deputize for my late colleague and brother, J.P. Clark, welcoming the patriarch himself on this belated entry into the literary ranks. Even without the ferocious promise of the title, I know that this will be one book launch the nation will not forget in a hurry. I cannot wait to read how it tackles some of the history of a society along whose fault lines we have occasionally interacted directly and indirectly, but of course the nation has been treated to more than a rich foretaste in past years. A warm welcome nonetheless, a formal entry, dear Chief, Senator, and Elder, Gadfly to the literary arena. Thank you, Professor Wole Soyinka.
Thank you very much, Denzel Kentebe. I'm sure that if Wole heard you say what you said now, he will probably have one or two words to say. short and succinct, but to the point. You know, a man of letters. Thank you so much. Kentebe himself. I'm sure that if he also was invited to an event, he would not hesitate to absolutely represent him, because he's a luminary in the South-South, particularly among the Jaws, having been one of those who have been spearheading all the activities of the ING John National Council. And he, as you can see, put together this for our great leader, E.K. Clark. And this is someone who feels the pulse of the Niger Delta, the pulse of the South-South. And if you look at the pulse of the South-South, it's not actually different from each of the ethnic groups. What the Yoruba man feels, the German feels. What the German feels, the Shekiri man feels. And this is why E.K. Clark, as we say, is United Niger Delta, all put into one. So thank you very much. Now, the main cause of the reason we're here, the book launch itself, about the man whose thoughts we're going to share. Earlier on, I was trying to go through some of what somebody wrote about him, which I thought actually just epitomized everything I would like to say on him. And since it was interrupted, I would like to finish it so you can see the kind of person we're talking about. The man E.K. Clark, legendary agitator of the South-South cause and a legendary cult hero, as it were. The article said, a reincarnated Chief Becker Deremo of blessed memory, his native Delta state. Becker Deremo was his great-grandfather, a wealthy merchant who took up battles on behalf of the poor. He reduced prices of commodities and had several conflicts with Dore Numa. Becker Deremo had a steamship and, according to National Archives, built a palace as a big and comparable to the palace of the Oba of Benin. That edifice is still standing, as they say, today. Clark's grandfather, Foludo Becker Deremo, was also a man of substance, a warrant chief, a politician of note who attended the Western Region Chiefs Conference in 1941 in Ibadan. Foludo Becker Deremo gave birth to Chief Clark Foludo, father of Edwin Clark. He became a wealthy merchant who traded in several coastal cities in the tradition of the family business and was involved in community service and politics as a councillor. He rose to be a customary court judge of appeal in Bomadi. Chief Clark Foludo understood early the importance of educating his own children, and he made sure that everyone got the sort of education that would make them relevant in the national field. And we can see today that the foresight of the father of E.K. Clark has shown in everything he's done, particularly when you read the book. Okay. Okay, so who's going to do it now? Who's going to do it? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one fact we forgot, that this event is being carried live on Arise Television, and you can tune in on arise.com and get the detail and follow everything that is happening. And that's just to also tell everyone present that you are on TV. So behave yourself. So you can see behind me what technology can do. Chief Clark himself is going to address us via Zoom. And so please, can we put our hands together for elder statesman, a man of colors, Chief Dr. E.K. Clark, OFR, CON.
man of colors, Chief Dr. Ikefa, OFR,
Thank you very much. It's nice to be with you, even though far away in Abuja. Firstly, let me express my profound gratitude to Mr. Chairman, Senator Dipoyi, to the various guests of honor who are here today. I'm indeed very, very grateful. What do I say? That in a short time, all my friends, all my associates, all my colleagues have become of me within a short time gathered at the Museum Center to honor me. What the hell do I want in life? Give glory to God. Thank God for everything He has done for me in my life. But what will I say? You have already been told by various people. All that I can say is to express my profound gratitude to you all, particularly when the book was launched for the first time in Abuja at the International Conference Center, which was attended by a crowd that could not be managed. Mr. President was there through his secretary to the government, who was the special guest of honor. The only official, as a Royal Majesty, the Emir of Kano, the Sultan of Sokoto, and so many others, H. the Tortif, the Oroki of Okpe, etc. King Jeter's people, they were all there. It was even Mrs. Abacha, the first lady, and his son, Mohammed, they were there. What else do I want? It was a glorious occasion, signifying that, yes, I am amongst my people, in Nigeria that I always cherish, where everybody is equal, where we are equal citizens. You can rise to any position you want in Nigeria. But if that is not there, then there is no Nigeria. We want a restructuring of this country. And this you will see in my book. I've spoken so much about restructuring. The former president of the country said once that corruption must be killed, otherwise corruption will kill Nigeria. That's what President Buhari said. Then I said, we must restructure Nigeria. Without any restructuring, there will be no Nigeria. And I think everybody in Nigeria believes today that restructuring is the order of the day. It has been accepted by everybody. Even those who were hesitating now realize that they will do better if they are in their own state, with more power, moving at their own pace, developing at their own pace, and paying money to the federal government to maintain its own services. Today, for no reason, the president of Nigeria is the most powerful president in the country, but very effective because we have no constitution. The constitution is a military one, not made by Nigerians. But today is not the day. Read my book, you see what everything I said through. The question has been asked, how did I come with the title Brutally Frank? I'm not a violent person. It is not meant to condemn people. But for 70 years, from the First Republic to today, I have participated in every aspect of this government, of Nigeria. And I feel that I should write a book. Everything I know about my family, let people know where I come from. This man, he has been talking and talking the truth, speaking. What is his background? I think that's why I went to town to talk about my family, where I come from, where I'm going. Now, when I was 90, one of the messages I received was from my boss, General Yakubu Gawang, when I was Minister of Information in his government. At 90, he sent me a congratulating message. And part of it was Chief Edwin Clark, EK I called him, is a very, very forthright Nigerian, lawyer, and he speaks his mind on any subject. He is brutally frank. So I took that as the title of my book. I will not say it was my invention. No, I took it from the message of congratulations given to me by my boss. And I've also written what people say about me. You will see all that in the book. But once again, I want to say, give glory to the Almighty God and to thank you for leaving your various rooms this morning to give me this honor. God will be with you. God will guide you. God will protect you. And whatever you desire, God will grant it. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, our father, Baba Chief Clark. I was thrilled when I discovered that General Yakubu Gowon described him as the backbone of his administrative team years ago. So, once again, I recognize and honor our father, Chief Clark, a man from a rich heritage. You know, few men leave legacies, but this man is living legacies. He's a living legend. You agree with me? All right. At this point, we would like to take goodwill messages. And the first goodwill message for today's event shall be taken by Professor Anya O. Anya. Can we please make welcome Professor Anya O. Anya to give the first goodwill message for today's event? Can we please keep the applause rolling? Can we please keep the applause rolling? You have the floor, sir.
So what am I? What do I do? Say a few things. No, it's the goodwill message. Okay. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, history is not made in one day. And that is why the phenomenon called E.K. Clark has built up the formidable reputation and network that is guiding our nation even today. We listened to him a moment ago at 96. Many 80-year-olds, some 60-year-old cannot speak with such passion. I came across Edwin Clark at the national conference, and that was when I now discovered that you cannot describe him in one or two sentences because the man is multidimensional. But one thing you cannot take away from him is the fact that he loves this country. And he works with all Nigerians. Yes, he'll be frank and tell you his views, but he's the first to admit that you have a point. The national conference has been mentioned. I am confident that one day that report will be fully implemented. And the reason is simple. People do not know that the takeoff point of the decisions. There were over 600 decisions, over 600. And every single one enjoyed the support of more than 70% of those attending. Would you really think it was possible to have Nigerians gathered as we were gathered, and all decisions enjoyed 70% support? You wouldn't have thought it was possible, but it happened. And that is why I believe that ultimately we'll find our way back. So let me also congratulate, I call him my father, Edwin Clark. He is a phenomenon that we must thank God for giving us. And particularly what he did with education. After the war, you wouldn't have thought the roles he played would allow him lead Bermudia's government to the University of Nigeria. Some of the first tables and chairs and so on that we had in the University of Nigeria to start to work again in that university. I was in the University of Nigeria for 37 years. So he is the one that gave us the confidence to start a second time. Finally, let me say this to the young generation. Do not lose confidence in Nigeria. Nigeria is a great country. Nigeria is a destined country. It will get to the point where, as some of my spiritual advisors tell me, Nigeria will be celebrated for righteousness. Nigeria will be celebrated around the world for righteousness. This period that we are seeing now is not Nigeria. When I tell some of the younger people my experience in Nigeria, they don't believe that a Nigeria that I was describing, that I have lived, existed. But it did exist, and because it did exist, we will return. Thank you very much. And our father, Edwin Clark, is one of those who continue to reaffirm by his life, by his contributions, that truly a great Nigeria is possible and will happen. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. It's nice to hear from people who are contemporaries of our celebrant today. They know more about these issues and they can dare talk about them, but we can't. Thank you so much, sir. Now, the next speech we have the message of goodwill. We'd like to call on the representative of the Oba of Lagos, Chief Ahmed Akashuru, to please give us His Royalties, His Royal Highness's response. We come to you where you are.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greetings to the whole audience and the elders seated here. I am Chief Ahmed Olabibi Akashoro, the Ashoko of Lagos, the head of Ababa class of our chiefs. I'm representing the Oba of Lagos. Chief Edwin Clark is well known to me as a young boy. In those days when he and Chief A.B. Osula were living in Falulu Street. My daddy's house is the next house from Chief A.B. Osula, who was then the chairman of Daily Times. And they're having a very nice time at that time. dancing to Chicago music. As a young boy, we start picking at them. And then today, he's an old man. My daddy died as a candidate of Lagos State. And I'm happy to see him giving a good testimony of what he has done so far. On behalf of Oba of Lagos, he came back yesterday evening and he said, I should be here. And I know he's giving a very good, very long life and much prosperity. He has done a lot. I've read about him when we were a very young boy. In those days, we are reading about the drums, newspaper, that drum, at that time, very in the 60s. And he has been doing fine. And he's still doing the same thing. What else can I say about him? He is going to live long and he's left behind a good legacy. For us, at our old age, at 68, in fact, I still cherish him because I'm only a very true person. That's never changed. On behalf of the Oba of Lagos, I think they'll speak together. My regards to him. Long life, sir. Cheers.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, a while ago we announced that the Arise TV is on DSTV. Arise TV News is on DSTV, channel 416. Also, it's on GoTV, channel 444. And Arise TV Live is on YouTube. We'd like to recognize Chief Dr. Mrs. Ubeku. That's the leader of the West African Women Association and her team. Can we please recognize, applaud Chief Mrs. Ubeku and her team. We welcome you, ma'am. We welcome you, madams. We also like to recognize the presence of Senator Musili Obanikoro. Senator, you're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. At this time, we'd like to take the next goodwill message from Chief Philip Asiodu. Chief Philip Asiodu. Can we please get a microphone to him? Chief Philip Asiodu. Okay. We honor you, sir.
Okay. All right. I'm very delighted to be here today. I received a call from Chief Edwin Clark that the book will be launched today in Lagos. Having been launched in Abuja. Now I first met Chief Edwin Clark socially in Lagos. Later on, became a member of General Government's Federal Administration. I was one of the permanent secretaries who used to attend council meetings. And I know Chief Clark was always outspoken, always frank. I didn't know General Gowan would describe him as brutally frank. Well, well, that's the title of the book. Good. And in cabinet, he performed very well. And I remember that earlier on, when there was the second coup in 1966, and Nigeria was tethering on the brink of disintegration. He was one of the delegates, or one of the people in the Midwest who helped to save the situation, because people were talking about confederation, of breaking away, and so forth and so on. And I remember that the Midwest delegation, comprising Tony Nauru, people like Tayo Akpata were in the background, helping to make sure that the Midwest still stood for an effective federation. And he contributed a great deal to that. And we are grateful because God has blessed this country enormously with natural and human resources. It will be a great pity if we wasted it. And we still pray. When we were young, we read Renaissance Africa. And we still pray that Nigeria, using its enormous resources and a unique geographical position, will be able to play the role which he dreamt about in the vanguard of African Renaissance and the restoration of respect for the black race. Because there is no other combination of resources and population controlled by blacks, black people, which could be globally significant. And so Nigeria has a great duty, and it has been one of the persistent advocates for a Nigeria under a secular state with freedom of religion for individuals, playing its proper role and helping to make sure that the degradation which came with the slave trade is changed. When we are told the Greeks first encountered black people, they thought the black civilization was at least equal, if not superior to theirs. How we came to this colonization, and before then, the Atlantic slave trade, is really a great tragedy and must be corrected. And we're looking forward to reading his book. And I'm sure that we remember him as one of those who contributed to making sure that Nigeria survived to play its role in Renaissance Africa. I'm glad that at 96, he still speaks vigorously. He's still acknowledged as the leader of the South-South. And I wish him many more years of, and that is true because on the table on which I sit in Metropolitan Club, the late Akintola Williams, who went at 104, was at lunch with us 2 weeks before then. So I wish him continued good health. And when I go next to Abuja, I shall call on him. Thank you very much for all of you coming here to honor him, to participate in this book launch. Good.
Thank you once again, sir. All right now we'd like to recognize the presence of Otumba Isaac Emiyede, the chairman of Cross River, River State, Edo State, Delta State, Akwa Ibom and Bayelsa State branches of the CREDAP Association. We honor you, sir. All right, we also like to recognize the presence of Chief Mrs. Bolajoko Doherty, the national president of the Dynamic Women International Association, and her team. Alaja Gbadamosi, Princess Kemi Ibironke, Mrs. Shola Akiosho, or Akiosha, Mrs. Kike Dada, Chief Mrs. Khadija Olorunda, Princess Anna Achetumobi, and Princess Dupe Ajayi Badebo, all leaders of the Dynamic Women International Association. Can we please keep the applause rolling from these women? Thank you, Maz, for standing up to grace this occasion. We honor you. We appreciate your presence. All right, at this time, we'd like to take the next goodwill message, and that will be delivered by our mother, Chief Mrs. Kofo Bokno Akerele, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State. Can we please take a microphone to our mother? We honor you, Ma. We're pleased to have you in our midst today.
I am greatly honored to be here today. I have known the Clarks for over 50 years. We have been friends. Chief Clark is an activist. You might wonder why I'm saying he's an activist at 95 years of age plus. But he was with us in the trenches when we were fighting for the restoration of democracy in Nadeku. He might not have been on television, but he was behind us. You have heard how he has brought all the southern states together. Not only has he done that, but he has brought us together in the hope that this country will be restructured. He has always spoken about the present constitution, that it is not our constitution, it is a military constitution. And therefore, he's always wanted restructuring. He, in fact, was one of the highlights of the 2014 Constitution, a conference of which I was a part. His house has always been open to everyone. He has brought not only the South together, he has also managed to bring the Middle Belt into the fold so that everybody is now clamoring for the same thing. Chief Clark, you have been a hero for many of us. You have actually led the way. And may God continue to give you good health. I know that your mental faculties will never fail you. And we thank you for trying to restructure this country so that we can all have a better Nigeria where we can all live a fruitful and honorable life. We thank you very, very much, and God bless you again, Chief Clark.
Thank you, Ma. We honor you, Ma. I remember in those days when Mommy was the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, active woman, active, smart. When you see her on TV, you say, who is this Amazon? We honor you, Ma. All right, at this point, I'd like to take another goodwill message from Professor Bolaji Akinyemi. Can we please keep the applause rolling for Professor Bolaji? Can we please take a microphone to Professor Bolaji Akinyemi? We're honored to have you, sir.
Good. Like Chief Philip Asiojo, about a month ago, I got a call from Abuja, and it was Chief Clark who played the chess game with me. He started off by saying, I invited you to the launching of my book in Abuja and you didn't come. I said, Papa, you couldn't have done that. If you had done that, I would have been there. He said, well, all right, don't let us argue. We are going to launch the book in Lagos. Now, what else could I have said at that point except to say, I will be there to honor you. I have known the Clarks for a long time, but not the chief. I've been close to the professor. The late professor was his brother, and I have been close to Ambassador Clark, again his late brother. And so to that extent, I could lay claim to knowing the chief vicariously. But what finally sealed the relationship, as people have said, was the 2014 National Conference. And I still remember the chief on that front row. What struck me by the second week of that conference was that the chief was never late. Never. He was always there. One of the four, he was never late. And that allowed our chairman, Justice Kutige, to use him as an example to the younger ones who will come in halfway through the conference. I don't know how many times he led delegations to my office as the deputy chairman to iron out conflicts that were brewing. I agree with all Professor Anya said about his role at that conference, about how he didn't give up on principles, but he succeeded through tactics and through strategy in always smoothing out conflicts that were brewing between the South and the North. They were there. And so he takes the credit for the fact that that conference did not break up. One of the things that I will say here today, which I haven't said in any other place, was that we had to give a commitment to President Jonathan that there would be no walkout in that conference. It was not that the president was not committed to the conference, he was. But what bothered him was how it was all going to be arranged that the conference will be a success. And we gave him a commitment that the conference will be a success, that there will be no walkouts, and that there will be no conflicts that we wouldn't be able to resolve. Who are the we who gave him that commitment? That will be a story for another day. Already to my left, I have seen my dad. And when I say my dad, I really mean my dad, because Pa Ayo Adebanjo and my biological father were members of the action group in the 50s. And he also was a member of the 2014 National Conference. And I also know the role that he played. You know, when you think of the important people in this country who managed to steer that conference to the point where, by consensus, we were able to adopt all our resolutions, Pa Adebanjo will take credit for one of the things that happened. So, you know, we mix our culture. So I don't know, because when I just say, oh, okay, Chief E.K. Clark, I should be calling him Papa E.K. Clark. And then somebody will say, but you're not an Ijaman, so why are you calling him Papa? But I will call him Papa E.K. Clark. I congratulate you. I wish you a long life to continue to mentor not just the young ones, but those like us who are still following your footsteps. Congratulations, sir, for today.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at one point, if you heard about Nigeria, it was through his thought and his words. Professor Bolaji Akiyemi has been with us for a long time, and from the way he's sounding, he's not given up yet. Please, can we give a round of applause to him? Well, as we were speaking, one of our very important guests strolled in, shall we say, one who carried the Yoruba fight in his own head, and he refused to let go, no matter what happened to him. And today, I don't know what verdict he would give to know whether his fight has been worth it or not. So we're going to meet with him later on. But now we have two young executives to give their own, as it were, advice and show their goodwill to us. And these are people who are deeply involved in the Niger Delta project and who have benefited in some way from being given positions to prove that. One of them is Dakuku Peterside, whom we now call to come and give us his goodwill address. The former chairman of NIMASA. But you see, they run well.
Good afternoon, Chairman of today's occasion, our own father, Senator Defuye, fathers in the House, Your Excellencies. I've seen a lot of my uncles here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Well, I am sure that the only reason why I've been invited to speak is because I'm a young Ijaw son, a proud Ijaw son. And this book presentation is in honor of our father. We already know that Pa Chief E.K. Clark is an extraordinary scholar, encyclopedia of knowledge, patriot, politician, leader, father, mentor, and indeed the champion of restructuring based on equity, fairness, and justice. He's among the few that survived the tempest that is Nigeria. But that's not what makes Chief Ike Clark great. He is today a national icon, symbol of democracy, extraordinary leader, on the strength of his example, and a cocktail of courage, wisdom, resilience, and patriotic spirit. Chief Ike Clark is not just a father to those of us who are just boys and girls. He's a father to all Nigerians who believe in justice, equity, and a great Nigeria of possibilities. He has been in the struggle forever and will remain in the struggle. He has brought intellectual flavor to the struggle for a better Nigeria. He's not just in the struggle with a militant spirit, but with a militant intellectual spirit. Ike Clark is living and will soon leave us after maybe the next 20, 30, 40 years. The challenge is that I can't see clearly a successor generation. For me, that's the challenge. He has bequeathed to us a lot of legacies. I don't know those who will carry on with his struggles for a better Nigeria. I look around, I've not seen many men of courage and wisdom, men of intellect, men who are selfless, men who are devoted to the national cause. He's called an Ijaw leader. True, but he's more of a Nigerian leader than an Ijaw leader. He has fought national causes, not necessarily South-South causes. It is just that South-South causes are interwoven with Nigerian causes. What he has fought all his life are Nigerian causes. As you have heard testimonies of his battles at the 2014 Constitutional Conference, unfortunately, the resolutions of that conference have not been implemented to date. But prophetically, we've heard that someday Nigeria will revisit those resolutions. For those of us, younger Ijaw boys and girls, he's a father, a mentor, a role model, and somebody we all look up to. And so today, as this book is presented in his honor, what can we wish him? He's not a man who is given to material things. For him, legacy is not about material acquisition. Unlike the kind of things we see these days, when young people are driven by greed to acquire everything, I don't know where they want to go with it. And so for me, and I speak for all young Ijaw men and women, all young South men and women, we wish our father long life, good health, and I know that we owe him a lot, but I make him a commitment. I make a commitment on behalf of the young people. We will not fail you, sir. We will carry on with your struggles until Nigeria is a better place for all. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Dakuku. Peter side, Bill, I say the fire has been rekindled. And by the time you are 96, we'd like to see or hear how you sound. Thank you very much indeed. Now, the next goodwill speaker Oh, okay. While we're doing that, I thought I saw a yellow flame at the corner of the house and a hat, and it happened to be Professor Pat Utomi. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Nigeria Professor of Politics and Management expert, is everywhere actually. The president we never had. Thank you so much, Brad, for coming. I'd also like to recognize Mrs. Adinke Giwa, representing Mr. Babatunde Rajifashola, yes? Mrs. Adinke Giwa, are you with us? Can we see you, please? Okay, the next person to give his goodwill message is none other than the current chairman of the NDDC, one of the most significant interventionist agencies in the Niger Delta, an attorney of many years, once with the Delta State government. Now, I think about the youngest chairman of NDDC. It's my pleasure to introduce Chief Chiedu Ebie. Please, can we put our hands together for him? You're not clapping enough. It's NDDC we're talking about. All right. Welcome. All right.
Well, first of all, Patrick, I'm not a chief, so but maybe someday I may become a chief. Mr. Chairman, sir, very distinguished and eminent Nigerians. I stand here this late morning in two capacities. First of all, as a bona fide son of Pa Clark. Pa Clark and my late father, Professor John Abie, served in the administration of the late General Ogbemudia. And so growing up in Benin, I knew him from my very young days. He was also very good friends with my late uncle, Fortune Abie. And when my father passed in 1989, he stayed in touch with my mother, and so he kept an eye on us. And over time, he stayed in touch with me and watched as I progressed in life. The second flank of it is now as chairman of NDDC. And of course, NDDC as it is to a large extent synonymous with Pa Clark. The board was inaugurated last Thursday by the Honorable Minister, and ideally, I should have proceeded to Port Harcourt to convene and preside over the inaugural board meeting. But on Friday, whilst in Abuja, I went to see Pa Clark, as I always do. And when I get there, he says to me, "My son, come and sit here." And you're sitting right next to him. And he, amazed at 96, his memory is something else. He told me the story of how NDDC came into existence and the role they played and everything that transpired for it to come into existence. So I then said to him, "Sir, I understand that there's you're launching your autobiography on Tuesday," and he said yes. I said, "Well, I'm supposed to be going to Port Harcourt, but we will convene the inaugural board meeting after your book launch." That's the honor I could do to him. And so I leave here tomorrow to Port Harcourt, where we would hold our inaugural board meeting on Thursday. I also assured him that we will do our utmost best as the new board of the Niger Delta Development Commission. Firstly, to work harmoniously as a team, because NDDC has always been synonymous with problems and differences between the board and the management. But this time around, we have given him our assurance that we're going to work as a team. We're going to do our very best to reposition the commission and to see how we can change the narrative. I pray for many more years of sound mind and health for Pa Clark, because we need him. I need him. I need him for as long as I continue to chair the board, because I need to tap from his wealth of knowledge and experience. And I hope that that will guide us and help us as we work to reposition NDDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, sir. All right, at this time, we'd like to take the next goodwill message from our father. Elder statesman, patriot, nationalist, and a fairy leader. And this is no other person than our father, Pa Ayo Adebanjo. Can we please keep the applause rolling for our father, Pa Ayo Adebanjo? We honor you, sir, and we revere you. Thank you for your presence today.
Well, Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests.
Sit down, sir.
Well, when I'm tired, I sit down.
Okay.
It's unfortunate, though, we lawyers, we are used to standing. However old, standing is our nature. My respect to everybody, particularly the special, one of the special permanent secretary that we ever had, P.C. Asioju. And of course, our indomitable Professor Akemi. I'm really happy to be here today because I missed the launching of this book at Abuja. The very day the book was being launched was the day I was admitted to the hospital for a surgery. I had already booked my accommodation in Abuja. We had paid for the hotel because I was to arrive the previous day. But unfortunately, I couldn't make it. It was a very painful occasion for me because Pa Clark, my co-chairman of Southern Leaders and Middle Belt Forum, is a personality to behold. A nationalist, a patriot, a loyal, committed man to a united Nigeria. When you go through the book, you will see how a better Nigeria was until you get to this stage. And I will plead with the audience. The knowledge of Pa Clark and my little self, please don't gamble with it. It's a compendium of what Nigeria was and what Nigeria we wish it to be. Pa Clark is not just a nationalist by the road. It's not a convinced nationalist, a converted nationalist. When you read the book, you know that nationalism and patriotism is inborn, right down from the school. And I really said, reading through the book, he said when was the Commissioner of Education, when was in the primary school, he was able to move from one school to the other because there are many. Then I remember the good work of my leader. That was after we had built several schools under pre-primary education of the Action Group in the 1955 downwards, before he became the commissioner. So he said he could choose, he could go from one primary school to the other because there are many to choose. That was the record in those days. And there were primary school where there are seats, where there are teachers, where the people are not sitting on the floor. But Clark is a nationalist of no mean order. I came closer to him at the 2014 National Conference. We are on the same old row of old people. Himself, Akijide, thank you. Emmanuel Ajayi, myself, they gave us that honor to be in the front. And you see, the contribution, as Professor Akemi said, you could see knowledge and experience and patriotism in their contribution. And I may say, sir, those of you who are younger, who are likely to implement what Nigeria should be, don't play with 2014 National Conference. Whether you like it or not, Jonathan will go down in history as the best thing he did, in my own view, for setting up that conference. And I say publicly again, without any fear of contradiction, you can never get the composition of a conference as composed at that conference, again in Nigeria. It cuts across everybody. In intelligence, the judiciary, the youth, all sorts, no matter, the Muslim, Christian, ideologue, and all sorts of. And we were lucky to have a chairman who managed delicate issues, as we said by the professor. You can never get anything better, and if you do, and until you go back to it. And thank you, Professor Akemi. I listened to your program yesterday. The job for us in this country today is to see that right now, this constitution must be changed to federalism in accordance to 2014 National Conference. And you made the proposition which I've already been saying. Don't waste our money again by setting up any other conference. Take that report, take a refined report, set up a committee to reconcile, and we go where we are going. Any other thing is pretense. Any other thing is pretense. And anybody sincere about the unity of this country, about the progress of this country, don't tell me about any economic program until you change this constitution, you will go nowhere. And I urge you, and I beseech you, anybody who is a nationalist who loves this country today, particularly now to President Bola Tinubu, I am happy Professor Akemi is here, you are his friend. I am not his enemy, he is my son. The only difference is that we disagree politically. He's a loving young man. I have never asked for a favor that he has not given me. But the issue is, the question of this Nigeria to be together is something many of us like Clark as an inbound to. Even when Clark was following Dr. Azikwe under the unity form of government, incidentally he was a Zikist like myself, but he was not converted. I was converted before him. by Shifaulo to federalism, but he came back to it and has been advocating it in a way that if you miss it, God save you, Nigeria. We are grateful to Pa Clark. When I have the privilege of being the co-chairman with him under Southern Leaders and Middle Belt Forum, you could see an epitome of knowledge and experience, how we manage delicate issues. And it was a privilege. Unfortunately, when we started Southern Leader Forum, the Northern group was not there. It was he. When you read the book, you see where you are coming from OBJ. He said, OBJ said should invite people from the Northern group. I said, Northern element, they don't want to rule, they want to dominate. And I will not agree to domination. We invited them, they came in. What happened? They exposed themselves in 2019 when they don't agree with us to what we just agreed to support article for restructuring. They voted out. But I have told them earlier that the Northern Leader Forum, Professor Ango Abdullahi said earlier that once the North got into office in 2014, they will have it forever. I quoted it, he has not refuted it today. He said we should bring him in. I said Northern Leaders and Middle Belt Forum is meant for those who agree in a united Nigeria under federalism. It will not be all right. But Pa Clark said, no, that's bring that. I said, okay. If not, they will say this action group people are stubborn people. So they brought him in. But 2019, he expressed himself. We want everybody in Nigeria to be together, but we don't want any tribe to dominate the others. That is the difference. One of my best friends at this many Northerners, Skangiwa is what I know. And all those first-class people, this performance, MD Yusuf, those are good Northerners. Those Fulani, they are nationalists who believe in a united Nigeria under equal basis. That is the issue we must not shy off. Many of you live in denial. Let us persuade our northern element to agree that let us live together on equal basis. You can't attempt to dominate the rest of the country and you have peace. And until you agree to that, there will be no peace. And until you agree to what Clark is saying, to what Adebanjo is saying, to what those who believe in structuring is saying, you will never get peace. I thank Clark for this book, for what he has said there, for the leadership he has given the country, the young people in particular, and Nigeria in general. When you read the forward, you see the type of opinion that Gawan has of him. Of course, Gawan was a lucky man. He had a person like Clark in his cabinet, and I was there at that time. You can imagine that the success Gawan made, you can now know those who are behind it. So, congratulations to my co-chairman. Congratulations to the man. Nigeria must worship. Nigeria must respect for the good of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I think that you would say was the sermon of the day. And I think we can expect another book launch soon. The thoughts of Ayo Adebanjo.
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. First, the headlines. On the national scene, NSCDC inaugurates court to protect schools in North Central. Federal government to shut buildings violating accessibility laws for persons with disabilities. In business news, fix refineries to end fuel importation. NANS urges federal government. On the foreign scene, 137 hostages believed to be held in Gaza, Israel says. And in the world of sport, Egypt beat Nigeria 3-1 to lift trophy in African Under-17 volleyball. Now the news in full. The Commandant General of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Ahmed Audi, on Thursday launched a special squad, the Safe School Response Team, to protect schools from all forms of attacks in the north-central region of the country. This is coming on the heels of the urgent need to strengthen security operations across schools and colleges of education in the region. The squad includes officers from the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Police Force, and the Department of State Security Services, among others. Audi, while speaking in Lafayette, the Nasarawa state capital, at a one-day sensitization workshop for strategic stakeholders in the north-central geopolitical zone, and activities of the National Safe Schools Response Coordination Center and Safe School Project in Nigeria, said the federal government had domiciled the coordination of the project with the courts. The CG expressed confidence that the smooth implementation of the initiative would reduce the burden of out-of-school children in the region, while calling on stakeholders to support the Safe Schools implementation project to enable the security agencies to achieve their set objectives. Now, the federal government has announced plans to shut down public buildings that do not comply with the minimum standards of accessibility for persons with disabilities from January 17. Executive Secretary, National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, Dr. James Lally, disclosed on Thursday while briefing newsmen in Abuja at a news conference. Journalists report that the news conference was organized as part of the 16th day's activism to commemorate the 2023 International Day of Persons with Disabilities. Lally said the Commission would swing into action immediately after the expiration of the 5-year ultimatum given to organizations by the federal government, which is expected to elapse on January 16, 2024. He said the Commission would engage all relevant stakeholders to constitute a special task force to ensure the implementation of the accessibility law. In another story, the chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, Senator Olamileko Adeola, has said the Senate will work with the federal government to make the nation's educational institutions globally competitive for economic and technological development. Adeola disclosed this on Thursday while inaugurating a block of classrooms and office complexes at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Tai Solarin University of Education, Ijagun, and Federal College of Education, Osiele, Abeokuta, all in Ogun State, on Thursday. The projects, sponsored by the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, were valued at over 7 billion naira. Adeola, who is representing Ogun West Senatorial District at the National Assembly, joined the commissioning of the project at Funab, assured that the 10th Senate will continue to support TED Fund to advance tertiary education through the enactment of legislation. Now, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Anambra State Command, has arrested a syndicate of 4 persons who specialize in vandalizing armored cables and other electrical installations in and around the Awka metropolis. This was disclosed in a press statement issued by the Public Relations Officer, NSCDC, Akadibo Edwin, on behalf of the Commandant, Edwin Oshoala, on Friday. Parading the suspects at the command's headquarters in Awka Friday, Oshoala said the arrest followed credible information received from a concerned citizen who saw a group of persons evacuating armored cables from an electrical installation in Awka. The state commandant said preliminary investigation revealed that the armored cables are part of the 33 kV dedicated airport feeder from Oka substation that supplies power to Anambra International Cargo Airport, Umuleri. You're watching Biscon TV News. Up next is Business News. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to business news. The leadership of the National Association of Nigerian Students has urged the federal government to fix the nation's refineries to enable the country to end fuel importation. The says as NANS decried the continued fuel importation under President Bola Tinubu, saying that this will continue to hurt the economy and worsen the forex crisis currently hitting the nation hard. The students' leadership said President Tinubu should, as a matter of urgency, order Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited to take concrete steps in repairing the country's faulty refineries, insisting that only this would make Nigeria attain self-sufficiency in oil production. NAS Senate President Elvis Ekundino, who disclosed this in a statement, said Nigeria will achieve rapid economic growth if it continues to import petroleum products from foreign countries. The association maintained that the federal government must address the current energy crisis caused by an acute shortage of petrol in the Nigerian market by not only repairing the country's refineries, but also ensuring that they work at optimal capacity. According to NANS, the country's refineries, when effective and efficiently running, can produce enough petroleum products to meet the country's daily consumption. We'll take a short break now to come back with foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to foreign news. A number of hostages believed to be held in Gaza now stands at 137, the Israeli Prime Minister's office said on Friday. An Israeli man presumed to be among them was confirmed to have been killed during the October 7 Hamas attack. Kibbutz Be'eri announced the death of 68-year-old resident Dror Kaplan on Thursday. His remains were identified by the Israel Defense Forces with the assistance of the Israel Antiquities Authority, which normally does archaeology. The announcement comes 9 weeks after the October 7 attack, as Israeli authorities continue their investigation efforts. We'll take another short break to bring you sports news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to the other sport. The Egypt Under-17 female volleyball team defeated their host Nigeria 3-1 in the final match to lift the trophy of the 2023 Girls Under-17 African Nation Volleyball Championship. Newsmen report that the match was played indoors in the sports hall of Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Park HB, on Thursday in Abuja. The Egyptians showed their supremacy in the championship. Egypt won the first set 25-21, while Nigerian girls fought to win the second set 25-20. They fought back to win the third set 25-22, and also won the fourth set 25-21. Journalists report that this is a new category that the Conference of African Volleyball introduced into the Continental Championship. After the match, the coach of the Nigerian team, Sunday Akapsin, said he was not happy that he lost the final match. He said his girls finished second, but they had a good performance, and he was proud of them. Still to come is entertainment news. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back. Now to entertainment news. Ola Deeps recently appeared as a guest on the radio show to explain what really happened, stressing that he did not mean to cause any harm. Going on, he stated that he was unconscious for a 3-day period, adding that it was during that period that his former manager announced that he passed away. The story corroborated with what his personal assistant, Abdul Rashid Okoyemi, said to journalists on Monday, December 4, 2023. He had summed the whole incident up as a misunderstanding, also claiming that the entertainer was unconscious for 3 days when the news was announced. And that's it for now on the News Hour on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Adibisi Elegude. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
The man who, I don't think is 96 yet, too, very, very close. He still has the fire. So if they still come after you, don't be too shocked, even in your age. Your fire has not in any way diminished. Thank you very much, sir. And with this, the young people should be enlightened, I think, and know that there's so much at stake that everybody should be interested. Thank you very much, sir. And earlier on, we did say that a yellow flame flashed, and we introduced him, but he was not quite sedentary at the time. Now he's passing the courteous rounds. I'd like to once again introduce Professor Pat Utomi, Nigerian politician, a management expert, and in fact, you can't call all his accolades. But he has 1 minute to talk to us. Prof, yes, they said so. I mean, I can prof be here and not say a word. Then why are you a prof? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Pat Utomi. 1 minute, sir.
Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thought I was sitting peacefully in one corner there, but now I have to say something. Really, truly, I subscribe to everything that Dr. Dakuku Peterside has said. And of course, my leader, Chifaya Adebanjo, knows also that we are together on these matters. I was actually just tweeting this morning, very early hours of this morning, and I said, what kind of society is it that can have elders who do not speak up? You know, Eleazar, the Jewish scribe, at 90, was forced. Just pretend that you are eating swine flesh, and it will go, we'll let you. And he says, no. Part of the challenge of Nigeria is that the elders keep quiet. What are they afraid of? But we are fortunate in elders like Pa Ike Clark and Pa Adebanjo. I was telling Professor Ladipo Afolabi, who, along with, well, I should have started mentioning all those I've been interviewing for my book, talking to a group of retired federal permanent secretaries, just by accident. I ran into that meeting in Abuja a few weeks ago. I was elated when the chair of that event, Alhaji Yayale Ahmed, said Nigeria made progress when it was a federal structure. And if Nigeria is going to make progress, we probably do need federalism. People make it an emotional thing. It's not emotional at all. It is the reality of the competition spirit. As a person who teaches business, it is competition that drives creativity, that drives effectiveness. And that was what happened in Nigeria's federal system. until we can return to a true competitive federalism. These Americans, Howard Wolpe and Robert Melson, called it competitive communalism. Ethnic nationality groups competing over who will most bring progress to their people. Together, that drove Nigeria's ascendancy. Such that, and people forget this, and we talk about industrialization and all of that, which is what triggered Yahya Ahmed's response when I made that comment. That in 1960, a factory opened in Kaduna that had sold out first 6 months production to merchants in Manchester. We talk about export-led industrialization, we talk to the Asians, but in Kaduna right there, we had a factory that opened, selling out 6 months production in advance to merchants in the UK. And that company broke even in its first month of production. Nigeria has not performed like that in recent times because we do not have a federal structure. We must return to it if we're to make progress. And we thank people like Payo Adebanjo and Chief E.K. Clark for the work they have done in that regard. I thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you once again, sir. All right. At this time, we'd like to take another goodwill message from Chief Mrs. Nike Akande, a two-time Minister of the Ministry of Industry. At almost 80, she's still energetic and elegant. Can we please keep the applause rolling for Chief Mrs. Akande? Can we please oblige her with the microphone? Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here this afternoon. When Papa, Chief Clark, phoned me and said, Nike, I'm launching the book in Lagos and I want you to be there. In fact, I already had an invitation for a program today, but I said, Papa, I will definitely be there. And I'm here today, Papa. I have known Papa for a few years. And I know members of his family as well. I knew his late brothers, the professor, the ambassador, and the younger sister was my classmate at Queen's School, Ede, now Queen's School, Ibadan. And Papa made an impression on me. I was honored to be a member of the National Conference of 1914. Our deputy chairman is here. Professor, you really gave us good program. Thank you. And Papa Adebanjo, who has known me since I was a young girl, he knows my uncle, he knows my husband, he knows every member of my family. Papa, I recognize you, sir. And there's so many people, even the chairman was a member of the National Conference, Senator Adefuye. And so many other people were members of the National Conference. Papa Clark is a great achiever. You've heard a lot about him today. He has touched many lives in many positive ways. He has impacted the lives of many people. His life has been that of service and honor. I'm happy to have been associated with Papa, and it is my pleasure to be here today. And I will tell my husband, who is also a lawyer and has a lot of respect for Papa, that I'm here and I will buy some books for him. Papa, I wish you longer life, coupled with good health, and you will continue to mentor us in this country. Although I'm not a young lady as such, but at least I can still be mentored by Papa Clark. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, two-time Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And thank you for sharing your experiences and saying that Pa Ayo knows you to the kitchen. Thank you so much indeed. Now, not to bore everybody, I think we've done enough talking. And, you know, all are here for the book launch. You want to know what the book is all about and so on. But please remember, they say that when you want to hide something from a Nigerian, you put it into a book, because Nigerians don't read. But I say today, what's in this book will be exposed for everyone to see, because the issues are like burning in everybody's heart. And that is what we have seen in the speeches of the elders and the young Niger Deltans who have come here to address us. Now it's time to unveil the book presentation. And it will be done by what's his name again? The book presentation will be done by His Highness Ephraim Falohi, yes. C-O-O-N. It's O-O-N. Order of the Member of the Niger, okay. Please, His Highness Ephraim Salohi, please. Falohi, please. That's a strange name.
I have known Patrick Oke for so many years when he was in NTA. Be brutally frank about mistakenly manage my name is very unfortunate. So I say he's being brutally frank. It's misspelling my name. Before I go on to present this book, there are one or two things I want to say about our father. I will just not going to present the book. I remember years ago, unfortunately, Alabo Graham Douglas passed away. Pa Clark called us, himself, Alabo Graham Douglas, myself, and Ambassador Igali.
Already. So
Then we used to have meeting as the South-South with the northern elements in Nigeria. Then Olusola Saraki, late Olusola Saraki, was leading the northern element, while Pa Clark was leading the element of the South-South, with a view that the presidency must go to the South. And we were going back and forth, but he started it. And suddenly, out of the blues, the presidency fell on our laps. Through our father, General Olusegun Obasanjo, who picked up Jonathan as his vice. We were all involved and so on. So we were not expecting the presidency to come to us so soon, to the South, to the Ijaw nation. And suddenly he picked up Jonathan, and I may be bold to say today, I think Elder Yaradua was not too well, was not too, health-wise, he has a problem. And I think the whole idea was Jonathan, being a younger man, would take over. And I remember Jonathan saying, Chief, please talk to them now. Let them leave me alone and let me leave me as a governor. Let me stay as a governor. We said, no, you will be there. And of course, unfortunately, when Yaradua passed on, you all know the struggle for him to take over as president. It was also difficult. And he became president. So we owe the Ijaw nation, I make bold to say we owe President Obasanjo for that single element of choosing Jonathan to be the president of Nigeria from the South-South, and a Ijaw man. It wouldn't have happened, maybe in another 50 years. So I'm being brutally frank now also. Well, I don't know any of you who have read this book, but I think when our father has spoken, and of course I remember Pa Adebanjo in those days when they used to come for a meeting in Bayelsa, and he was always brutally frank. He would speak out. At times we get scared. We younger ones used to get scared. Well, thank you, sir, for standing with us, for brutally frank about Nigeria's situation. As we all said, if that Constitutional Conference recommendations are not taken seriously, Nigeria is not going anywhere. And on Friday, I clocked 80, and what am I afraid of? I need to speak out. We need to speak out. There's nothing to be afraid anymore. So we the younger ones to our fathers, also need to speak out. As Patu Tomi said, we have nothing to fear, and we continue to speak out. In view of that, I present this book to you, brutally frank, ladies and gentlemen. It's worth for you to have it in your companies, in your libraries, in your schools, and so on. I present this book with 10 copies for 500,000 naira. Thank you. So, please, do not fail to buy it. Let it be in your companies. Thank you.
Can you kindly join Chief Holloway to take a group photograph and present the book? Our fathers and our mothers in the front, and the representative of the Oba of Lagos State. And the chairman of today's occasion, our fathers and our mothers seated in front. Can you kindly join Chief Holloway to present the book and for a group photograph?
It goes off.
Yeah. Okay, while that is going on, please, we've had so many goodwill messages, and you know what they say, you can have the National Award MON without EY, and it's not complete. So we hope that all the goodwill wishes will be followed by donations or the launching of the book. And in that regard, we'd like to thank Gimba Emmanuel, High Chief Victor Emonina of Wireless Group, who has given us 5 million. CN Okugbe, who has given us 2 million. AJ Ate, who has given us 1 million. And Ebilate Mark Yoroki, who has given us another 1 million. Please, people will be going around with, you know, the slips which you can sign and send back, or you can donate to the Edwin Kiagbodo Clark Foundation, Zenith Bank, 101-359-9271. That number will pass around soon for those who want to do remote offerings. You can also buy the book right here and, you know, give to your friends, relatives, or who on. 15,000 for the soft copy, 20,000 for the hard copy. You can buy it. Zenith Bank has POS right here, which you can use in the, you know, top left, right corner of the hall.
The chicken nose.
That's proper chicken.
They said they didn't get the permission from the office.
And they were mentioning his name and live on
I
TV.
sat down, I sat down right from the edge. Somebody's lunching. Let me get it there.
What do you want? Oh, okay.
No time. They're wasting time. Okay.
One of Nigeria's football administrators wants to launch the book. Amaju Pinnick wants to launch the book. Okay. Mr. Pinnick wants to launch the book for us. But if you go and draw with Zimbabwe again, you will not launch any book. Eh? You can't draw with Zimbabwe again. I know.
Yeah, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a very rare privilege for me to be standing here. First, before I do my small launching of this book, I would like to speak very laconically about Chief Edwin Kiagbodo Clark, who was a very, very dear and very close friend of my late father. I'm happy because today I served as president of Nigerian Football Federation for 8 years. And one of the persons that stood 100% by me in ensuring that I went the right way was Chief Edwin Clark. I owe him quite a lot. I knew him from birth. And it goes beyond the narrow confines of the Ijaw nation. It goes beyond the narrow confines of the Delta State. It goes beyond the narrow confines of also Niger Delta. And I believe God Almighty is keeping him alive for a purpose. He has been fighting for too many people. He's always fighting for the downtrodden, for the oppressed. And he also fought COVID and won COVID. So I am very thankful and I'm very happy that I have this privilege of at least showing him a bit of gratitude. So I'll be buying 150 of these books for all the universities in the Niger Delta. I'm not going to make any pronouncement. He's somebody that is so dear to me, dear to my family. Through the Brown Hill Foundation, we are going to buy about 150 and send to most universities in Niger Delta. I don't think we have more than 150 universities in Niger Delta because they need to study the physical encyclopedia that captures the totality of what Chief Clark stands for. I know we are going to still have him around for the next 10, 20 years. And like I said, God is keeping him alive for a purpose. Keeping him alive possibly to help this current government in shaping this country. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
$150 copies for the schools in the Niger Delta. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Pinnick. Thank you very much indeed. Please, more launchings, more physical launchings needed. You know, event like this, I mean, this Shell Hall is just smiling to see the caliber of dignitaries that are here, and the hall would like to mark your presence. More launchers, please come forward to launch, please.
The book Brutally Frank. It's a book you must read. It's available A copy is 15,000 naira for the e-copy. The soft copy is 15,000 naira, but the hard copy is 20,000 naira.
I'm not a chief. Yeah, Mr. Emeka Ogoju. Yeah, I'm currently the Chairman Board of Trustees, Southeast South Professionals. When I was the president, Denzel Kentebe was my deputy. So I'm here. I was at the Abuja book launch to collect some copies on behalf of all the members of the Board of Trustees, Southeast South Professionals, and all the members of the ESCO. So I think Denzel will do the rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emeka. It's been also very prominent in the struggle to bring up professionals in the Southeast, and has not relented over many years. We hope your efforts are bringing some fruits, Emeka. More luncheons, please. And the Zenith Bank crew is in the corner in case you want to use your POS to do this. You can buy the books from here. And we're still open to more launchers because the hard copy, 20,000, soft copy, 15,000. For the panel, more luncheons required, please. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Please, I stand on all of duly observed protocols. My name is Mrs. Patricia Edemadida Adomi. Papa called me that I should come and launch his book, so I need to be here for him to see me, so that he doesn't scold me, because he can be brutally frank on all levels. So I'm launching 4 of this brutally frank book with 100,000. For me and his son, Kenneth Edemadide. I'm Patricia Edemadide. Papa, we love you. Continue to be brutally frank. Thank you so much. Yeah.
While that is going on, please, I'm told that this is refreshment time. The first 3 rows in front have a buffet. They will be led by the ushers to the buffet points. Then after that, consequent levels behind will be asked, told what to do. The first 3 rows in front have the buffet. What's the name?
My name is Dr. Tony Aboko.
Dr. Akpokene of the Booksellers Association of Nigeria would like to launch the book, Brutally Frank.